fly, think.
Yes, it is time to think, ladies and gentlemen, because yes, Topstep TV is on the air. Just like Bozo Circus. We're on the air. Hello, traders. Hello, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV. Yes, Topstep TV, where we've got the mutts. Yeah, we've got the all-stars. We got the superstars, and this week is filled with goodies. Yes, indeed. No show you're going to find on the internet like this, where we have we got education, market knowledge, trading buddies, cool swag, good-looking people, and of course, tradertainment. So this is opening call. He's Fred. I'm Lamont. We have an informative and educational show for you today and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, the UPS guy who delivers your Amazon goodies. Yes, God bless that person. And voices in your head that even keep reminding you. And I write this down. Just one small positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. Just one positive thought. So give it a try. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to our good friend, everybody's friend, trading mentor and the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. The Hoag. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. One thing Topstep TV has that nobody else has is you, Eddie. It's always a pleasure to see you, and it's a pleasure to see everybody else. Welcome to the opening call, Monday, June 3rd, always focusing on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. I hope you had a nice weekend, Eddie.
Hey, God love you. God love you, son. Had a wonderful weekend. Wonderful weekend. I forgot what I did, but I enjoyed it quite. I tell you, when you get old, you forget things. I even forgot if I put toast in the toaster. I think I put strips of bacon in there this morning, so I better go check it in a little while. But otherwise, I'm having a good time. Like I said, we got a really good week ahead of us here, and I want to make sure that everybody knows, stick around. Lots of good stuff happening, especially with John Hoagland. Topstep TV would not be Topstep TV without the man sitting next to me.
You sitting? You're very kind, Eddie. I appreciate that.
Over here. Yeah. All right. Let's get things going, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Time for some news. U.S. stocks were mixed today. All right. A fresh trading week with traders looking ahead of some key employment reports later this week. And that could influence how the Fed Reserve policymaking spin doctors could make a decision on rates, which it's probably not gonna. Meanwhile, back at the Batcave, NVIDIA unveils its latest generation of the crucial artificial intelligence chips that it attempts to address rising competition. So we're going to get to that. I got some details on that. But U.S. stock futures mixed, as I did say here. Three of the major indices clocked strong gains in May. We are in June, by the way. It's already the 3rd, John, the 3rd of June. We're halfway through the month, halfway through. Mm-hmm. So tie it down. Dow futures contract slipped by about 32 points. S&P inched up 10, and the NASDAQ had risen about 80 points. We did see the blue chip industrial average, benchmark S&P, both ended that final session in the green, which I would like to congratulate each and every one of them. While the tech-heavy NASDAQ closed just a wee bit lower. Dow climbed 2.4, S&P up 4.8, and the NASDAQ advanced 6.9 in May. Now, Friday, if you were with us, traders were assessing mixed signals that the data suggested some stickiness in inflation pressure, but weakening consumer spending activity. So now we are placing even odds on the Fed rate in September. But as I am reading this, it could be a possible reduction in December also. I don't get your hopes up, but I'm just reading what I've got in front of me. Back to NVIDIA. So they got a little competition, huh? I think the world is biting at them. They announced the newest artificial optimized chip, and it looks like in about a year, they should be releasing it. It's the unexpected move over the weekend. They did this just over the weekend. So we got to watch NVIDIA today, how it reflects the markets. This new chip that they've got out, they're calling it Reuben. Reuben. You know any Reubens? I think I just ordered a Reuben at the local restaurant. Love a
Right.
good Reuben sandwich. Remember Reuben
Absolutely.
Kincaid on the Partridge Family? I'm dating myself, but that should be coming out in about a year. This last one they had, if you didn't know, they dubbed it Blackwell. That was the name of the first one, and we'll keep an eye on that. But NVIDIA, um, kicking butts and taking names. So we'll see what happens there. But let's watch that today. But Johnny, what else do we got?
Well, as far as economic numbers this week, we always like to do a brief review of what's coming out for the week. So today at 8:45 Chicago Central Time, PMI manufacturing final is due out. 9 o'clock, the ISM manufacturing index and consumer spending are due out. And at 10:30, there is a 3 and 6 month bill auction, or are 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Tomorrow, the Red Book comes out, factory orders, and the job opens and labor turnover. So this week is going to be largely all about employment. Wednesday, we have the mortgage rates and applications, ADP, non-farm employment due out, PMI composite final, ISM services index, EIA petroleum status report, and a 4-month bill auction, all on Wednesday. Thursday, there is an ECB rate announcement, international trade balances due out, jobless claims as usual on Thursdays, and productivity and costs. Friday is going to be the biggie, the unemployment, non-farm payrolls, due out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Again, that is on Friday. Wholesale inventories. And one of the talking feds is actually on the schedule to speak. Lisa Cook is due to speak on Friday. We know that the FOMC meeting is a week from this coming Friday. This coming Wednesday. Next Wednesday will be the FOMC meeting. But as far as the VIX this morning, the VIX is a lie, up slightly at 13.15. The dollar index just pretty much flat at 104.58 this morning. Last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year now back down below that 4.5 level. Last I checked at 4.47%. Lots coming out this week. Lots happening here on Topstep TV. It's going to be a good week. Let's get into it.
Gonna be a good week. And hey, if you're a little congested or anything, put a little Vicks on your chest, rub a little under your nose, and you'll be fine. Remember when Mom used to do that to us? I'm not feeling good. Pull out the ginger ale and Vicks. It was the cure. But anyway, yes, crude, dude. Where's my crude? Oil inched a wee bit higher after OPEC Plus extended its production cuts. Oil prices ticked slightly higher in the European trade after OPEC Plus extended its current run of production into next year. Brent oil futures expiring in August rose 0.1%, 81.21, and our WTI 76.82. And right now, looking at it right now, here we are 76.66, and it looks like sellers are driving the boat. Petroleum Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and its allies, including Russia, decided to extend its ongoing output roughly 5.86 million barrels per day into 2025. Specifically, what's going to happen is it's going to maintain the 3.6 million barrels per day of reduction until the end of 2025. Meanwhile, back at the Batcave, 2.2 million barrels per day of cuts will be prolonged by 3 months until the end of September this year. And that's going to be gradually phased out from October until September 2025. Yes, indeed. Johnny, when's the last time you had a big old glass of orange juice? Oh, put $5 in there. You are on mute, my friend. That's
Yesterday.
$5. Start the week off, -5.
That's all right. I've paid in already. I overpaid because I figured I'd be doing that.
You did. I know you did. When's the last time you had a big old glass of OJ?
Yesterday.
Did you, honestly?
Honestly.
Oh, good for you. Well, good for you, but not for many. Orange juice makers seek alternatives. Why? Well, because orange crops are down worldwide amid the droughts and disease. Yes, disease. Bad news for anyone who starts their day with a glass of OJ has gotten so expensive. Producers are looking for replacement fruits. Orange production in 3 major orange producing regions, Brazil, Mexico, and the U.S., have been flat to declining over the past 3 years. Now, here you go. Prices for oranges globally were about 300. I hope it doesn't get that high. $3.70 a pound, up from $2.80 previous April. So what they're thinking is orange juice concentrate closed at $4.77 per pound, doubling the amount last year. So maybe it's time to start growing our own oranges in our backyards.
Maybe just buy some Tang.
Tang, actually, I do have a thing of Tang here.
You got a thing of Tang there? Yeah, there you go.
I feel like an astronaut every time I have a glass. But anyway, it's good to be an astronaut. All right. James is back. I just want to say that James was off Friday, and we love James. I mean, I tell you, every morning it's great to hear his voice, get us started, kick us in the butt. It was his birthday Friday. So if we could, in the chat, wish James a happy birthday. Well, we love the guy. Does a great job here at Topstep, and he was away. So wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, James. And by the way, James, you got a tip of the week for us today. Something new, there it is. All right. Mobile trading strategically. All right. Backup trade management, just in case. Manage your positions with more precision on the go. Integrate trading into your daily routines. Well, one of the things I like about it, I really don't use it but to trade on, but I use it to watch markets, is convenience. Traders can manage their portfolios, make trades from anywhere, anytime, without needing a desktop or a laptop computer. And just make sure that you've got a decent connection with the Wi-Fi. Johnny, what do you got on this tip of the week?
Yeah, much like you, Eddie, I don't really initiate trades on a phone, but if I have to step away or I go somewhere and I have a position on, very useful to just monitor and manage the trade when you are away from your laptop. A wonderful thing. It's a great web-based user. I really like it. I was playing with it earlier this morning.
You know what, Johnny?
Really
Johnny,
good. Yeah.
If the thing is with the mobile, it's like you said. If you're away, you can always log on to it. You can check it out. If you're at Banana Republic buying a pair of MC Hammer pants and you want to check this out, or if you're at the Gap buying a nice little pink shirt, or at Orange Julius Starbucks waiting in line, you can always click on your phone and check out what's going on. But yes, absolutely. So anyway, let's get going here. We've got, like I said, lots going on here today, and I'm trying to see here anything else that I want to put on the table before we go to charts. I think we're good, Johnny. So without further ado, what we've all been waiting for, Mr. Hoagland and his amazing charts. Johnny, what do you got?
We're going to see if we can make these charts jump through hoops today. All right. So starting with the daily in the S&Ps, as always. Wow, Friday was quite the day. Monthly rebalance. The market really looked like it was going to fall apart, and boy, it just turned around and just ripped at the end of the day to the upside, especially in the Dow and in the S&Ps. Huge volume on the S&Ps and on the New York Stock Exchange. We haven't seen that kind of volume in quite some time, but we had a 39,000 contract loss in open interest. Looks like we just got a little bit too short for our own britches. And on that rally, a whole bunch of people covered all of those shorts. So what does that mean for us? Well, the market is really kind of back in the area of balance that we broke out of a couple of days before. We looked lower. Now we're back inside that area of balance. I'm really looking for the market to hold Friday's low, about 5,200. I really want the market to hold there. We've got 5,230, which is weekly kickoff low, which is a kind of a preliminary strike. If we get down below that, I'm going to be looking for some buyers to come into this market. in the NASDAQ, the 50 session moving average on the daily chart really put in that low on Friday. We looked below it here. We rejected, and boy, we really popped this thing at the end of the day. So we're looking at these levels down here for support in the longer time frame, and we have to remember that we did leave the all-time high in the overnight session. So if the market is going to go and target that, we're going to need to see some new buying coming in above the weekly kickoff high at 53.25. 53.33 half was the previous all-time high. I've left that on the chart. Last week's high, 53.39. So there's a nice little area of potential resistance up in this area. Again, that's from like 53.25 to 53.39. We can take that out and bring in some new participation. We could easily see at some point in the near future taking out that previous all-time high that occurred in the regular trading hour, the extended trading hour session. 30-minute chart. Market looked down, whirled around, and really ripped to the upside. Now, the rip in the S&Ps, I think, was far superior to what the NASDAQ was able to accomplish. We'll talk about the NASDAQ here in a second. But as far as overnight inventory, nothing. Are we going to be opening with a gap? Yes, we probably are. The session high, regular trading hour session high from Friday was really 52.99 half. This finishes at 3 o'clock. We did look above that before finishing the day, but I'm kind of looking at the regular trading hours as that 3 o'clock bar high. So 52.99 half. Settlement 52.95 half. Where it looks like we're going to be opening with a gap. Gives us gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which could have us testing up into these resistance areas up here on 53.25 to 53.39, last week's high. The profile. Okay, we have a late spike, ladies and gentlemen, here in the S&Ps. The market opened, looked lower, looked like it was really going to kind of rip to the downside. We put in the low. Once we got, I think, too short in the hole down here, the buyers really came in, covered a whole bunch of those shorts, leaving the late spike. The late spike is when the market leaves the previous area of the range in the last half hour of the day and then closes up there. So we can see, the previous high of the day was right here. It was 52.70 quarter. That's going to be the base of the late spike. As long as price opens in or above the late spike and the base of the late spike, it is attempting to accept higher pricing. So the nuances so far today: above the late spike, yes, probably accepting higher pricing. Above the base of the late spike, yes, probably accepting higher pricing. Gap higher, possibly accepting higher pricing. So we'll keep an eye. We know that there's a lot more important information coming out later on in the week. But the profile yesterday was a normal variation day until we put in that late spike again. Base of that late spike 52.70 half or quarter, whichever. Nothing is finite in futures trading. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. So the NASDAQ actually closed lower on Friday, but boy, when it got down to this 50 session moving average, it just turned around and ripped back to the upside. Volatile day. Okay. Volume was good. It wasn't as good as the NASDAQ, as the S&P or the New York Stock Exchange. And we added about 3,000 in open interest. So really not the big major change in positioning that happened in the S&Ps. The short covering that happened, actually, we kind of added some new longs from that area. So we've got the market really kind of centrally located and now a new area of balance. I'm kind of looking at 18,335 as the lower end of that balance, 18,910, weekly kickoff high and low as the extremes of that. And the market is really kind of in the middle of that. So we've kind of created an area of balance now. The equities are starting to come into rollover. I'm not going to be looking for any rollover ranges here just yet. Maybe in another few days, maybe next week, we'll start to look for rollover ranges. I believe the rollover is going to be around the 17th, but it's not perfect. We'll be watching the volume, letting you know when we are going to be moving into the September contract. We're already talking about September. So we've created balance. We need to hold 18,200 onto the downside. We need to hold 18,910, which is weekly kickoff high to the upside. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ put excess lows on the daily bars here. Excess lows, excess lows. Here's another excess low, an excess low. The market really rejected those areas. I'm looking for a rotation to the resistance areas up here, 18,910, 18,980 half, last week's high, and then, of course, the all-time high that occurred in the overnight session. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so how did it perform? Well, we had the push to the downside to the 50 session moving average on the daily chart. The market stopped, stuttered, and then rallied, but we weren't able to take out that high. We weren't able to put in that late spike. So I don't think that the Nasdaq performed as well to the upside as the S&Ps. That was a very emotional move at the end of the day on Friday, and I'm not really that confident when there's a really emotional move. Where are we today? Overnight inventory getting a little bit long. We are probably going to be opening with a gap above Friday's range high, which was 18,631 half. 18,631 half. Opening above it creates the gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for the market to continue a potential move to the upside. The profile, Friday in the Nasdaq was a normal variation trading day with no late spike. A little bit of extreme to the downside because the point of control was so low. We've got a long way to go before we're going to be seeing any reacceptance of value in the S&P or the Nasdaq. Either way, the market is it is attempting to accept higher pricing and attempting to continue to move to the upside. Take a look at crude oil now. All right, crude is in a precarious level here, right? 76.50. 76.50. That was weekly kickoff low from last week. It remains weekly kickoff low from this week. It is currently wrestling in that area. Still in rotational trade. We were high, low, high to low, high to low. Potential for a breakout continuation does exist. We're using range to break out rules. If we can't accept below that, the low of the weekly kickoff low, 76.50, we might see another rotation back near the high of $80, which is weekly kickoff high. If we do see acceptance through time, volume, momentum below this level, this could be the time when we're going to finish the measured move off of the head and shoulders all the way down to $73. It looks like we're having a little bit of trouble holding this. This might be an interesting opportunity for crude traders today. Keep your eyes peeled. This does allow you to limit risk at this level. Last week's low was 76.67. Weekly kickoff low for the second week in a row, 76 half. This is an important level, ladies and gentlemen. This might be giving you some decent opportunity. Let's take a look at what's going on here on the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory, no, nothing really. But we're leaving the range and the value from Friday. We see lower highs, lower lows. This is an anchored VWAP off of a recent high. Sellers have been in control. They remain in control. This offers us a decent opportunity near this level. We do have this naked point of control down here at 76.23, which goes all the way back to February 26th. Looks like that is currently going to be targeted. I'm very excited for crude traders today because I think there may be some really good opportunity in this market. We need new business. We need volume. We need time. We need participation. We need momentum to continue this push to the downside. So far, it looks like it might be doing pretty well. It's up against the overnight low right now. If we can't hold that, the point of control, and then possible points lower. This is going to be an interesting day for crude oil traders. I'm very interested to see what Deanna has to say about that today. Quickly, gold, range bound inside rollover range. Weekly kickoff low is in play. It's fitting to 23.30. That's in play today. Last week, high and low. We're looking at the extremes of the area of balance. We're inside of that. We're still in range bound. We're still looking at opportunities to fade those extremes until something changes. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. I'm going to wrap things up a little bit here. Overnight inventory was flat, maybe getting a little bit long. Market trading inside range and value from Friday. It was a trend day to the downside, so value is a little bit in question here. Look for opportunities as the day goes on. You may find better trade locations as the day goes on because the market is seeking an area where it can kind of find balance. Okay. The profile was a trend day to the downside. There was an interesting area for us to check. The afternoon pullback high right here 53, 57.90. When the market was moving lower, it pulled back to that level, failed to continue, and then the market continued to push to the downside. So I'm very interested in possibly seeing an opportunity again, 23, 57.90 on that afternoon pull back low. Take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's get down to business. Let's have a good trading day.
Let's do some business. Coming up here today, we've got MP Michael Patak, Deanna, Nick for a Tick, Peter Tuckman. We got Bonnie on TopQuiz coming up later this afternoon. Rips will be watching us and taking care of us throughout this afternoon after lunchtime. So, Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. We're going to be right back with Fast Markets. Don't go away. All right, traders, let's get our orange futures in the gates. And I'm going to pass that over to our good friend, Mr. John Hoagland. Johnny, all you.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to Fast Markets. We've got some of our fan favorites here. We've got D, we've got Nick for a Tick, and up in the left-hand corner there, we've got Diamond Hands. Michael, good morning. Good morning, D. Good morning, Nick. How are we doing today?
What's up, guys? I'm up 100%. I'm up 100% from where I was Friday. I'm feeling good.
Awesome.
You and everybody else, I think, that has diamond-handed.
Yeah, I'm not even to break even right now. So break even is 47. We're on
Where's it at right now?
40. This morning is at 40. Yeah. God, what a stupid strategy.
I don't want to jinx it by saying we're back, but here we go again.
Well, Nick, I appreciate your support here on this position. Let's get in here. We're making new highs. What do we got?
Yeah. What kind of levels are we looking at for the house account here? Anybody have anything that they're looking at?
I'm looking at the house account, Johnny. So if you can collect and formulate, then I shall execute.
All right.
I've got settlement in ES. That's kind of that late spike at 52.99 thereabouts. So that would be my area for longs. Is the only thing that I can see
52.99
right now. Yep.
Yeah, and this is even where we are right now. This is an interesting spot that we've kind of sold off from previous all-time highs. There's been a lot of resistance up here, and with most of Friday's kind of close spike being very options driven, I'm interested to see, do we get another institutional seller kind of selling into strength the same way it's been for the last few days? Basically, since Nvidia reported, we've seen them kind of just continuing to sell, not necessarily equities, but just kind of be selling into these rips that we've been having. So I'm sitting on my hands, but this 700 area, 715 is kind of interesting to look for potential shorts if we can't see buyers continue to build up here.
All right. Well, the opening ranges in both the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow is still in the opening range, but they both broke to the downside. So initially, that can be an indication of some early aggressive selling. We are seeing divergence in the S&Ps. We're on the session low, and we've already got 1,000 positive delta. The more aggressive traders are buying it, but they're not successful in moving it higher. We could easily see a gap close here down to settlement, which settlement is 52.95 half.
Okay.
Takers. Folks, Andre is a little bit late today. I know you're probably all missing him, and so he will be back with us later on. But you guys got me for Fast Markets. Always a pleasure to be with everybody. It's good to see everybody. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a nice weekend.
I'm putting we're lifting offers here on the NASDAQ big time.
Yeah, NASDAQ is certainly a little bouncier. The Dow is getting smushed here. The Dow has left the opening range at the high of the day and is driving lower.
Tilt saying nothing at all. 50-50.
Nothing.
This is everybody at Topstep. Everybody at Topstep with open positions. Nothing showing up.
Could the S&P be the leader today?
Maybe that or the Dow. S&P and the Dow both left the opening range at the high of the session. The NASDAQ has taken out both sides of the 1 minute opening range. Nick, is the opening range something you look at?
It is. I typically look at it on like a 5 minute and a 30 minute on the NASDAQ. So one of my charts has like a 5 minute opening range,
Got it.
Then typically my 5 minute chart uses a 30 minute just to give me a good perspective of kind of the first half of initial balance.
Got it. You see what's going on in crude, D?
Yeah, it's still dropping. I want to see what happens. Let me just drag that over. So crude, I want to see what's going to happen around this area where we've just made the low at 76.04, because I do have my average daily range low around there.
Okay.
Sometimes that can be a good early turning point. Other days, it just kind of flies straight through it. But it is a statistical average that we might want to keep an eye on. The initial balance is reasonably sizable considering the range that we currently have. And that would open up a possibility for a failed auction long maybe at some point. So once we establish the initial balance, go below it, if we start to track back inside it, there could be a long opportunity there that is high probability.
Okay. Just kind of looking at my charts here, if you look at the daily chart, I mean, we're breaking out of a pretty long time frame area of balance on the daily.
Yeah, but we are running into a weekly demand area. So if we look at the weekly chart, there is an originating that started this whole business, and that's right exactly at 70. Yeah, it's slightly lower actually at 75.87. So that whole zone of about 30-40 ticks is my area of interest for any longs. So if we start to ignore that, I might be looking for some shorts later on. But I'm not going to be jumping into anything. We're kind of heading into summer trading. There is a tendency for crude oil to go up during the summer. So I'm not too crazy about selling it at the moment. So I want to give it a little bit more time. It's Monday. Let's see what they want to do with it first.
And I think the opportunity was really on the kind of breakout during the opening call below that 76.50 level, because that was really our best risk if we were going to be looking for shorts.
Yeah, because we had the value low just above it, which could have been an area to lean on. I just dislike doing trades during the initial bounce on crude oil because they can go horribly wrong. They're not very reliable if you're looking at them systematically. So I prefer to just give it a little bit of time to, and then we can have that data and maybe some new levels that are market generated to fall back on through the trading session.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing really in gold.
No.
We see it all jump over to GameStop, try to help my position out. You guys really want to.
Everybody get out.
What did
the Trump stock? That Trump,
Yeah.
what is it? DJ? It's another meme stock.
Yeah.
Oh, is that ripping right now?
I doubt it.
Social.
I figured that'd be a part of the memer group.
53.50. Yeah, 50 is going to coming off, so it's sub 50 now, which is usually a bad sign and good if you want to short it.
791s. What levels do we have up here that we? I mean, man, look at the daily chart. It's bananas on Friday. Was it Friday? Friday, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Total insanity.
Every pullback. Every pullback. I mean, just buy every pullback. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. That was the point, click, and pray. That was the core definition of that trade. Just no levels. Just
if you're, I don't know. It's crazy. Going to range, extension of the range, now back in the range. Oh, my stupid lines. Interesting. Okay.
Get the Mag 7 pretty much lurching to the upside here after the open. NVIDIA on its highs, Apple just off its highs, Amazon just off its highs, Meta just off its highs. Makes sense that the NASDAQ is the strongest of the three.
Yeah, tax extra crazy. NASDAQ, I don't really have any good levels until we get to about 187.64, because that's where the first daily range lies.
Yeah, just got a message here.
There.
Just got a message
from
here.
Hello Kitty?
No, from Hello Jay. Hello Coach Jay. He says, anchored VWAP from the all-time high. He's got it at 18,734. 18,734.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was our highs thus far. Right about. I'll take that in the zone.
Right.
I'll take that in the
Do we like that?
zone. It's getting a little heavy, just slightly heavy bias. Slight, nothing special.
On NASDAQ, we do have the Friday's sort of start of the sell-off at 187.62. So I would prefer to see it go there first, because I have some confidence around the average daily high, and that area that would not very nicely and neatly allow us to limit risk. Anything else to me is kind of in the middle of the middle. I'm never too crazy about going into those.
Yeah, we do have a number coming up here shortly. Speaking of numbers, Eddie, you want to kind of come in and review what's coming out as far as numbers are concerned?
Yeah, coming out in about 10 minutes here, we got our, it's going to be a biggie, S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing. The PMI for May. In about 20 minutes, we do have construction spending, ISM manufacturing employment. We also do have the manufacturing ISM PMI. We've got that ISM manufacturing prices. These are 3-star. These are going to be bigger numbers here. 10:30, we got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. And scrolling down here, that is going to be about it for today. But numbers coming up here in about 5 minutes here. We got our manufacturing PMI for May. So heads up.
Thanks,
Well,
Eddie.
the old AMC and GameStop can't hold a bid. That's what they did last time. Overnight was like wildly up. Right when the market opened, selling pressure hit.
I was about to take a
many
short. I
people
was in a
probably
short here
stuck on their homes.
at 725. I just flattened it because it looks like buyers were trying to initiate here at the highs. So I jumped out real quick for about a point as I was trying to get in that position.
Well, Michael, we'll talk about it more during the news, but there was certainly exit liquidity there for a huge position. So let's see what happens in GME.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. I like your positivity on that position.
Everybody get out and push.
Yes, I'm ready.
Well, let's see what happens on this number here.
I got short 3 right here. Really, really, really light and tight.
I don't think that that's a bad idea, Michael. I mean, we're seeing really positive delta in the S&Ps, 4,100 positive delta in the S&Ps. We haven't been able to take out the high of the opening range. That's some aggressive buying.
Okay. We have overnight VWAP in ES that's supporting this whole move, and I suppose the same in NQ as well. I just prefer the look.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this one. No. It just won't pull back.
Yeah, just wait till after the number comes out.
There's my stop. There's my stop. There's my stop. Out of the gate. Okay.
Our numbers.
Yeah, there's nothing in here pulling back.
Are we at 8:45 or is it 9 o'clock? I should probably know that.
8:45 coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, good idea to wait then. Taking a stop out on
manufacturing final.
No one loves taking a stop out on just the algo stop run liquidity grab right as the news releases. So there's no point in having position on right now.
Yeah, right. I know.
Man,
everybody is long. Everybody is long. Everybody wants to be long. $100 lot.
I mean, that
75.
That move Friday was insane.
It was.
Continuing.
It just kept going. I was in on
it was almost comical because we saw a very large. I'm sorry, D, go ahead.
No, this fine. Go.
I was going to say we saw towards near the bottom, basically, of Friday's sell-off in the first portion of the day. You saw a very large call buyer coming in, buying the 5250 strikes on SPX. And it was nothing like, I mean, it was a lot, but they just kind of kept buying it throughout the day, or someone kept adding and it kept building. And then we were 30 points away going into power hour. And I said to Jay in the chat, him and I were going back and forth. I'm like, if you want to see something stupid, it is set up for that kind of stupid options driven, move out of nowhere, short covering. It just was like the perfect formula for it to happen. And it played out to a T. So it was almost like telegraphed, which is, if I can read it that well, it's usually not a great thing, I would say, for some of these institutional options buyers that are doing this stuff in the summer. Once it gets predictable, it just tends to stop working. So it was interesting to see, but that was pretty wild.
That is true. If everybody sees it, it doesn't work.
Yep.
Right?
I know.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. The old DOMs are getting thin.
They are. S&P's double digits.
50.9. They're looking at 50.9. We'll see what we got here in a couple seconds. All right, coming in at 51.3. And this is going to indicate above an expansion. So we got a good expansion here. 51.9 is our number.
Thanks, Eddie.
51.3.
What were they? 51.3. What were they expecting, Eddie?
50.9. Still above the 50. So this is much better than
expansion.
Expected. Yeah, expansion.
Pretty nice. What are we liking right now, Deanna or Nick? Nick or a tick?
The only thing in ES here is that VWAP being supportive, and Q has already jumped away miles, so that's not good. But yeah, ES might be a long, and then we can maybe use this little 30 demand area from 5308 and then all the way down to 5304 to perhaps limit risk, and then to maybe try a long for about 7 ticks. Sorry, 7 points.
7 points?
Yeah. So that our stop is around 03. Purely because of VWAP. That's the only thing. And we haven't, we haven't actually gone past it. It kind of, every time it hits it, it just slightly goes higher. And everything else is bullish. So at some point, you might get dragged, kicking and screaming to the upside.
Apple and Meta are just screaming right now.
Man, everything.
So yeah, that's the only thing I've got. So if you guys want to discuss pros and cons, long of VWAP is basically my idea for ES.
Well, I mean, we did open above the late spike in the S&Ps. We should be looking for longs. The caveat or the opposite nuances to that is the opening range is still the high of the day, and we do have delta divergence. Yeah. We're still at 3,500 positive. So like
is that a big number for this time of the day? Like, is that a big divergence? How would you?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. Okay, then.
Yeah.
We wait.
NASDAQ is definitely telling a different story, but there was no late spike. All we have is the gap for the NASDAQ. The S&P's longs. I mean, we've got the late spike. We're above the late spike. We opened above it. That's an indication of potential acceptance of higher pricing. But it could auction all the way back to the base of the late spike in the S&Ps, which takes us all the way back down to 5270 half.
5270 half. What?
Yeah, that's the base of the late spike.
That's miles away. The only thing I've got there is the average daily range low. In ES, it's slightly lower. It's 5267, but it falls within that whole zone.
And with the opening range of the high of the session, I can't buy it. Samuel, the divergence I'm seeing is in the ES. See, we're losing some of that divergence now. We're down around 2,900 positive delta, but we are pushing the lows. So a lot of those longs that were buying it in that opening range are currently bailing out of that. Look at crude oil tanking.
Yeah. It just decided to go on a bit of a suicide jump there.
100 points below the kickoff low now.
Yeah, that was.
It's reaching average session low. That's unusual.
I don't watch crude, but even watching the open off, I guess the Globex open last night was crazy to see the move immediately. I mean, in the whole, even the indices too, it was just kind of an interesting open to start the week. And I was wrong. I would have been long probably off the open, and it just tanked. That's why I don't trade crude.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was just off that daily chart when we broke and started to show acceptance below that low of that balance area we've been in for a month. Those can be some of your biggest moves. The longer it consolidates, the bigger the move away from it ends up being.
Yeah, a lot of energy in those moves.
Mm-hmm.
So crude oil generally needs to break the initial balance before I do anything with it. And large initial balances, I mean, it can give way to a big single direction day, but more often than not, when you have such a big initial balance, you could have a very nice failed auction in the other direction. So I'm still thinking, wait and see what they want to do after the first hour.
Yeah, because
I'm certainly not selling this now.
Yeah, that's a big move. And if we do get a failed auction on that off the low somehow, it might be a pretty decent opportunity. S&P's back to VWAP now.
There's so many opens like this where we just kind of pump out and it shakes me out of shorts. And I was looking to get short at about 750 on NQ and I just couldn't do it. Tried, cut it for a point again, just didn't get the move because buyers just kept coming in. And here we go. We're now rolling over 40 points.
NQ actually almost tagged my average daily range high, which was at 76.4 half. So it almost got there. And now it's just rolling over.
Yep. What levels did we have down here in the 18.6 handle? 668.
Well, we were looking at the anchored VWAP from the all-time high, which was up at 18,735, 734. That area, it did look above it, but it's now showing signs of rejection. We've got VWAP in the Nasdaq at 18,673. Well, the S&Ps are already down below session VWAP.
I'm a big fan of hindsight trading, but ES couldn't get over the SPX at 5,300 level. We kind of stalled right there at roughly 310. Now that I'm looking at it, I probably should have checked the spread. That would have made perfect sense why we were struggling to kind of break above most likely a lot of option activity right there. So it would have been a cheap short, just kind of taking a simplistic short off that option wall there, but I didn't even pay attention. And now we're coming into.
Do you think it's going to hold 5,300?
I think it's just like anything else that we've seen. It's going to take a lot of effort, and you're buying at the high again. So I think it'll continue to act as resistance until something changes. My guess is, once again, since Nvidia is splitting on Friday, it may take. It would take a lot of people buying the highs in Nvidia too, or before it splits, which is an interesting idea. But we're coming into the monthly VWAP right now on the Nasdaq, so this might provide a little bounce here around 680.
Session VWAP 672.
672. You got 668s from Friday's high. What? Hold on, is that right? Friday's high 668. Yes.
I said monthly VWAP like it matters because I just realized it's June 3rd. So I need to back adjust that one for a few more days. I wasn't even thinking about that, what day of the month it was. Well, so it did reset. That's why it was suddenly popping up on my screen that quickly. I got to readjust mine. I meant to do this the other day to rolling 30 days.
Is it usually a good idea, Nick, to buy a stock before it splits, or would you wait till after?
There is that.
10, is it?
You would think so, MP, but for some reason it gets that. You would want to, in theory, do it, I guess, before and potentially. I don't know, because you see a lot of time when the split happens, like institutions will sell into that strength just because of the psychological level of it being cheaper on paper, even though it's not. But for the average investor, visually, it is cheaper. So I think you may see some weakness as the stock splits here and heading into next week. That just, as your shares, 10x technically, you may some people, instead of selling partial shares or amounts, they may peel off a portion of their position at that point as the stock splits. I know you get that run up usually to them. At least that's what we saw with Tesla, with Amazon, Google, everyone else, Apple, that has split in the last couple of years in size like that. And they all kind of did that, the 3 to 5% pump for no changes, no earnings, nothing, no announcements. It's just kind of a natural grind up leading into a stock split, which Nvidia is doing.
Because I'm thinking about, I'm gonna be buying some. And I'm trying to figure out whether I want to just, buy it now or wait till it's split.
Nvidia?
Yeah. It sounds like you're saying, sometimes it. Okay. Good.
I think it's, I don't know. When everybody starts wanting to get in, I think whenever, fade me, bro. I know. Hashtag fade me, bro. I don't know. I'm one with the stock when everybody starts to want to get in. But nowadays, man, that momentum pushes things.
Yeah.
You see,
I mean, just like every time I think
Robinhood even has a. They had a little disclaimer notice today about. I don't know. We had it.
GME.
Somewhere had it. Somebody posted. Yeah. No, they're not letting it go any higher than 20%. Not 20%. $20 higher than where it was at yesterday.
Rolling over.
I don't know how.
All right, so I'm going to wait till after the split and see if it comes down a little bit and dollar cost average into it.
So a good logic too of why I was looking to short 750. That is the May point of control on the NASDAQ, and we did reject right off of it. So if you're a volume profile person and that's how you like to trade, that would have been a good area of resistance of us potentially saying we're accepting the auction at lower prices than we were kind of more recently. So it just acted as resistance. And like I said, that's usually a way I typically like to trade is based on, value areas, lows, highs, point of controls, things like that. But on a longer time frame, you can find those larger areas of resistance, like a month point of control.
So
man, I'm just getting
S&Ps traded to settlement gap closed in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Man,
we went from
cheap
about
short
5,000 positive delta to negative 2,200 delta right now.
Timber.
Okay. Let's see how this 30-minute candle closes. And then if it closes sub 5,300, that could be a signal for shorts and for acceptance of that late spike.
Hoag, I didn't notice it, as that kind of volume shelf was building there around that 310 area, but I was seeing about a 3,300 positive delta on that kind of 310 area.
Yep. Yeah.
So there's a large seller present so far this morning, at least at those higher prices.
Yeah, I see that.
I didn't see it as an iceberg necessarily, but definitely someone offering.
Yeah, I saw that.
What do we got? Anything for the house account?
That's what
we got 79, 16, 8, 16. So we got this 30-minute bar that's going to close here shortly. It's at the 5,300s that Deanna says.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at, Nick? I know you wanted to get short up there. God, GameStop.
Yeah, I did. I still would be interested in shorting back in kind of that 710 to 720 area. We sold off there on Thursday. Obviously, we couldn't build above there after PCE on Friday. So just an area continuing to act as resistance. So if we do see some buyers step in here, that 700 area is still interesting to me to look for a potential reoffer again. And it is acting
1 minute here. U.S. manufacturing PMI. Check if you want
John,
to be
what
flat.
Do you have? Are you collecting anything anywhere else? Any other? I know tilt was pretty tilty down. A lot of folks, a lot of micros and S&Ps and NASDAQ, bigs and smalls, minis and micros were short, pretty heavily biased short down there. When I say down there, 18. What was it? 670 area.
Yeah.
Now it's really thin. The Dom's really thin. So guys,
we got a number coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the number might put a wrench in the works. So let's see what it does.
10 seconds.
Or it could be a storm in a teacup.
Oh yes.
Boy, it is thin.
This is so.
It's gone.
Freaking thin.
Here we go. Manufacturing PMI coming in at 48.7. They were looking at 49, hoping that it was a little higher. It did not come in higher. Construction spending also, they were looking at a 0.2%, coming in at negative 0.1. So both of these did not make expectations.
FYI, I have a few buddies texting and saying it looks like the New York Stock Exchange is having some technical issues and a few stocks have been halted. So,
oh no,
careful is what I would say. Looks like
Oh.
Chipotle, Berkshire, a few others that people have noticed. So things might be a little wonky. Be careful.
And crude making new lows.
No, thanks, Nick. Yes, it's broke.
I don't know. I don't know the validity to that. I just know what friends are saying to me right now.
Chipotle's halted. We're seeing.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
they
we
heard
certainly
us.
don't want to get stuck in a position on the house account if something happens.
Yeah, it's a good. I think a good take a breath. But yeah, maybe Hoag. Clearly, people are jumping into my Chipotle. It's not as good as it used to be. Short thesis.
Yes,
so that's
right.
why it was halted.
Right. That's where I was going. You saw where I was going with that, Nick.
Yes, since you know, that's Andre's on board. I know that he was not a fan after his most recent meal.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I've never really liked it. The kids loved it. I was like,
Chipotle?
No. Yeah, I was never a fan.
Still don't know how to say it. Chipotle?
Chipotle, yeah.
Chipotle.
Or as my dad used to call it, Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Same here.
Man, I'm getting chopped up today. I've been trading kind of around here.
I was down
1,800. I was down 1,800 quietly. Now I'm down 400. So I'm slowing down. There's a ton of shorts right now. A ton of shorts right now in the tilt. Ton of shorts in the tilt.
Oh wow, CL is rolling.
85%. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Do you any news, or is this just coming off the OPEC stuff that I saw over the weekend?
Technical, yeah. It happens sometimes on Mondays. They just kind of go straight into the week with all of their force doing whatever they want to do with it, and then you get these sort of Mondays. Most of the time, Mondays will be a bit muted, but we are coming into summer, so there could be maybe some inventory adjustment there.
Right. God, that's crazy, though.
Yeah.
New lows in crude. My goodness.
Our Bob is almost at 700 ticks for the day. That's a
wow.
That's a range.
Robert's rocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, back
I don't know
short here in the 70s.
I don't know if anything has come out of the technical issues or if that's been resolved. I'm trying to find out.
Thank you.
Yeah, here we go. Somebody's saying big planetary alignment today, often a market extreme.
Really?
Apparently, I don't know. If you use those kind of technicals, I suppose.
Now that is astronomy for traders.
Yeah, I know. So everybody goes nuts when planetary alignment happens because I know nothing about that sort of stuff. So if anyone can enlighten me, how could that possibly have an impact? Is it because we go crazy? Or?
Yeah, I have a theory. It makes crazy people go crazy, and they do crazy things in the markets, which adds to the volatility.
Okay.
And Marie was asking 52.71 is the target for the S&Ps. Yeah, 52.70 half is the base of the late spike from Friday, Anne Marie. And if we do pull back there and we find support there, it still indicates that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. So even though the market might be attempting to accept higher pricing, the initial move can be to the downside to a support level. Let's see. We still haven't closed the gap in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is holding up better than the S&Ps. The session gap, nor have we closed the settlement gap in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is holding up well.
Mhm.
Dow and the S&Ps are dragging. The gap close in the NASDAQ would be down to 631.5.
We have the Asian low in NASDAQ at 186.15 or thereabouts. But now that it's below VWAP, which VWAP do I have it on? Hold on. I'm not too crazy about buying it until we have some kind of a better orientation point for longs, which would be closer to settlement. And then I have the average session range low at 560. Which is around settlement, I believe. So that will be my next level for longs, potential longs in NQ.
Who's having fun this Monday? Let's put a poll in there. Who is having fun this Monday morning?
Well, we hope everybody is.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
MP, are you having fun?
I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time.
We need to do something to make you feel better.
Oh no, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
How was your graduation?
Nothing. Oh, how's it? Preschool graduation. Yeah. No, it was great. It was great. Somebody and Tom M, buddy out of Aspen. Congrats. Was that graduation party? We were talking. He says I just got funded with Topstep at a graduation party. Yeah, NASDAQ trader.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, jab. Are you having fun this morning? Yes. 70% out of the gate. Wow.
It's a standard deviation right there. The bell curve, 70%.
So we have 68, 668.
For better or for worse, I'm gonna long crude oil.
I was gonna say now crude ripping off that low.
Holy cow! Yeah, you got a failed auction now.
Yep.
Yep. So 75.05 is my entry.
A little preemptive, but
push it. It's a big range, so if this is going to run, it's just going to run, and then I'm going to be late to the party. So I would actually rather get stopped out trying this than completely miss like a 100-tick move.
Very nice. Yeah.
And again, it might not work because I'm front running it. I'm using the size of the initial balance, which is pretty massive, and the fact that we've gone below 75, then went back inside the initial balance. So I'm effectively just front running a failed auction potential trade.
Where's your risk?
It's just 35 ticks. So 74.69, 74.70.
Okay.
I would like to buy this phone back. Let's see it go.
Oh man, that looks good.
Where?
Just D's.
Wow. This thing's pulling back. Now it's falling out. 16 or 18 NASDAQ 18657. Let's help out those audio folks. We have now on the website. I think it's on the website. You can listen to this audio only. So Johnny and I and everybody in here will be quoting prices better than we ever have been. Yes, prices.
Yep.
We got nearly
I've been working
6,000 wonderful people watching. And if you can, hit that like button, hit that thumbs up button under our stream. And if you are new here, please don't forget to subscribe. Lots of good things coming out of Top Step.
Eddie?
It's good to see every asset class trading like a meme stock, just like GME.
Yep.
Got kind of morning.
Hey, it's better than nothing moving, right?
Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say
It's better than
like
nothing
last
moving,
week when nothing was happening in the open.
So at least, Nick, now your friends can't make fun of you that you killed volatility, because here it is.
You're right.
You read volatility.
Not only in equity futures, but everything is being whipsawed today.
Yeah.
It's one of those like, are you not entertained?
Yes, right.
Yeah. Mm.
That 750 short would have been nice.
I can't get you to move. 750 short would have been awesome, Nick. Would have been awesome.
How many times have I gotten run over in my life by an open on NQ like that, where it keeps going another % up? So it's just, if you take a stop, you kind of just, you're not seeing like a down tick almost. It's just like, no, I'm going to wait.
Well, we just be patient. Something will come to us.
Mm-hmm.
What about our funded traders in the chat? Anybody have any levels to look at? Any ideas for a nice opportunity for the house account? Always looking for good ideas. Thank you, Carl Hungus. Always entertained.
Yes, Carl's memes are pretty legendary at this point.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, ES is still sitting around this 5,300, kind of struggling.
Guys in the chat, you can't give us levels that are 200 points away from where we're trading.
Oh yeah, that's not going to work.
They'll be good though.
We've got those too.
Yeah, so it's like, I could find a new one. I just am looking for something closer to the price action right now.
Yeah.
I would buy NASDAQ at 10,000. Just saying.
I might sell it at 20,000 too, just maybe.
Yeah. That's the market I'm making. Well, if things are slowed down here, we got a little bit of news we can get through really quick, because Michael, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on in your favorite 401k stock. But first, we do have a post from Brett Steenbarger himself that I found interesting about trading psychology. There's nothing so terrible as activity without insight. This hit me. This hit me hard. So many of us are just doing things to do things without learning from them. I think this applies to trading and everything. Brett's a great follow. I think he's coming back on at some point soon, so check it out. And now to the main event. For those of you watching Reddit last night at around 8 p.m. Central, I'm going to say it because this is news. Deep fucking value is back. For those of you that don't know, that is Roaring Kitty's Reddit name that has not posted in 3 years and posted this update, which I have to say is extremely confusing.
I'm pretty sure he dunked on everyone as soon as his gag order was lifted, obviously, and he's now doing it again. But that's just my perspective.
Really quickly, guys, does he have $210 million?
I think he made it in the first run up 2 weeks ago on like a $5 million option position.
Jeez.
And he sold, and now he's doing it again. I think he literally is just dunking on everyone and is doing this and has no motivation outside of his own pocket. But that's just me.
There are a couple of options here, so we'll
someone did the
get
math
into it. Yeah, there's been a lot of math. So this position is not possible if he had just been holding. To acquire this much, it seems like something's afoot. Also interesting, I saw, if you go to the next one that's titled 5% here, it's very interesting to some people that if you do the math on the amount of shares there, those 17 million shares would equal 4.8% of the outstanding float, which is just under the SEC threshold of 5%. Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know. With all of this, it seems that you ought to be pretty careful. This is the casino at this point, and I don't think you can trust necessarily who's on your side. There's been some rumors that maybe these accounts have been sold, social media accounts.
Yep.
If you go to the next one, James, it kind of explained kind of what Nick was saying, is that it seems like, where did this money come from? And I won't read all of this right now, but it seems the only place it could come from is if whoever this is, whether it's him or not, has been selling on the initial pumps, converting the options positions, and then trying to do it again now. I will be very interested to see what happens if there's an other post of positions, because this morning, traded a lot 40 and now it's back down to 30. Seems like a great place to exit your June 21st options if you have $65 million worth, but time will tell. A lot of money going around. So I don't know. MP, still diamond hands?
Diamond hands. I'm going to show everybody how I'm going to show everybody how this strategy plays out. Diamond hands is so dumb because there's no exit, and the hardest thing about trading is knowing when to get out or where to get out. So Diamond Hands Mike right now is just going to prove it to you guys that the Diamond Hands strategy is either great or horrible. Right now I've been sitting on a loss since the moment I put it on, and that was my little hype that I wanted to do. I think the Barstool folks got into it as well, and then everybody hyped it. I thought there was going to be more of a run-up. I was in the money. I got 47s. It went all the way up to 60 or something like that. I had 10 points into it. So I was like instantly up like $8,000 on it. So I was like, whoa. And then I put, 30 grand into it, 40. But yeah, not 500 like Dave Portnoy did on the hype. And I think he got into like whatever. But I don't know. I think the diamond hand strategy is always talked about. I just don't get it, because unless you're like, don't care about the money, you're locking up a lot of money, or if a little money, or any of your discretionary money for quite some time.
How did this guy do this? I mean, it's absolutely crazy how social media, and Michael, you're on social media now. Why don't we set something up like this?
He already has like this big like believer system behind him, I believe. He already has this cult following. Jack, would you know? Who knows?
I think it's a once in a lifetime. Like, what he did is, regardless of what he's doing at this point, it is incredible. Like, this is crazy. But yeah, I don't know if someone else could do it. But if you can, let me know early.
Right?
Oh yeah. Nancy Pelosi style.
There was a lot of comments in the chat that, like, if this person did sell all these this morning, then they will have a higher net worth than Nancy Pelosi, the two greatest traders of our generation.
Of course, right? Maybe I need to get on social media. I'm so not on social media, but it seems like I'm missing a lot.
Yeah, right. You're fine, Hoag. You're not missing much.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you could check in with your kids, which they probably are glad you're not on there.
Yeah, I tried to follow them on Instagram. They denied me. I'm just kidding. No, I get a text from my daughter's boyfriend this morning, and he trades on Robinhood, and he actually does pretty good. But he texted me this morning about this whole GameStop thing.
You gonna give him father-in-law wisdom?
As soon as they're engaged.
Okay, so we got a pullback. Are you guys liking the pullback, Jack? Real quick, are you guys liking this pullback at all in the Nasdaq, or is just rounding off?
I was looking to potentially get short again in the 7s, and we kind of went to 704. I was looking for more like 710. Didn't get there.
710. Yeah. Okay. Got it. 707s. Okay, Jack, go ahead.
No, I was going to say is with Andre out, we'll have to rely on Hoag's daughter's boyfriend as opposed to Andre's wife's boyfriend from the chat. So
he's a good guy. I like him a lot. He's good.
Andre, yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, Andre too.
There was a lot of folks short down here in the 70s, 18,670. Right now it's 50-50. Micros and minis and all that, and the NASDAQ and S&P. Big time shorts down there. And that's where we pivoted. And we ran all the way up to 707s, 670s, 660s, 653s. It was trading all around there. It was heavy shorts.
The session view app seems really centered as far as price is concerned. And Anne-Marie was talking about it, very wiki, very just kind of no direction. And when it just kind of spans both sides of the of that session view app, it just seems like today is going to be pretty quiet, right? I mean, pretty range bound, at least for now. I think your opportunities are probably better in crude oil, maybe even gold, although gold is inside the range and value from Friday. So I don't know. This seems like I'm kind of just choppy a little bit. S&Ps came all the way back up to the opening range, couldn't take it out. Negative delta 1400. I'm just trying to think my way through something to look at here, and all my levels are really kind of further away. I was hoping to see a decent move here. We still haven't closed the session gap in the NASDAQ. We're just kind of hanging around VWAP.
Johnny, where's the session gap?
Session gap closes at 18,631. 18,631. Now we've closed the gap in the S&Ps. The session gap was 52.99 half, and the settlement gap, which also closed, was 52.95 half.
52.
So 95 half, right? Pretty much the overnight low and the session low, pretty much even.
Are you liking any shorts up here in the even 700s, 18,700s, Deanna, Nick, those in chat? How about this? Those in chat while we're doing this, do we stay below the 18,700s or for the rest of the day? Or let's call it the rest of the day. Or are we above 18,700s? How about this? Do we end the day?
Only area that I had was where it basically turned. So I had the average day range high at 760.
Okay.
So that's what I was looking at, and I just missed it. So that would be playing the range. So that would be a retest of that for short. Mm-hmm. And then 563 for a long. So those are my two levels on NASDAQ.
All right, we're right here at the 700s, 18,700s. Nick, you like your shorts from the 710 still, or are we going to move that up?
Yeah, potentially moving it up. I'm just kind of watching right now. I'm also watching what NVIDIA is doing because it might be bidding off 1,130. So, I mean, it's been a pretty tight range for that stock with how it's been moving the last few weeks. Basically just a 10-point, 30-minute opening range. So kind of just watching and waiting.
We have something exciting coming up here very shortly. Call your trading buddies. Tell them to get into TopstepTV. We got some big news coming up here shortly. So make sure you have yourself and all your buddies here. I was looking at 714, 716. There's a 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart and the anchored VWAP off the all-time high right there. That was a nice little spot. See if we get another shot at it.
I'm down 350 on crude oil, but I want to try this again just from a better location.
Better
so
trade.
I'm just waiting for it to turn around.
See if we get the, wait till the half-hour change.
Yeah.
Tens. Man, this is just a chop. Who's we don't need a poll on this one. Who's reading this well? Anybody in here up over $5,000? Let's go that.
Nope.
Anybody up over $5,000?
Good question.
Me, Hummer, nice.
Billy
Bob, nice. Insider trader, of course you're up $5,000. Expect nothing less from an insider trader. No. Just if you're up. If you're up. 3,600 alpha. Hell yeah. $7,000. Robert Rojas.
Wow.
Okay. We got 1100s. Wait till 10:30. What are we waiting for? Okay. 2,000 scalping. 1,600 ACF. Mr. Chris B says me. Right. Man, you guys are doing awesome. All right, cool. There's my motivation for the day right there, Johnny. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm down. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of trading, but seeing others inspires me that somebody's reading this day in markets well.
John Jones says
I got
he's
a
up 50 Cicero clams.
50 Cicero clams. That's $50 in Cicero, Illinois. We got some more impressive trader stats if you're interested, guys. We got some hot streaks real quick.
Awesome.
Chat's never down. Hey, Jack, you see that? JD goes, sorry, the other JD in chat goes, the chat is never down. This is our most profitable hedge fund ever created.
That's right.
Chat always comes out a winner. All right, James, let's hit those hot streaks real quick. And then we got a big announcement coming out. All right, hot streaks. Vince, Bo, and Chang all extended their streaks for another day. We've got two newcomers on the list today, Kevin and Peter, both trading in 150K XFAs. I took a look at Peter's trade report. Pretty interesting. He's trading in 6 different markets: NASDAQ, Micro NASDAQ, Gold, Micro Gold, S&P, and Micro S&P, averaging just about $700 a day. Nice heater for Peter going on there. And then we have our live funded trader P&Ls from Friday.
All right.
1 second. There they are.
There we go.
Thank you, James. Number 2 on the list, the old house account. Nicely done on Friday, gentlemen. Brian P had a nice day trading the ES. Everyone else on the list trading NASDAQ.
Hey guys, all around. So the house account, just so everybody knows, we do that in front of everybody. I don't know, we have thousands of people here right now. We do this in front of everybody. That's what we're looking for, trades right now. We've been on the leaderboard quite a bit. But the great thing about this is you'll be able to see these trades in action. Fade it if you want to fade it. We are big fans of either going with us or fading us, because guess what? When we get long, somebody's getting short. When we get short, somebody's getting long. So no matter what in life, in the trading world, especially futures, you're getting faded or they're getting out or whatever. You get the point. You get the point. So that being said, the house account can give you a little bit of, ideas, thoughts, whether you like them, don't like them, gets the wheels turning. You get to hear the thoughts and opinions of some of the other trusted folks here at TopStep, live funded traders here at TopStep that we're trying to bring in. We try to get something today, but as you can tell, we haven't got anything. But Brian traded well, but you won't be able to see Brian as he trades in and out, but you will the house account. That's the benefit here of us doing the house account. And also, we'll talk about Brian. We'll talk about Mark. We'll talk about Miguel. We'll talk about some of these folks. And then Nick Vertick will come on here, and Deanna would come on here, and Dakota and Rips. And you get other folks on here talking about what they're seeing, what they're doing. So the point of the story is you could be a fly on the wall. You could participate. You could take a trade, you can fade a trade. But hopefully here at Topstep TV, you're getting some value out of this. The house account's been on the live leaderboard. Yesterday's best a few times in the last, JD? Couple weeks? At least 3 times? Maybe? Ooh, crickets. Maybe not.
Yes, it has.
It has. Okay.
Yes, it has.
MP
It's been
710
up there a few times.
710 would have worked again. I know. I was thinking about that.
I don't have good conviction today. We've just kind of been whipsawed. I've had a few good reads, but it's just been tough because I've yet to see sellers really push outside of that big flush down off 750. It's just hard to want to take a short. It's still we're just kind of basing here.
Are you up or down? Because the fact, it's choppy. If I had more patience, I wouldn't be down $1,500. I know that.
I'm in the same boat. I'm down 175 in my live, and my broker's made a little money today on a couple of scratches.
That's a one lot for 8 handles, 8 points.
It's a scratch.
The scratch.
It's a scratch.
2 scratches.
I call those scratch days. Yeah. Anything under $500, like minus $500, I'll consider roughly a scratch. I mean, you're getting after $500. You're like, no, that's a losing day.
We talked about this earlier. After the move Friday and kind of the whipsaw, and we had PMI this morning, it still seems like the market's kind of trying to make a decision, and we haven't made that decision yet. So there'll be a move probably today, or we may just balance. But there's been nothing outside of, unless you caught the 750 short, nothing that was a very high conviction trade to the short side, at least.
All right, I think it's time for the announcement. You see I got my lights going. I got my lights going here.
Here we go again. I demand more. I want it, I need it, and I'm gonna have it.
Well, guess what, folks? Yes, you wanted it. You asked for it. Topstep X mobile friendly. Today we are announcing Topstep X for the mobile. Some of you have guessed correctly, and I pat you on the butt nicely. Topstep X is now mobile friendly. Get up, allowing you to access your accounts and manage your trades effortlessly with any smartphone or tablet. All you got to do, check this out, get a little closer. Okay, open your web browser, type in TopstepX.com, TopstepX.com, and get started anywhere using the mobile trading strategy in your daily routines and manage positions with precision on the go. Like I said, if you're at Starbucks and you're just sitting there, this is where you can check your accounts, you can do your trading. We're going to show you how easy it is. And we've got Gabe up here going to be playing a Topstep X tutorial from his smartphone. And do we have Gabe ready to go?
We do indeed.
All right, Gabe, what do you got for us, buddy?
All righty. So just got a couple quick little things for you to share. The first one, James, if you want to load it up, is going to be how to add a shortcut to your home screen. So I've got a little screen recording of my phone, pulled up Safari. Just going to type in TopstepX.com real quick here. All you're going to do is hit the little bottom center button to bring up the menu, and you're going to go ahead and click on Add to Home Screen. I left the defaults the way it is, and I just hit Add, and there you go. You have the Topstep X logo. And when you open it up directly from the home screen, what I do like is that it removes the URL bar from below.
Oh, yes, it does.
Just like MP does. And that's it.
There it is. It has the Prime Boardwalk, Monopoly Street, or whatever. What's the other one? Boardwalk, and what's the other one? Park Place?
Park Place.
Park Place. Or Monopoly Street.
Real estate. Look at that. Right next to my Slack. Right next to Aspen's app. Right next to CNBC. Right next to a couple ski apps. Right there.
Very exciting.
Thank you, Gabe, and thank you, Michael.
If you want to see, you know what I really like? Is how well the dome moves. I mean, I don't know if you can see it that great, but look. That's pretty damn crystal moving clear. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Well, hold on, it's off the screen. Go figure. It will be off your screen quite a bit, the NASDAQ. It's off my screen
It's
again.
already off.
It's already off. Every time I go to
There you
center,
go. There you
it's
go.
already off. So you can use your iPad. You can use your tablets. It should size up everything to it. As you can tell, there's no browser here too. So people are like, well, I want the native app. Well, the native app, you'll be always out of date, like almost every week, because we're updating they're updating this every week. Like it literally gets updated.
So how do you get it? So how do you get it on the phone? Because it's not just
go to TopstepX, TopstepX.com.
Okay. Yeah.
And then every day that you come in there, it should, like any new thing that we add to it, like you can track your, well, we got a little sell-off happening. You can track your trades on your chart now. So anybody who's trading, you can see your trades on your chart on TopstepX. Go to settings, then go to chart and data right here. Chart executions, just show them. Boom. I'm going to get back in the markets.
I got it on my crazy Galaxy.
Just in the web browser, just type in TopstepX.com. You're not going to find it in the apps. This is Topstep mobile friendly.
That's awesome, because I'm actually going to see my mom tomorrow, and I'm traveling. And usually I'm like, oh God, I probably shouldn't trade because, I'm going to be in planes and stuff. And there's in-flight Wi-Fi, but I always shy away from, doing any kind of trading because mobiles are just, but this might help to just, kick off a quick trade and then check it as I'm going. It's only a 3-hour flight. It's not like I'm going to be stuck there forever. So that's cool. That's great timing.
Oh yeah. We knew you were going, Deanna, and we said, hey, why not? Let's just have it done by the time she gets on the airplane.
That's how much we love you.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Deanna.
One of my
school buddies,
we
like
just
posted the link.
What's up, Nick?
I was gonna say, one of my skiing buddies is fired up. I just texted him saying the mobile UI is live, and he's a big fan of chairlift trading, much like probably yourself.
Okay.
So
yes,
he's about to have a lot of fun in Utah.
Well, I've never made money on chairlift trading, but I've definitely I like to manage my position. I like to manage my position from it if I have a position, but I'm not supposed to, when I'm on a chair, I'm not supposed to be looking at my phone. That's kind of my therapist. When I go to the mountain, I listen to the mountain only. So try to do that. But yeah, you can, there's a couple ski apps that I had on there as well that he might like. Open Snow and Slopes. Slopes is awesome. Tracks your all over. But yeah, he's going out to Utah now, probably, right?
No, he lives there. He's just one of those local guys, kind of like you, that, as the season gets late and the tourists have kind of left, he's just like going at 3:00 in the afternoon when nobody's on the mountain, like right after the market closes. He's trading earnings on ski lifts.
Oh God. Without stops.
I don't know what he's doing. I'll let him do his thing. He makes money.
Well, good.
So I'd like to kind of go over some of the kind of questions that some people are probably having about the mobile Topstep X. It is not an app. Okay, you're going to have to use a link to your browser, and we just showed you how to put it on your home page, so you can just pop on it, pop in your logins, and get right to it. Most of the features that are available on Topstep X are on the mobile, and we're going to be continuing to release more features as soon as they are ready. Topstep, we move pretty quick. There's a lot more that's going to be coming for you in that mobile device. Which mobile devices and browsers are supported? Compatible with all modern smartphones, tablets, and is accessible on all the web browsers, including Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and Edge. One second here. All right. So, is it secure to trade on Topstep X from my mobile device? Well, Topstep X is taking full security measures to protect your data and your trades, whether you're accessing the platform on Topstep or a mobile device. Of course, your security is always going to be very important to us. Are we planning on adding any more products? Right now, Topstep X offers the full Topstep product list. If we add more products, they will be included. Let's see here. Yes, you can trade using bracket orders on TopStep X, of course. You can download trades from your mobile. I'm sure that we're going to, I'm sure, have some more information and videos on how to do that. You cannot see tilt on TopStep X just yet. You are able to track your trades. You'll be able to see your trades right on the chart. You can trade on the chart or the dome on TopStep X. That's just some of the questions that we thought people might have, and hopefully that's going to help you if you answer any of your questions, if that's possible.
We also can chart. I think they can do chart display in dollars, ticks, and percents. Dollars, ticks, and percents. So if you put a position on and you have a simple bracket order, you can see it in dollar, ticks, or percentage.
Okay. The one thing that is not on there yet is the agricultural products, and we're getting some questions on how to get it onto your homepage again. We can certainly show that again. Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
No, I think the homepage one's pretty quick. Markets aren't doing anything, guys. I put it on mine. You just got to right click that little circle, whatever. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so they're going to show you again. Be careful showing your Google.
I know. You're going to see your history there.
Never know. Never know.
Yeah, I made sure to verify my history, but it was pretty clean before I recorded this.
To explore everybody's history. They always say to explore, you learn the most by exploring people's trash. Maybe that's your history. I don't know. They do, like the CIA. You can learn a bunch by scrounging through people's trash.
Yeah, they do.
About their habits.
So ES was able to break the initial balance low. NQ came up a little bit short.
So we do now possibly have a failed downside auction in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell me more, John. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Well, here it is. If you want to go on my chart here. So the initial balance was relatively small in the S&Ps. Okay, the high of the range today, 53.13 quarter. The low of the initial balance, 52.95. The market looked below the initial balance and then came back inside the initial balance. The current day session low is 52.9275. So when the market put in that low and came back inside the low of the initial balance, which is again 52.95 even, that leaves a potential failed auction to the downside. Now, we don't know for sure that is going to remain a failed auction until the market opens the next 30-minute bar back above the low of the initial balance, which again is 52.95 even. But there is that potential. This would be a preemptive opportunity to look for a long. But we're gonna wait, and we're gonna see if we can leave this little tail here and bring price back into the close of the next 30-minute bar inside the initial balance for a potential move to the upside.
Yeah, let's see if we flushed a 630 on NQ here. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Still inside the initial balance in the NQ right now.
Mm-hmm. And I say 630 because it's 631 is Friday's previous day high. So let's see if it will take it out or at least tag it and bounce back up, close that gap.
Close the session gap. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm floating around down all day. I was down 1,800, 2,000 my high water mark, low water mark. Now I'm down $600. Just not getting anything here. This is one of those that I will use the lockout button on TopStep X, manual lockout to lock myself out. I did it last week, down all day, and then I'd had a good trade, and I was up $170. I did lock it up. I kind of like using the lockout feature. And guys, this lockout feature keeps you, allows you to see the markets, watch the markets, but you're not able to enter a trade. That's very, very good for some, especially like me that overtrade. We're making new lows. So here's your 40s. Hey, what do we have down here in the 630s? 18,630.
630.
We had somebody talking about.
That was Friday's high,
right?
Yeah. And the NASDAQ Friday's high.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 631.75, I believe, technically.
I got 668s. Why do I have 668s, Johnny, on daily levels? Okay, I'll ask. JD, if you're looking at levels, 668 is where it says Friday's high. Maybe I got that wrong. All right, 630 what? Right at 630s?
631.50 is the Friday high.
Regular trading hour high. 31.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
regular
664, Michael, was 664 was the extended trading hour session high from Friday.
Got it. All right, so thank you guys. Thank you, chat, for also helping out with that one. On our lows. John, you said it fills the gap. Where?
Gap fills to 31, approximately.
Okay, let's keep those. Those are all check boxes. So keep collecting that. So we got 30s and we got 31s, right?
Nick was looking at
Deanna,
30s just
like
as the gap close.
Yeah, more so to watch
Deanna?
for a reaction. I mean, sellers are having trouble kind of, I guess, pushing us below that. And then, I mean, it would still be a cheap long, probably, between the 620s, 615. It would kind of be your stop if you were looking to long an excess push below 631. Doing this in real time. Let's see.
We've got
Here comes
12
the
minutes
flush.
to the next.
There it is.
All right. Gap close.
Yep. And now let's see if there's
See if we reject
buyers
it.
stepping in. Nope.
25s.
Yeah.
$25s. No, you don't.
Man, talk about fumbling a couple of just not taking the trade entries.
Happens to the best.
Lots of shorts right here.
And I think we talked about this like right as we were opening, but clearly there is still some larger seller in equities has been selling into strength, and that trend seems to continue like we have for the last week. We got a little push up and they sold into it, kept reoffering and pushed us back down. So just something to continue to watch this whole week is when are we back to kind of a mentality of we're selling these rips versus continuing to buy them.
Yeah, I'm long right now. I don't like this long. It went through the 30s, went through the 20s. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, and Nick, that pop on Friday in the S&Ps was 100% short covering. Well, I don't know 100%, but we lost about 39,000 in open interest on Friday. So that was probably a lot of short covering off that low. And short covering
and probably some what would you call the whatever end of month
Rebalancing.
reconciliation or balancing.
Yeah.
Probably some 401k buying for all of us, buying near all-time highs with your 401k. Who doesn't love seeing that every beginning or end of the month? But yeah, I think we talked about this, but just a perfect recipe for that type of move to happen, given the short covering, the options activity, the passive buying flows, and just everything else.
That short covering of 39,000 contracts takes buying power away from the market.
Let's see. MP, you went
that's
long.
how you do it. Yeah, dude, I'm down for a gram. I'm about ready to. I've been on and off and on and off and on and off and actually no, off and off and off and off and then catch one. And now, all right, guys, that's how you don't do it. It gives back Thursday and Friday last week. Well, Wednesday, Thursday,
still going.
You think you were a little, aggressive considering the kind of market that we're
a bit aggressive
in? To this point,
yeah, I've been not patient. I've been aggressive, and I'm going to probably say something about blaming the markets, which you got to stay focused on myself first. So, needless to say,
don't pull a Kathy Woods.
What's that? Just hang on to it for dear life.
Blaming the market.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
You can always pen a letter to the CEO of SPY, Jerome Powell, like she did.
Yeah, that's what I was referred to. That was pretty good.
Kathy. Sold the bottom of NVIDIA. Something else too. She sold the bottom of.
Is she still holding on to Roku? Because I'm about ready to toss those remotes out the window. The batteries go out of those things so quickly, and the new Samsung TVs have all the same type of thing. The remote, what is the benefit of Roku?
That's a great question. I don't know. I've been we all use iPhones, stuff like that. Apple not innovating, but they are still miles ahead of everybody as far as the UI and processing speed for the Apple TV, like the actual box. Like I've had a bunch of those for years, and I actually love them. But it never lags, it never is delayed. I think it is if you're looking at streaming or if you don't have cable like I don't, and you just do everything through streaming. That's what I use and love. So I don't know. I agree with you, MP. I don't know who's just buying Rokus at this point. Plus, everyone has a smart TV, as someone has pointed out in the chat. So you really don't even need the units anymore.
Yeah, we exactly. just hit the settlement gap in the NASDAQ. Just traded back to settlement.
Man, oh man.
Still looking.
I am a scratch on the day, but I fumbled this first hour of the trading session. I was in the camp of MP, just not being patient in the couple trades I was in, and then kind of jumping in a little too early in one of the other scratches.
Yep.
So nuances. Opening range, the dead ass high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, in the Dow. NASDAQ looked above a couple of times up to that 200 session moving average in the VWAP off the all-time high. Just kind of thinking things through here. Deanna, how are you? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do a failed auction in RBOB. So we'll see how that goes.
We have Dakota in the room. He said he's long crude now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like crude oil because it went below the initial balance. RBOB actually looks a little bit bullish.
Someone in the chat was asking why that I nailed the 710 short, but my reasoning behind it was we had that initial flush off 750. we kind of build, and then we failed to get kind of back above that, 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute opening range, which was basically that 710 level. And we sold off right from it. So you kind of saw a little bit of a rebid or reoffer back in that kind of initial print of the open, and then we sold right off from it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my logic, at least looking there, is like you were seeing that rebid off of that general area right here, but we didn't get it.
All right.
Justin Davis. Justin, you want us to reduce the 5 days of $200 or more? Thing about that is that's $1,000. You need a cushion, my friend. You need a cushion in your account before you start taking payouts. Everybody's like, hey, take a payout the very first day. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever do that in your trading account? Take a payout the very first day. Like, whoa, go ahead.
I've used the gambit of props in this space and gotten payouts from a lot of them. It's a very fair policy, and it actually does protect you, and it actually allows you to kind of get some skin in the game and feel like you're not going to blow the account or go to zero the second you take a payout. I think you've talked about it, even the ChatGPT thing. There's not a more transparent and simplistic way to do it. If you know, we're talking 10 points on one NQ contract or 10 micros. Like it's not that difficult if you are kind of continuing to grow. I would say your trading skill and things like that. Like that's a good target. Even if you're trading pretty small, I think it's very attainable. And if you're looking to shorten it, you're talking now. You're looking to just YOLO and get a good winning windfall type day and then get out more or less. You're not really building good habits that way.
Yep. And you know, right out of the gate, the max you can take out is 50% of your balance. Why don't you give us 100%? Because I don't want you cycling back to the combine. How about that? And I want you to build up your account. How about that? And I want you to have a cushion. How about that? And all that kind of stuff. We've done this for 14 years. The best position we could put people in these certain things that we do, because we're like, well, you know, this person takes money out right away and then they blow up their account. Why are they back in the combine? They're a good trader. Well, they blew up their account. Well, what happened? Well, they took all their money out and they or pretty much everything but $100. And then next thing you know, they had one cold day. And we're like, well, that doesn't help them. So we've always worked on these type of things and how to, because you got to have, besides risk management to get you to where you're going, you're also going to have account management. Account management is another layer of the game. It's where you pay yourself. Nobody just like, and Dakota's going to start doing this, showing you guys how to pay yourself after you build a cushion. And there's so much to be taught here in account management, because the goal here is to make money at trading, not just to trade for the sake of trading.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to put that money in your pocket. So 5 days, they don't have to be consecutive. Just put up a $200 day. If you say that's a lot of money, then I'm going to say to you, you passed the trading combine, so you clearly did it. Quit it. Get back your head straight and focus on great trading and build up that account. And then take payouts. Take payouts, take payouts, take payouts, take payouts. You got to pay yourself. Fruits of your labor, all that kind of stuff. However you want to. That's a whole different facet of the game. Whole different facet.
We are approaching that, getting close to that 5270 half base of the late spike. It is also lining up nicely with the VWAP anchored at Friday's low, coming in right at that same level. It's also the 100-session moving average on the 30-minute chart right in that neighborhood. I know it seems kind of crazy to be looking for longs, but it might be worth a bounce there. I don't know what you guys think of that. So like 5270.
5270. Yeah, I have the average session low at 5271 3/4.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm game to try that.
Nick.
Sorry, I was watching the low here on NQ. Where are we longing from?
Well, we're looking at the S&Ps at the base of the late spike at 5270 half. Then there's the anchored VWAP off the low from Friday coming in at the same area. We've got the 100-session moving average on the 30-minute chart coming in just below that, and we've got Vienna's session low right in that area as well. Does that look like something that you might be thinking about for a long?
Yeah, and we are coming into a longer time frame low volume node there. I guess the bottom of that would be around 72. So yeah, I think there's, in that kind of 78 range, like there was nothing wrong with trying to long there. I'm seeing some absorption there, not a ton, but you're seeing some negative delta start to build between 79 and 78. So yeah, cheap long, and I think you've got if it flushes, it's going to 72, but it kind of comes down to, hey, we've rotated pretty much back into Friday's range, or no, not quite on ES. I'm thinking of NQ. Let's see. Yeah, I think off that like 77, 78 level, there's nothing wrong with trying to long there.
Well, we're talking about getting that flush down to 72 to the 70 area for the long down there.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, because then you'd be back basically to the top of Friday's range prior to obviously all this this chaotic move that we have into the close. So yeah, my only I guess concern would be that if you undo that entire move Friday and we're back into that balance, do we kind of fall into the 60s and then just continue to balance where majority of Friday's volume kind of was off the open and Thursday's volume? So that would be my only fear, but it's probably worth a shot if we're going to say this is us accepting higher prices again.
Right. And the base of the late spike is right in that area too. That's 52.70 half. And there's a lot of confluence there with some other things. If we were to hold there, that would be kind of rejection of the range from Friday. That just looks like an interesting opportunity. I'm not sure if I like the idea of looking for longs as the market is tumbling like this, but it could be good for a bounce. What would our risk be, D, Nick?
I usually like to use pretty wide stops. Anything from about 7 to 9.5 handles is what I use. Just depends where we would enter. Yeah.
Michael, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking patience for me is good on a personal, but on the house account, I like where you guys are thinking. I definitely think the house account has been patient, and we've been scoping things out. So what are you collectively seeing, and do we have check boxes?
Well, I mean, there's the base of the late spike, the 52.70 half. If you take a look at my charts here, we've got the base of the late spike. We've got the anchored VWAP off the low of the day on Friday. That's the recent low. So we've got an anchored VWAP off of that comes in right about that same level. It's currently 71.25. Then we've got the 100 session moving average coming in at 68.75 approximately. Yeah. We've got D's session range, daily range, D?
Average session range.
Average session range, just short of that at 71, right? So there's a whole bunch of kind of non-related areas that say that this might be kind of a good level. What we're trying to do is trying to assume the risk. Where does it prove wrong?
Yeah.
I almost feel like we would be better off letting price get through the anchored VWAP from Friday's low, coming back above it, using whatever that low is for risk, and looking for the long when it gets back above that level.
Yeah, I was going to say this is one where you're fading. I mean, this is where fading, I guess, downside moves to teach bad habits, because those dip buyers always can come in at any time, versus like you were kind of describing, Hoag, which is, I guess, waiting for the buyers to actually show the initiative and start building us back into the range and then joining along with them from there. I just think, you usually you don't try to fade a trend up, but as we kind of sell off to the downside, it's the same principle to me, which is like, I never want to be the first person to catch the knife.
Right.
Even though a lot of the time I'm rewarded for my bad behavior when I have done it. This is more of an interesting spot because we are kind of coming into like a 2-day, area of balance a little bit lower. That's my only concern about trying to long this in the low 70s is, I mean, we could just continue to waterfall here.
Yeah,
But we
this is
are
why I like
seeing
to use
actually
price action before getting involved. So maybe we can drop down to a 5-minute
exactly.
chart and wait. If it turns, that will be our trigger. If it doesn't turn, no action.
But Hoag, I am seeing another bit of absorption here, about a 2,000 negative delta here on the lows, but we're still making new lows.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it's like, yeah, I don't want to be the first person to try to catch this if those guys that are trying to absorb are about to get run over here.
Yeah, we got.
Plus, we have there's 300 at 75. Let's see, anything lower?
300 at 75 on the bid.
On the bid, yeah.
No, nothing that large outside of this little fan of liquidity down to 70s. You got a 300 to 200. But I am seeing, so the largest gamma strike is back at, no surprise, 52.50, where we pretty much ripped to on Friday. So us kind of reverting back to it again today makes a lot of sense, which is roughly 13 points lower than we are right now. So there's a chance that would be a safe long if we were looking 260 even, 250-ish. So that'd be 260, 263 roughly on ES.
263. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, it looks like about a 13, 14 point spread between SPX and ES today.
So here's where I would be kind of thinking, if we were to have the market come below that VWAP, maybe even test to the 100 session moving average and then come back above it. If we were to take that long, I think we could probably count on risk being below the volume value high on Friday, which is 64.75. So, I mean, that makes it kind of a low risk, but the market could come all the way down there, check that, and then come back up. I don't know. We'll see. Let's keep an eye on this and see if it looks like this is something that we're going to want to take in the moment. I mean, one of my main hypotheses for the S&Ps this morning was to come down and test the base of the late spike. That's that 52.70 half. Now we're seeing unrelated studies saying that, hey, that looks interesting. So we'll keep an eye and see if we get an opportunity down there. Let's take a look through some of the other markets now. Crude oil continuing just to run to the downside.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah.
It's just
no failed auction.
No, and this Head and Shoulders, the target is 73, and it seems like it's on a tear to try and get down there. But there's that area of balance. And we put in low, high, low, high, low, high, low, breakout big. What about gold? Anything going on in gold? We're basically been just inside the range and value from a trend day to the downside on Friday. Not seeing any tremendous opportunities, but
might be a range day in gold. It's kind of going from one side of the range to the other, but with a upside skew.
So if you wanted to get long, though, you are starting to see volume build off these lows in ES and NQ.
All right. Dakota, Jay, what do you guys think? Should we start? Do you think we should start looking for longs in the S&Ps or the NQ? Hamakali says he thinks reversal soon. Reversal bar, yes. Yes. No.
Yeah,
yes.
I have no problem with the long now. I'm seeing positive delta. Like we're starting to flip. Buyers are coming in.
Yeah, it looks like ES is actually going along from the fixed daily range low, which is a slightly different measure. Didn't quite get to the average session low, but NASDAQ came within a tick of its average session low. So that's kind of good enough considering that we had the Asian demand there.
And we'll see a rotation to the 630s again on the NASDAQ. So that would be a good spot. If you logged off these lows, if in the chat, if you were kind of taking that chance, it's a solid place to start peeling off profit, because I think that's probably where we're going here if we can get above 600.
I agree.
And here it goes.
We missed it by that much.
In ES. This is why everything is a zone, and why we can't really, it's not that exact of a science.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why sometimes it might skip over a level, or it might get very close to it, but not quite. We have to take into account that it is Monday. Well, it's just to have a zone rather than just one singular level, and to have several points of contact within a zone.
Scale into a position even.
Yeah, that too. So, one like the way I usually like to do things when I'm trading with sides is to go in with like a core position as almost like a front run of the trade, and then wait for the price action to show me the way, then add some more, and then when it breaks another level, add some more. So that would be the idea behind this.
Yeah, that's a skill I need to get better at, especially if I feel like I can, like if, for example, starting smaller on that like 750 short, and then potentially feeling like I may have caught the trend of the day. Like, how do I keep adding into this? And then you add at the 710 and maybe at 630.
Oh, I'm terrible at adding into a trend.
I'm terrible at that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm terrible at adding into a trend, but adding around a zone, accumulating in a zone, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. But as soon as it kind of goes away, I always feel like, especially some of the products that I trade, they turn around so quickly. So they kind of go one way, then they stop, do a V-shaped reversal. And then if you've added at the wrong time, you're just going to get smacked right across the face. So not only do you have a worse average price, you now don't even have that continued momentum. So for me, if I'm going to accumulate a position, I just do it in a zone of about 30 to 50 ticks, and then I'm done.
DCA, dollar cost average.
Yeah.
It is a thin line between, accumulating an inventory in a zone and putting on a moron trade. But as long as you know your risk, as long as it's planned.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as you know where the stop is and how much you're risking overall, it's not a moron trade. It's a well thought out strategy to get the best average price.
Mm-hmm. We just didn't quite get to where we wanted it to.
Yeah, I would have had a tough time longing that without it kind of tagging 72, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Coach J still likes shorts in the S&Ps, and I understand why.
Yeah, I would have no problem taking, a stab short again, initial balance low, real RTH VWAP, heading back into that 640s to 660 area, most likely if price drifts up, to potentially look for sellers to step back in or continue to reoffer up there. If we are going to kind of trend back towards a reasonable area of Friday's value prior to the move that we had in the close.
Mm-hmm.
But buyers are having a tough time getting over 600 in Q right now. So Jay may not be wrong if they can't get above that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do have single TPOs below the initial balance. I mean, that's a sign right there
of trend day down.
Yeah, it's just where it actually dropped to. The settlement, this average daily and session ranges, it would call for at least a bit of a pullback.
Mm-hmm.
These moves are so fun today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the house account, we're being very, very methodical and patient, looking for the right thing. Because we could have in sitting there looking for trades, you're going to find them. And a lot of those aren't going to be the one that you're waiting for.
Yeah, I know. And that is me today. It's Monday. Why the hell am I trading so much? And then I just dug myself a hole, or for the week, or if you want to say gave back last week. One of the two. I did both. So
well,
human. I am human.
It happens.
I am human.
We are humans.
I've been doing this 20 some years. Not full-time trading in the last like 5 to 6 years. Maybe even longer than that. Well, yeah, over 10 years, because now Topstep took a lot of the time. One thing I had to do in my life was like pretty much from 1997 all the way till 2012 I traded, besides going to school. Stop being human. I know, right?
Is that a Talking Heads Stop Making Sense? It was an album of theirs.
Stop making sense. Is that?
Yeah.
Was that another? Are the buyers? Are you guys feeling the buyers in here in the NASDAQ? Or is this like way up there on the falling knife conversations we had way earlier today, where you were dead right, Nick, with 18,710s. We fell out of bed out of the whole thing, firmed up all the way to 18,652, almost tens. 100 handles lower, we take a pause and a little breather. We're back up here at the 18,600s. So is this where we sit the rest of the day, or is this a dead cat bounce?
I just feel like we didn't get to where we really wanted to execute.
But that could be a bullish sign as well. If you have a level in mind and it never gets reached, that's equally as important as the level getting reached. In fact, I would be more worried about longs if we had just sliced through the session in average daily ranges.
Yeah, what doesn't happen is as important as what does.
Yeah, right. That would be a falling knife in my head.
I mean, we're coming into Euro close, but we're still seeing, I mean, buyers just not really able to get off the mat here, but
yeah, they're not initiating. Yeah,
no, it still feels like any large seller could come in and kind of push us off this further to a new low again. It's just you're just not seeing, when we bounce out of these kind of knives like this, usually you see a little more oomph, if that makes any sense. I'm just not quite seeing it yet.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, I suppose, after such a massive day, can we have another massive day? Like, how probable is that? Because from some of my research, those kind of days back to back are about 2% chance across a pretty large sample size of a couple of years.
Right.
So this is, another reason to kind of maybe err towards the side of an auction fade back wherever until proven otherwise, or to look for VWAP and or initial balance low as a point of selling, maybe like a sell zone in both of these. So either way, it needs to, so obviously they're struggling here. They're not going lower, they're not going higher. So it means that whoever was selling up until now, they've kind of lost steam. It doesn't actually have more legs. So that usually means some sort of a pullback. Now, how big of a pullback, obviously, we don't know that. It's an unknown, and we do have some single prints. So if we start to close out the strong move, single prints, displacement, however you want to call it, then that is the pullback that we are looking for here. And that would be the end. So in ES, I would only be looking for about 9.5 points. So 52.94, I'll be happy with that.
We've got about 600 lots between 87 and 90. No, sorry, about 500 at 88 and then another 300 at 90.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Definitely liquidity higher.
18,605 is what the Nasdaq's. Nasdaq is trading 18,605. Yep.
Which is what you want to see. So if you were looking to get long, I mean, that's a good sign that this may continue kind of rotating back to that 630 level, but I would like to at least see ES fill that liquidity at 90, since there's not a ton on the books outside of that. And these aren't massive like some of the others that we see for 500 lots, 600 lots at times. Like that's on a good non-summer day. That should be pretty much, at any round number, you should see at least 300 at any given time in the day. So,
right.
I mean, it's trying.
Has crude bounced off the level yet? Or didn't we?
No, we made a new lower low, but now it did catch a bit of a bid, but we're still the initial balance. So it caught about a 22 tick bid off the lows. But that's not. It's also slowed down. I mean, the way crude is, it might just keep falling, but there's no real way to limit risk at this point. So it's like.
Well, anybody that's interested in Delta and the S&Ps, it's currently negative 6,900 in the debt in the Nasdaq, down about almost just under 900 right now. So we started the day with a Delta divergence, lot of longs, not able to push price higher. Now we've seen some selling coming in. Obviously, we see Delta negative now. No real divergence. It's convergent with direction, at least for now. We're starting to chew up those single TPOs back to the initial balance.
Yep.
Here it goes.
Pac-Man.
Okay, so we're trading 18,616s, 615s, pushing on the 20s. What are we thinking on this little? I mean, the buyers clearly came in as Nick, you were talking about that down there. When I say down there, 18, probably 570s area. You were talking
570s.
About
that's what I was looking for. I was just hoping to see them build at above 6, and we finally got the little push. So good to see that. But still, for me in that spot, just because I was expecting a flush a little lower, hard for me to have a ton of conviction to want to jump in long, but I could understand why you would take it. Because clearly they were somebody was trying to initiate there. I think Jay says this, but that area obviously mattered to someone somewhere.
Yeah, right.
I like that.
That's true.
Well,
we got
crude on a dead cat bounce here. We got gold continuing to try and push through Friday's range, which was a trend day to the downside. Really just probably going to be range bound in crude. I mean, in gold, but crude just continuing to one time frame lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows in the 30-minute chart. You have a naked point of control down below at 73.62, and then 73 even is weekly kickoff low, which is the measured move from the head and shoulders pattern we've been watching for weeks.
It's 32 ticks away. Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a long road, but eventually it might get there.
Let us see.
I'm starting to reach now because I'm like, all right, we've just been looking at things, and we did find a good level that I think we all agreed on, but we didn't quite get there. We did leave single TPOs. Nick, what do you think of Friday's regular trading or session high for a potential short in the Nasdaq?
What would that be roughly?
It's at 31 level, 631.
Yeah, I still, oh yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, that's where I would imagine potentially, like I said, if you were long off the lows in the 570s, that's where I'd be looking to at least take profit, hold a runner just to see if buyers continue to step in. But with kind of confluence a little higher at initial balance low, and you have the session VWAP and 24-hour VWAP a little bit higher, there's nothing wrong with holding on to it if we continue to see buyers stepping in here. Plus, you got 5 minutes to Euro close. You may get any of that short inventory off the open from our European friends.
Yeah.
They may start covering, so you may get a little oomph from that too. So nothing wrong with holding this, but I would personally, my style trading, probably peel off, take profit around the 30s, and then kind of watch. Maybe it's a reoffer, initial balance low for a short.
Sure. Okay. Just a thought.
I like that idea. Yeah. So I like the shorts around the initial bounce low on both of these. That can be a very nice area to have a continuation short, and especially because we have some overnight VWAPs around those prices as well. So in NASDAQ, initial bounce low is 18644 thereabouts, and ES is 24.5. So those would be my areas for continued short.
To look for shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of those days where you're seeing price action very well, but you're not executing and taking a trade. Right to 628 there, and a little bit sellers kind of reinitiating. So interesting. That was a little earlier than I would have expected. Yeah, that's where it's like, hey, at least it knows I'm on my game. I can at least have a good perspective of what the market's doing, but can't press a button to save my life today.
Well, sometimes those buttons get pretty hard to push.
Not today for me. Trigger happy Mike.
Got to be careful. I'll have to be careful with the new mobile UI and not fat fingering.
Oh God, I know.
Big red and green buttons. That's always I've had daily loss limit days just because it went in my pocket without locking, and oops, I put a trade on and had no idea, and then check back, and then oops, there's a $2,000 to $3,000 loss on accident. It's been there.
Oh God, that's scary. I've never.
I think we've all had
lock your DOM, which is probably what I should do, but then I go back to unlocking it because I do manage stops sometimes or take profits on mobile as I'm doing other things. Like if a trade runs in my favor, 30, 40 points or something, and I'm managing a runner or something, yeah, I may be sliding a take profit up and down on my phone as I'm doing other things, but sometimes it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Yep.
But we didn't even make it to 31. Let's see, we stopped at 28.75.
We're stopping short on everything.
Yep. And we sold off basically 86. Yeah, tough read right now.
Well, best stay patient. And I think we're overall doing a good job of that. I think JD is ready to come in with some XFAs, P&Ls, Friday's top 5 payouts. JD,
Yep.
Are you there?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we've got XFA P&Ls. We do have top 5 payouts from Friday, but we don't have an image ready for it yet. So I'll just talk through it a little bit. All right, first up, those XFA P&Ls from Friday. James, if you could pull that up. There they are.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Jeez.
Always huge numbers coming out of those XFAs.
Man, oh man.
I'm going to butcher this poor guy's name. Aidor, trading gold, NASDAQ, ES, crude oil. Big day. Antonio, trading NASDAQ. Christopher, also trading NASDAQ. Everybody was trading NASDAQ. That's about it. Yeah. 40 grand. 40 grand spread across 4 different markets. Nice day for Aidor.
Boy, that's beautiful.
Yeah, we've also got we have some traders that took some huge payouts Friday also. Again, yeah, we're going to work on getting a graph together for this for the future, but I'm just going to rattle off a few names now. Raphael S. put up took a $49,600 payout on Friday. Donald
Wow.
E, 13,500. Hassan M, 12,900. G, 7,600. And GY, just about $7,000. Huge payouts on Friday. Big month for everybody. Yeah, that's what we like to see. Taking those payouts at the end of the month. Put some coin in your pocket for sure.
That is awesome. That beats my largest payout on a single time by a lot, by about 10 grand, I think. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, it's these are big XFA numbers, guys. Pay yourselves. It's my biggest piece of advice. There's no shame in if you had a huge day trading small, getting that payout number and kind of resetting after you've pulled a little money out. Don't turn a very large XFA day into losing the account in a couple of days because you took off your daily loss limit and went a little wild with 15 lots. Not recommended.
Yeah,
I know people do it, but
we've seen that quite a bit, and I've lived it quite a bit. Sometimes the day after your best trading day tends to be one of your worst.
Yep.
Take some money out, make it real. Make it real.
Hey, we got some time for plugs.
Yes, sir, Eddie.
Why, certainly. All right. Sure. Well, there's been a lot added here at TopStep, and especially with our TopStep X platform. Now, if you can, do we have my charts up here right now? Is that right, James? You got my chart? Okay. One of the first things I want to talk about is our manual lockout. Now, lock in profits, or you can prevent emotional trading by walking away for the day. Sometimes we don't know when to stop, and sometimes when we do stop, we are so deep in the hole, it's ruining our confidence and sabotaging our account. But just want to let you know that we've got up here, you can see here, there we go, right here, this little circle. Put your cursor on it, it says manual lockout. You click on that, it's going to give you an option. By clicking yes, you will be locked out of your trading until the next session, which begins at 5 p.m. Central Time. All right, so if you want to lock yourself out, you click that. If not, you may want to check that again. But remember, it's for both. If you've got a very nice day going on, all right, and you're happy with your profits, lock yourself out. Lock it, rock it, do what you got to do. If you're having a bad day and you just cannot see the market correctly, lock yourself out. Another thing I wanted to point out is this right here. As you can see, these little circles with the X's on them. All right, little circles with the X's as this blue arrow is showing. Now, what these are, they have added what important economic numbers there are. So it's going to remind you as the day goes on, you're going to see these circles and you're going to take a look at them and say, hey, what is this one? What's this one say? All right, this is our PMI. This is our ISM. Okay. So those are going to be on the bottom of each of your charts. Okay. Also, I want to talk about the micro maximum position size now synced. Now, this is according to the total leverage amount of your account. Okay. If you've got the 50K, all right, you can trade 50 micro contract. Now, this is with TopStep X. All right. If you got the 100K, you can trade 100, 150K, you can trade 150 micros. Okay. So keep that in mind. And favorite product list. This is another thing I want to stay on this right quick. Over here, where you see the ESM, I'm looking at the ESM right now. If you wanted to go to gold, okay, just press in GC. Boom, there you go. You got your minis and you got your micros. Let's go with the NQ. What do we got for the NQ? Boom. Oops, let's do this. NQ. Just type in NQ. There you go. You want to do your minis or your micros. Let's go to that, and that's going to kick it in. So that's how you change your contract, right? Real easy. You don't have to keep scrolling down looking for them. So easy navigation for your favorite products. Now, folks, if you like what's going on here at TopStep, which I really hope you do, we all hope you do, please take a moment to review us on Trustpilot. All right, we're going to drop the link here. I've got the link. I'm going to drop it in our chat. If you got a couple moments, please let us know how much you love us. That's the option I'm giving you. Tell us that you love us. We got lots more coming out here. Lots of good things coming from TopStep. So stick around and make sure that you are listening and watching TopStep TV. And I think that is it. Real quick here, I just want to go over one more time here about the question mark. Question mark is going to give us some details on for our tips if you got the TopStep X. All right, there are the tutorials. If you also want to vote something, you got a suggestion or comment, you can create a new post or vote one of these up. Better bracket improvements seems like this is planned. As you can see, this is planned bracket order improvements, and it's got 945 upvotes. Next one here, third-party trading indicators. So these are the top ones that are getting a lot of look at from our tech. Also, I want to make sure that you understand this. We have this, if you don't know what this is, the risk setting. All right, you can set your position risk, profit brackets. All right, my risk is 420, my profit is 420. So either one is hit, and you can change these as you go. Also, you can put in your daily loss limit. Let's say you want to put in $500. Okay, I'm going to put 500. Oops, how did that go 1,000? We did $500. Okay, so I want that, and my also personal daily profit target. I'm usually 500 by 500, and I will save that. So now I've got an indicator that if I lose 500, it's going to let me know. If I make 500, it's going to let me know. Another thing, too, this is where you do your copy trading. All right, copy trading here. Obviously, I'm not doing any, but this is where you can find it. Otherwise, I think that is it, and I hope you enjoy what we are laying out for our traders, because the thing is, you are asking for it, and we are trying our best to fulfill your wishes. Back to you, Hoag.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Well, a lot to digest there, but we're going to continue to let you know and to kind of review those opportunities to vote and to set your loss limits and profit targets and all that stuff. Great stuff, Eddie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was excellent. Well, yeah, we got
house account. Do we have anything?
Well, we are creeping up to that IB low in the NASDAQ. I feel like we're kind of forcing it if we get too aggressive here. What do you think, Dee?
Yeah, the initial balance lows in NQ and in ES is ideally where I would run a continuation short. So 643 half all the way up to 655 would be my zone of interest for shorts in NQ.
Okay.
And 5294 half all the way up to 5300 as an entry, trying to get a stop above that round number. That would be a short zone of interest for ES.
Okay.
Because that's kind of where we were struggling as well. It took a while for us to break through that level.
I like that, because you probably see some traders like getting short right at the low of the initial balance, and their stops are going to be just above that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So 5,300 in the S&P is, and 5655 in the NQ. Michael, are you seeing anything there?
I'm not. I have no opinion. If any opinion I would have, I would say a fade me bro would be a good strategy for today.
Well,
today I'm not feeling it.
We all have days like that. Michael, just take your hand off the mouse. Did you lock yourself out?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Are you still trading?
No, I'm not trading right now. No.
Okay.
I'm looking at no, I'm watching the markets firm up. Again, I was long from down there, but of course, stopped out, puts me in a really bad spot. And then you get gun shy, you don't want to do it again, and that's the time you should have probably been long.
Okay, so, well, we're short one soldier here. I guess Nick for a tick had something he had to do. It was great to have him on today. And we will look forward to seeing him again soon. What do you guys think in the chat? Do we look for shorts up at these levels, like 53 even in the S&Ps, 18,655 in the NASDAQ? We see if we run some stops up there and kind of die off. Vince liked the short idea. I guess Vince had a short idea. Vince, what was your short idea that Coach Jay likes? Let me see if I can find it here.
Carvin Delane. Yep. Birds of a feather will feel similar together. Misery loves company in this game, but also I like to see people do really well. I think when it's not about the loss, it's more about like so many trades were wrong that it's just like to see you see the markets really well sometimes, and then you see it really poorly, and then it's our job to like slow ourselves down. If we're seeing it poorly, practice patience, all that kind of good stuff. And if you don't do that, then that's when you end up paying the markets for your impatience.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Coach Jay thinks we're going to get down to that 72 level in the S&Ps now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Vince's idea, he's short a couple at 52.85 and change, kind of up near the low volume node. I'm thinking that's probably what he was looking at. Nice trade, Vince. Nice job. And well, maybe we'll get our chance to see if we can see something down there before the end of the session here. Fast market session. We'll see if we can see that. Nice trade, though, Vince. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Crude still dragging along the bottom here.
Yeah.
And Dakota says he's still long in crude, looking for 75s. Hope you get
What's
it
crude
there.
trading?
Yeah, it's trading 74.23. It's 24.30 right now. 24.30. The current low of the session is 24.13. It's trading 4.30
74.
right now.
74?
Yeah, 74.13 is the low. 74.30 is the current last price. Dakota's looking for it to get all the way back up to $75, which would basically take us to the point of control. Nice target. Nice target. Dee, are you in a position right now? You were doing something in our Bob.
Yeah, no, it just fell. So I don't really have a position on. I'm just on an XFA, combine, just kind of testing things out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not giving me what I want to see.
Right.
I keep kind of testing whether it's going to go higher, and it just keeps dropping. So it's like, okay.
Let's see what we got here. All right, we have.
I don't see much here. I'll be honest.
You got it. Yeah, it's one of those days.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the S&Ps, I mean, the 50 session moving average on the 30-minute chart seems to be causing price to struggle a little bit to the upside, and the 200 session moving average is right there as well. I think we've got anchored VWAP from Friday's high there as well. There's a lot going on right here. It seems like anything can happen, which, of course, we always say that. ACH.
What's here? Johnny, what's here?
And the S&Ps were right around 52, 82, 88. You know,
yeah, right. It's right here.
There's that 200 session moving average is right there. We got the 50 session moving average just above that at 52.86. And we've got anchored VWAP up at 52.88.5. I think that's from Friday's high, or from the recent high. I believe that's where that's coming from. I got to get my color
Suppose
coding.
Adobe was here. He would say that now we have a range in ES, not so much in NQ. So maybe that's the play. Go short of 52.87 or thereabouts.
At the top of the
and
range
try and
there.
go long. Yeah, and try and go long at the bottom of the range.
It is.
It seems to be stuck here.
It is, as he says, violently range bound here.
Violently range bound. Yeah.
On this 5-minute chart for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What's the? Let me looking at it on the 5-minute in the Nasdaq. 5-minute.
What do we have? John, do you have anything that's a 2-checker, 3-checker?
Well,
no, we got about 15 minutes of fast markets.
Yeah, we're down a soldier with Nick who had to cut out, and we're kind of in the middle of the current distribution of time and volume in both the S&P and the Nasdaq. We were looking for a potential long in the S&Ps down around 70. We didn't quite get there. We were looking for a potential short in the Nasdaq, up around 655. We didn't quite get there. Either the market is just not driving to the levels where we're looking for the opportunities, or we're too stingy with our opportunities, one or the other. But I think we've done a really good job, Michael, of remaining patient and just kind of letting the market talk to us a little bit. And I think the market has talked to us a little bit, and we've been listening. We've been just maybe, the market hasn't given us the opportunities in the areas that we're looking for. And that happens. It happens from time to time, of course, there's nothing finite in trading. So we just stay patient, and, we look for opportunities as the day goes on. And unfortunately, the better opportunities maybe after we're off of fast markets, but that's okay. Michael, I've been studying, I've been reading, I've been trying to expand my ability to trade in shorter time frames. And it's something I'm working on. We're always kind of reinventing as traders, and I know what I know, and I know what and I'm learning what I don't know. So, some of the opportunities that we saw today were decent in longer time frames. The S&Ps left the opening range at the high of the session. The Dow left the opening range at the high of the session. That tells me I should probably be looking for shorts. If that's what happens, then fine. We're looking for one of my secondary hypothesis in the S&Ps was for price to come back and recheck the base of the late spike, which was that 52.70 half level. We looked at that. We had 3 checks. We had 4 checks on that level, I think, to look for a long, but the S&Ps just didn't quite get us there. Price didn't give us that opportunity. So we're just kind of chilling, looking for the next opportunity. It is falling really into range bound. If I was going to be trading like the NASDAQ in a range, I'd be looking to buy it down around 574 and sell it up around 330, just to see if we just stay in this range that we're currently in. And I'll show you what I'm looking at on the chart, on the TPO chart here. So we have a distribution of time and volume here. We spent an hour and a half in this range. We left that. Now we're starting to.
What's the range, John? Prices?
Well, it would be the initial balance. So 18,645 up to the high of 18,755. Well, prices auctioned below that now, and it's starting to range between, let's call it 633 and 571. So if we're going to trade this range, we can't do anything in the middle of it. We got to wait for it to get to one extreme of the range. Again, 633 maybe up near the high, or 570 somewhere near the low here. So because that's going to help us manage our risk. If we come down and trade near the low of the session down around 18,570, well, if we start extending the range at all, that might be telling us that the trade is no longer valid and we can keep it cheap that way. But if I buy or sell it right where it is now and it's trading 18,605, 607, my risk is far away, right? I gotta wait till we make a new low on the day to find out I'm wrong if I'm long, and I've got to wait till we kind of close out these single TPOs up here to find out I'm wrong if I'm short. So in the middle here, there's really nothing I can do. But if we're looking in shorter time frames, there may be some other opportunities we could take in shorter time frame, and that's what I'm currently kind of studying and learning more about. Nobody knows everything, and I certainly don't. And I'm working very hard to expand my knowledge to look at some shorter time frame opportunities, some liquidity sweeps and all of that. In my time frame, I don't get a lot of opportunities every day, 3 to 5 tops. And we're looking for some shorter time frame opportunities because it'll be a lot more fun.
Okay.
On screen, right?
Or on mobile.
And on mobile, right? Yeah. I can trade while I'm sitting at the bar.
A brilliant idea.
Trading. Yes.
Just don't forget our tip of the week. Do it.
Yes. Yeah. You use mobile trading strategy.
Trade management. Yep. So managing your trade, managing your positions with more precision.
Yep.
On the go. Yeah, you can definitely stay in tune with the markets much better. Be careful about over trading. That's a big thing that could happen when you're in front of something that allows you to trade, wherever that's a desktop, laptop, tablet, mobile.
Yeah. You got a position on, you got to go pick up the kids. You keep an eye on it, manage the trade. A lot of folks, some folks don't like trading on a mobile, on a phone, something like that. I'm kind of one of them. I don't like think about initiating trades, but this might change now because we're going to have this opportunity with Topstep X.
So Hope, I'm in the same boat. I actually wrote that first bullet point that's backup trade management just in case, because I personally do not trade on mobile, but it's nice to have if you need it.
Yes.
And I have needed it before.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. You lose internet. What do you do? Go on your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lose power. Go on your phone. Perfect.
Mm.
Good call.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Mobile's for monitoring for me as well.
Nice to have.
Well, it's quiet here. We can squeeze in a Series 3 question real quick, unless you guys are scouting a trade right now.
No, yeah, I'm down.
Not really. Let's do it.
Well, then let's send it.
All right. I was reading last night.
All the news with this GameStop stuff right now, so I question you this. Hog futures are trading, and by the way, I didn't put dollar signs or anything. I wrote this exactly as it is in the book, so don't shoot the messenger. Hog futures are trading at 25.75. July 25 calls are trading at a premium of 2. What is the time value of these calls?
Yep, I remember these questions. Here we go, Johnny. So premium has time value in it, from what I remember.
Yeah.
If it's positive.
Who's trading it?
Okay, so how do we get there? I think there's an equation.
Yeah, there is.
Futures 2.
Well,
so 75. Okay. 25.75 is a 0.75 is 0.75 greater than the 25 calls. The 2. So is it 2 minus 75, which would be 125?
I would think about it this way. This option is in the money. It has an intrinsic value of something.
Which is which is all time. So it's D.
I don't think it's all. I don't think it's all time. I would think if I had
maybe it's because it's in the money. It's time's not in it. It's A.
Hold the horses.
No, it's B. No, it's C.
It's either going to be B or C then.
Okay, so 0.75 time value. So 25 call. 25 call. So it's up to 0.275 versus the futures. Premium's 2. So that's 125. Is that 125? Because it's not time value is not the whole thing. It's not the whole premium.
No.
Well, go with your gut.
C.
And what's the answer? It is indeed C. The way to think about this is, so like if you have a 25 call, right, and the price is currently 0.75, the intrinsic value of the option is 0.75. It's that's like is the value of it intrinsically. That extra 1.25 that makes up the rest of the premium.
So then it's premium minus whatever you're up intrinsic. Right? 25.75, I'm up 0.75 intrinsic, but then I have a premium of 2, so it's 2 minus...
That's all time.
0.75, is that time?
Yeah, that's like the option of the ability, like right now, the option of the ability to buy 25 if the price is 25.75. Like if you were to arb that right now, you would pay 75% premium. That extra is the uncertainty, the time that people are sort of, wagering on. So like something that's in the future is always going to have extra uncertainty built into it. So that is the time portion of it.
So Vincent, there's a formula here. Do you know the formula? Kiana says it's just 1 + 1 = math. I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah.
More or less.
I put too much into it, but Jack, I think I get it now. I think I'll be all right on that one.
Intrinsic plus time value equals premium. Intrinsic plus. I think.
Yeah. So an easier example, Michael. Imagine if that was a 30 call or something that was out of the money. That option's not in the money right now. So if you're willing to pay anything for the ability to buy it at that price, that's all. You're hoping that it goes higher in time. That's
that's all time value.
What that is.
What's the formula, Jack, real quick? Because there's a formula. Premium equal intrinsic value plus time value? Because if the premium's 2 and then intrinsic value and time value, well, how would you figure that out?
I would say it's, I'll be careful because I'm just saying this off the top of my head, but I would say that it is the premium minus the intrinsic value would equal the time value.
Premium minus
intrinsic value.
And the intrinsic value is whatever is built into it, right? Like,
but only an option in the money has intrinsic value, right?
Correct.
Yes, correct. These are the premium minus intrinsic value minus time. There's an equation. We need to know the equation. It may not have to happen right now, but there's just equations that you got to remember what they are. And then when you do your Series 3, and guys, it's just good to have your Series 3. Makes you look good on your resume. If you're ever looking to have a 6-pack abs, all that kind of great stuff. But yeah.
All right. Well, we're about out of time. Michael, always a pleasure spending time with you. Deanna, always a pleasure spending time with you. Nick for a tick. It was great having you. We'll look forward to having you back again. Folks, stick around because we've got power players coming up here. We've got Dolby, Guru, and Eddie. And at 11:30, we're going to have Peter Tuckman on. We have Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz. We have Shoulder Tap with Jack and Mick, JD, and me for group coaching. Always love doing that. And the recapping with Rips is going to be Andre. He's going to be back with us. Me and Rips is going to be here. And then Power Hour Andre, Dolby Rips, and Coach Dakota. So great, a lot of great stuff coming up. Michael, Deanna, pleasure. Anything else you want to say?
No, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys tomorrow from Belgrade because I'm gonna go visit my mom for a bit.
Awesome.
And so I'm gonna be spending Tuesday and Wednesday in Belgrade.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, have safe travels. Nothing on me. Monday, I'm going to get to some work things, Topstep things. So hopefully everybody enjoys the improvements that we've made, mobile friendly experience. So you can put that on your home screen, click that, and all that kind of good stuff. Other than that, you can chart your trades on your charts, track your charts on your trades, check your trades on your charts, whatever you want to call it. And then we have more coming out here in a couple weeks. So if not sooner. So like I said, Drumbeat's going to happen all summer long. New stuff, and innovation hopefully at its finest. But you'll see more and more. Hopefully like today's.
Right. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Deanna. And thanks to all of you for sticking around. Stick around for Power Players coming up next. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, this feature is called the manual lockout. I personally want to say I pushed this one to the very top. We got it done. What's the manual lockout? Well, here at Chicago Board of Trade, you cannot lock yourself out of trading because you're on the trading floor. That no longer exists. Here's a risk manager to talk about how important a manual lockout is.
Never had that option here. Super important to control your emotions. We've got it on Topstep X.
It will cut you out of your trading for the day if you hit the manual lockout button. Lock it up. That's locking up your profitable trading day.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. Got my buddy Eddie here, and about to be my new friend Guru, which is a great name if you're a funded trader at Topstep. Guru, welcome. You have been trading for just over a year, 4 years overall. I've seen you've taken, I think, about four-figure payouts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, which is awesome. And your favorite products are the NQ and ES. Guru, what else can you kind of tell us about yourself in addition to that?
Yeah, so I started trading options actually 4 years ago during the COVID crash. Ended up catching some of the luckiest runs, I'd like to think, in history. So I had a very flawed mindset going into this trading career. Ended up losing a lot of those gains in a span of a couple of weeks. And that's really what began it for me.
It's a good start, though. This is something where we're very glad to have you with us here, and you're putting up some very good numbers. You started with 1 up, came to Topstep, and you're seeing a lot of success here. Let me ask you something here. If you can, share with us, or tell us real quick what led you into this career of trading.
So right, I started trading in 2020. I actually went to school to go into investment banking. It just happened to be when I graduated, COVID had just started. So I've always wanted to get into the banking sector. And right around that time, I began trading, and at first it was like, oh wow, this is, following Wall Street bets, this is easy money. And quickly got humbled very, very quickly and realized that there are steps to this process. And over time, I had to realize that I can't rush the process on its own.
Right. You said earlier too that when you were trading options, like your mindset wasn't in the right place. What kind of steps did you take to start improving your mindset to get to a point where you could start, taking these 4-figure payouts? You have an XFA account that you've been managing since mid-April, which is incredible. That's like a 6-week run, which is really good. So what tools did you use to switch your mindset?
It was a combination of things. I mean, when I seriously sat down and said, this is what I want to pursue, it was a uphill battle because I had that insane run in options. Now, when I began trading seriously, all I was chasing was that figure that I once had in my account. Even though it was realized, I never withdrew it, lost it all, so technically unrealized, but that's what I was chasing. So it's an uphill battle psychologically to accept that I can't chase that number, I have to chase progress. So it was a lot of trial and error. A lot of my earlier battles were with just trading psychology, having the wrong mindset going into trades, chasing trades, FOMOing into setups, forcing trades that weren't there. But I've had mentors along the way. I've had a very good mentor along the way who goes by the name of Bryce. And now I have a trading partner that I trade with every day. His name is Phil. He's fantastic. He holds me accountable. And occasionally will say he'll fly out to New York just to tase me if I break my rules. So works.
It's nice to see that you've seen success. I'm going to say very quickly. A lot of people go a little bit longer, but you mentioned trial and error. You mentioned mindset. A lot of people do not take trial and error as an educational learning tool, which, a lot of us do journal our good days, our bad days, why we're doing bad, why we're doing good. And this sort of circles around the management. Let me ask you about emotions. How do you control your emotions? Let me ask you when you first started and now when you're trading and seeing success, emotions.
That is a very good question. Because if you go back into my earlier combines, you'll see a lot of them were blown within 1 trading day or 2 trading days, immediately reset, blown again. So that was a constant thing that I was doing, something that I had to fix, something I had to tackle. I think it comes over time, as you gain more maturity in the markets, as you start to see steady growth, your mindset tends to shift. There, you have sort of like a light bulb moment, like, okay, this is real. I'm doing these things correctly. How can I continue doing these things correctly? And one very odd thing I do is I just DM myself my own setups that I take, so that I don't really have to journal. I kind of already know what's going on in my mind, and I'll review it at the end of the day with my trading partner.
It's good to have a trading buddy.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, accountability buddy.
Accountability buddy.
Tasing buddy.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
those are important.
Yeah, I mean, at times you got to ask yourself, and sometimes you got to question yourself. Why am I doing this, and have a correct answer for it. But when you have somebody that you can actually put a question on the table or a suggestion on the table, and have a completely different view, I mean, that's gold, and that's very valuable.
Yeah, the trial and error phase was one that I reflected on often, because I would have. So the nice thing is I'm still enrolled in those paper statements with my bank. So every time I'd see those charges, I'm like, all right, what am I doing? And I'd go back into these combines and see, okay, was this a valid trade? What could I have done better? And it's been a battle. It's a constant battle, I like to think.
Yeah, most certainly is. You have quite the fan club in chat right now.
Oh, do I?
Yes. Dash wants to have your kids, and someone said your daddy. So what is going on here, Guru? You got to explain this.
I believe these are all the folks from the Discord that I generally hang out in.
Got it.
Yeah, these are all the folks from the Discord that I generally hang out in.
Fantastic.
I don't know who Dash is, but I choose not to have your kids.
There you go.
That is my answer to your statement.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah,
Sorry, Dash.
Some of the chat has asked, who you are, where are you from. Now he's been with Topstep for just about over a year, as Dolby mentioned. 7 XFAs over this time, and you're funded right now. You got an XFA right now, and what I see here is some really good mojo with your average daily P&L, 745, 65% winning days. How do you manage risk?
Generally, cut my losses where my trade is invalidated. So it's very discretionary. I used to have a hard stop loss set at 10 points, just about, but with the NASDAQ moving the way it does, sometimes it can wick you out and reverse. So generally, I try to place it at a place where my trade is invalidated.
Nice.
You ever use the lockout button?
Yeah, good question.
I am not on TopstepX. I am on Tradeovate.
Oh.
Okay.
Oddly enough, I'm actually going to purchase some combines on TopstepX right after this call.
My man.
Right after.
There we go.
Right after this
There
call.
we
Well,
go.
I didn't have enough time before, so I had to run out and grab a webcam.
Gonna grab a webcam. Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta see your beautiful
like
face, Guru.
Oh, thank you.
So how do you determine when to enter and exit a trade, and like what is kind of like your system that you're running? What's your framework for looking at the market?
So generally, I'm trading on liquidity pivots, 2 liquidity pivots, and a lot of the quote-unquote retail patterns. Like I've had a mentor who's been a great help to me, and he's really guided me through how to read price action and how to decipher bearish price action versus bullish price action, etc. But generally, I'm trading off the 1-minute chart, charting my levels off the 15-minute, and taking my entries on the 30-second. Setting my targets. If my closest next pivot is on the 1-minute, that's where my next target is. If it's on the 15-minute, that's where my next target is.
Okay.
Right. Now, seeing success, I mean, obviously, you've sort of been able to filter out your strengths and your weaknesses. And, when we start trading, I think that's one of the things we forget that we need to focus on and actually find out, what am I good at? What am I bad at? What do I need to work on? Now, with the success you're seeing, what are your strengths, and do you have weaknesses? Share those with us.
I have a lot of weaknesses. I know what my strengths are. I've curated a system based on what my mentors developed for me.
Okay.
To make it my own, right? So I know that's my strength. My weakness is now being able to manage my emotions, manage my risk effectively where it's not taking a toll. I can get stopped out 3 times and say, okay, well, you know what, I'm going to call it here. Maybe today's not my day. Right? A lot of it is psychological.
It is. Also see that you trade NQ and ES. I mean, are you using the same time frames to trade ES, or do you increase them a little bit? Because that market moves a lot slower.
I've actually primarily been trading NQ. From time to time, I'll trade ES, but generally the same time frames. Chart it on the 15, look at the 1 minute, and take the entries on the 30-second.
Nice. Okay.
Have you ever experienced a significant loss in trading? And if you can share with us, what did you learn from it?
I have experienced many significant losses. The most prominent being when I first started trading, turning $1,000 into 14,000, that into 6 figures, and lost that in a span of a week. It didn't hit me it didn't hit me like immediately that, okay, I just lost all this money. But as I figured out that this is what I was chasing as I was purchasing combines or just reloading my options accounts to chase this figure, I figured out, okay, well, this is what I'm chasing, this number that I once had in my portfolio. So I think the nice part about having that significant loss is knowing that, you can lose a lot of money very, very quickly if you're not careful. If you don't manage your risk, if you're putting on trades based on other people's ideas without understanding what is going on, you can lose money very, very fast.
Oh yeah, yeah. Market is definitely big enough to take all of your money. You can pretty much ask Kathy Woods, for example. She lost a lot of money in the market, and she has a lot more than all of us do. So where do you see kind of like the journey for new traders beginning? And if you were to start mentoring new traders, what would you have them focus on primarily?
I would say focus on figuring yourself out first before you begin trading, right? Figure out what your personality is, right? Can you handle, let's say, can you handle traumatic experiences? Some people handle them very well, some people don't, right? So if you have traumatic experiences in trading, you're going to associate that, or sorry, if you have traumatic experience in life and loss, you'll associate that in trading. So I would say figure out your psychology first, and then perhaps dip your toes into trading.
Nice. So get a therapist. That's what I did. That's why I say that. It actually really helped a lot. But
sure.
you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. Like the trading is a system in which, whatever your past is will certainly bubble up to the top because it's just you and yourself.
Right. I mean, you can have a lot of folks like to focus on, I need to have a strategy first, and if I keep winning, my psychology will develop with it. And you can have the most perfect strategy, right? But if you have terrible psychology, yes, on paper it's a profitable strategy, but if you're not executing that flawlessly, with respects to your trading psychology, then odds are you won't succeed. And I figured that out over time, is that I need to prioritize my own psychology before each and every trading day, before each and every session.
And that's where the mindset sort of comes in. I mean, a lot of traders, they wake up, turn on the computers, look at the charts, and they sort of bypass the mindset, to ask yourself, positive mental attitude. Am I focused today? I mean, that's, I think, the most important thing is to have the correct mindset going into a trade day. Now, what do you think some of the qualities are that do make a good trader? So some of our traders here might not have that on their list, something that you might bring up. What do you think are those good qualities?
I mean, the most obvious being risk management. Is definitely or good risk management would be a imperative quality to have. On top of that, being able to exercise good psychology, whether you have a green day or a red day, right? Because you have to be willing to accept those red days. If you can't accept those red days, but you accept those green days very quickly, then that's an issue. Other qualities would, you have to be very disciplined in trading is what I've noticed. You need to exercise patience, but also know when to execute, right? Because you can't remain too patient where the market runs without you, and you can't remain not disciplined enough where you enter before the market, or you enter when the market's going against you.
Yeah.
What's your since we're talking about psychology and how important it is, do you have a morning routine that you do to help get yourself ready for the trading session?
I do. I generally wake up about 2 hours before market open, and I try not to open TradingView right away, so I won't turn on my my PC right away. I won't look at my phone. I'll actually run down to Dunkin' Donuts, which is a couple minutes away, grab a coffee, sit there, drink the coffee, and just I still have this old, if you guys remember the iPad Nanos without the screen. I'll listen to music on that.
As long as it works.
Sort of, reset on that. And
that's awesome.
That's sort of how I prepare, and then I'll try to get home right before market open, about 15-20 minutes before market open.
There you go.
Nice.
Now, Guru, everyone is always looking to continue to grow, such as life. What are you hoping to continue to work on right now with your trading most right now?
Most right now, so I have goals in terms of where I want to get to, but most right now I'm looking to practice good trading psychology and good risk management. That is all I care about at the moment, because I know if I do those two things, the rest will follow.
Right. I mean, you talk about management being very important. And I keep saying this, if you can't manage your account, you can't manage yourself. If you can't manage yourself, you can't manage your account. It's full circle. And I think that's some of the things that we have to, before we start looking for success, is, how well of a management can I give my account and myself? These are things that we have to put aside and iron out, and make sure that we understand these.
Yeah, that's I think a lot of traders start off when they're brand new. They focus so much on technical analysis and learning the markets, but not so much on the trading psychology. And then you kind of get like diminishing returns, thinking that you can get all the answers out of like technical analysis, but like eventually something happens in which it's like, I got to start focusing on psychology. And so you start spending more time on trading psychology, because it's like you're squeezing like blood from a rock, trying to learn another system or something. It's not helping, right? Because eventually it all comes down to psychology and risk management, right?
That is correct. If you can't do those two things, then odds are you won't succeed.
Yeah. Well, most definitely.
Yeah. I mean, success is what we're here for. You got to understand that money is secondary. Money will come. Okay, it will be there if you put everything before that correctly, and you proceed correctly, and you don't have greed in that factor, which too many traders I think do. I think that's why we see a lot of failure, because the money factor is there. Definitely. Well, Guru, it's been a a pleasure having you and sharing your success story, and hopefully some people have put your ideas and your knowledge that you shared in their journal. But now we've got a few minutes left. I wanted to ask you. We've got a fun question for you. We do this with all our traders that do come in and share that. I've got questions numbered 1 to 20. Give me a number, and I'm going to give you a question for a quick answer. I think did we lose him? I think we lost him.
We might have. Peter Tuckman is in the house, though. So
Peter Tuckman is in the house.
Oh, wait,
Guru,
no, he's
thank
back.
you very much.
No, wait. Guru's back.
You got him back?
Guru can finish his question.
All right, 1 to 20, real quick. Pick a number.
17.
17. Okay. Who's your favorite actor?
Ryan Reynolds.
Who's your favorite actress?
Scarlett Johansson.
There you go. We've got a Marvel fan here, right? Don't we? Marvel fan, like in Marvel over DC. There you go. Guru, it's been a pleasure, my friend. And Dolby, you want to take it away here?
I do, yeah. I mean, Guru, thank you so much for stopping by. Also, congratulations on all the payouts and also maintaining your XFA. I think we definitely wish you the best of luck. You brought a great community here with you. Yeah, very passionate. Apparently, you're quite the leader over there in that Discord, which is awesome. So love seeing it. But we do have a Peter Tuckman who's walking around. I think he's trying to get into the server room to fix the New York Stock Exchange. But yeah, we will see. And Eddie, of course, it was great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't been on air in a while. I was on vacation.
Like my brother.
I went to the beautiful Madison, Wisconsin. Great place. Awesome. Highly recommend it. Fun vacation. Peter is coming and going. I'm not sure where he's at right now.
Well, Guru, thank you for being with us here. Yeah. We're going to take a break. We're going to get Peter back on here real quick. But hopefully we'll get you back again. Keep us posted on your progress. You got those XFAs. Let's get you to the live funded. And let us know about that, all right? Right, I think we're locked out. All right, we're going to take a quick time out, and we'll be back with the Tuckman.
All right, we are back. We got Peter Tuckman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter, since you're the only person I know on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I'm assuming you are somewhat partially responsible for some of these stocks having issues. Did you trip over a cable or something? What's going on?
You know what? Yeah, I was back smoking a cigarette and I dropped the matches, and they actually happened to be right next to the wiring behind Berkshire Hathaway. I always try and stay near a stock that's at least $300,000 a share. And so there was a small short circuit just as I was shorting the stock. So I was able to short the stock at $367,000, and I was able to cover it $1 million cheaper. It was a quick trade. It's the kind of thing I'm good at, and I do it really well.
Well, you're incredibly well composed for putting up $1 million on that short. Well done. Also, GameStop has kind of come back again. Are we in the summer doldrums? Like, what is going on, Peter, with these markets right now?
Look, I'm not really clear. I mean, look, if Roaring Kitty wants a little more attention, he didn't get enough attention growing up by his parents. That's all fine and good, But I just kind of, I'm hoping it's actually him and not somebody. As we mentioned the last time we spoke, I thought it was actually somebody who was hacking his account, and I thought it was all a bunch of hoo-ha. But the fact that he sort of came out and he's talking about it's a bit of an ego trip, in my opinion. At the end of the day, the stock, yes, it did. Obviously, there it is. Everybody's looking for a get-rich-quick scheme. I want everyone at TopStep to step back for a minute and realize that at times like this, 8 out of 10 people who trade these meme stocks get their asses blown up. It is not a sure thing by any means. I guarantee you 80, if not 90% of the people who traded it are stuck at higher levels. They bought them this morning at 40. It's trading at 30, or they've got the options and they're getting their asses handed to them. At the day, you guys are on an amazing trading futures platform at TopStep. Then you can go from David. Need gains. It's not the day. Yeah, you may get lucky for $1 or $2, but at the end of the day, if you're not lucky for $1, you're going to be wrong for $50. And it's just not a good mindset or psychology to get in. Look, if you're on board and you made a bunch of money, I wish you the best. But at the end of the day, I do not want a majority of people who are on your platform to think that this is the standard of business that we're promoting at TopStep, that we're promoting at Wall Street Global. It is not about getting rich. It's about educating you in a longer game. It's an investment game, a long-term trading game, right? And people think about it. Look, this guy is all about ego. He posts this thing that he's got 160 million shares. Everybody bought it at 40. He didn't buy it at 40. He's sitting there all these people are holding the bag. That's what's happening. Think about it. I would bet you 80% or 90% of the people who got involved over the weekend when they saw the tweet or got involved this morning are holding a very expensive bag, and they're never going to be able to get out of it. We still have students at Wall Street Global who are long Rivian at $80. They're long AMC at $75, right? It's just not a good position. If you got lucky, I wish you the best, but it's not something we want to promote. You guys, look, we are more about, teaching you how to fish and not just trying to get rich quick. It's not about it. Look, I love money. I love money like the next guy. But at the end of the day, most people lost money. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So I appreciate your insights on that. What are we looking forward to this week as far as data? We're still looking at inflation. What's going on with the Fed? It's June. It's beautiful outside. I mean, you're still working. You're not in the Hamptons with the rest of the, hedge funds and big trader guys. So what should we be expecting?
Just so you know, I have been to the Hamptons once in my life. I will never, ever go back. I'm not a Hampton guy, and I just can't stand being stuck in traffic, holding the bag once again. That's why I'm not going to trade GameStop. But besides that, what do we have to look forward to this week? We've got the labor number, which, as we saw the last time the labor number came out, right, we were looking for 240,000 jobs. We came out with 177. And it was an example of where bad news was good news because the market rallied off of that because it gave the Fed some powder to be able to raise interest rates. I don't know if we're at that level yet. Right? We're still sort of not clear. I think we're at a crossroads right now. We're at a crossroads. The market seems pretty fragile here. We've opened up 2 days in a row. Look, on Friday, we opened up over the CPE number. That was fine, but we ended up selling off midday when the market was just kind of left up to its own devices. We did have a crazy rip your face off rally on Friday on the close. Now listen to this. Friday, we had an MSCI rebalance. We talked about it, okay? I actually mentioned it. I thought that because we had a solid May, that we were going to see a bit of profit taking at the end of the day. I was wrong. At the end of the day, we saw a rip your face off rally. I'm not sure if it was just people buying stock or whether it was people shorts or what, but we had $4 billion to buy on the close in my world, and it was a beautiful trade. We made some money. It was nice. However, right now we saw the market open up a little bit, and now we're sort of midday, when you watch the market open up and then kind of crater midday, that's kind of giving me an impulse that we're at a crossroads where people are trying to figure out, waiting for the next shoe to fall or the next shoe to drop. I think we need to get more information. We need more clarity from the Fed, right? Earnings season pretty much over. The labor number is going to come out this week. We are in the beginning of June. Think about it. We had a really great first quarter, best quarter since 2019. We had a really problematic April. The market sold off 1%. We had a pretty reasonable May. We had 40,000 on the Dow. We had 5,300 on the S&P. We had NVIDIA earnings. We blew the month out of the wood in every possible respect. We had the Russell on Thursday and Friday up 1%. That points at a very broad-based rally with small and mid cap. So the market is telling us that there is opportunity and value out there.
You back? Yeah, we go. Oh, yeah, we're good.
Okay,
we're good,
yeah,
we're
I'm
good.
back. Okay,
cool.
Good. Okay, so look, we had the best quarter since 2019. We had a problematic April. We were down 10%. Okay, we had a May, right? May was an absolutely really good month. We had NVIDIA earnings. Okay, we had, what else happened in May that was so great? It was a solid month against all odds. May turned out to be a reasonable month. So we closed out the month really strong. The question is, where do we go from here? June is the last month before the end of the half, the end of the quarter. We're waiting for some information, some economic to try and decide whether the Fed is going to cut rates at all. I think it's probably a 70% probability of one rate cut by the year. That's kind of for, but may confuse people because everyone thought we were going to have a rough month. Turned into a super solid month. The video earnings were really good. The month was solid across the board. The economic data was mixed. But net, we hit 40,000 now. We hit 5,300 on the S&P. Net, we had a really good month against all odds. So what is June going to be? June is going to be the positioning. June is going to be the positioning coming into the third quarter and the beginning of the second half of the year. Okay, that is what we're going to do. The hedge funds, the whales are going to try and figure out where do we go from here? What economic data is the Fed going to give us that's going to may help us decide whether we're going to start some rotation, whether we're going to do some consolidation, whether we're going to sell some more winners. At the end of the day, technical analysis is the key to the castle. In a market that goes up and down the way this one's going, I beg of you all to be really strict. Use stop orders on all your futures trades. Right? Use TopStep in everything they offer you. It's a great form. If you want to learn technical analysis, risk management, have a stop order on every trade. Never turn a winning trade to a losing trade. The stuff that we teach at Wall Street Global those are the things. Amazing course. We've collaborated with TopStep. They're a great platform. When all else fails, it's really important to sort of hunker down and pull back to the technicals because they never disappoint. We saw some days last week where the market sold off hard on some news, and literally we hit support levels in the technicals and barely broke through them by 25 cents and went up 20 or 30 points. And I believe in the futures, we went up 50 and 60 points. So in the futures, technicals work beautifully. Focus on it. Be disciplined. Be consistent. Follow the rules. Come and join us at WSGTA.com. It's a beautiful thing.
It really is. Are we still in an environment? I mean, you just said 70% chance for one rate cut. I mean, weren't we talking about rate hikes months ago? And now we're talking about rate cuts? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you are a little bit wrong. Look, at the end of the day, we've been doing basically nothing but talking about cuts, except a couple of times a couple of weeks ago, where the economic data was so disappointing that they actually considered for a moment raising rates. But I think they were just like playing with it, you know, like a toenail on the lawn or something. They weren't really engaging it in a serious way, right? I think that the only way they would flip-flop that way, the Fed would look really bad if they needed to do that. We have not economic data that is really showing us that's necessary yet, but it is still a possibility. Their decisions are all economic data-based decisions. So look, you never know. Friday's number on the CPE number was right in line with expectations. That's a good thing. So we're starting to maybe not bip up. We're starting to We're sort of leveling off. People need to be patient. June is going to be a very telling month. We are at a crossroads. So everybody should be trading technicals day by day. And then for long term, we should be just waiting until the light turns green or red. Look, I don't know is a legitimate answer which way this market is going to go from here. But if you're trading futures and you're using technicals, you're in the right place. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. And that is awesome. And also, I heard David Green's going to be out this week. His daughter is getting married, right?
Yes, she is. So you'll miss him, but I will do a double duty on Friday for you guys, no problem. So you'll miss David, but you'll get me.
That is perfect. We'd love to hear it. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for your time and your insight. Hopefully the New York Stock Exchange can fix the Berkshire stock, and hopefully they don't undo your trade there.
You know what?
That was legit.
The glitch has been fixed. Look, that's the problem. That's the problem with electronic trading. If I had my druthers, I would go back to paper trading in a heartbeat. So electronic trading is dangerous. You know what? Look, they do a great job here. Sometimes shit happens. Today, definitely the shit hit the fan. That's no question about it. I hope nobody lost money. I hope somebody made some money, but we'll just keep moving on.
Sounds good. And so will we. On to the next segment. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much. We have Top Quiz coming up with Jack and Bonnie. So that'll be a chance to win a free reset. You get put into a raffle. And then if you win the raffle and answer the questions right, you get a free reset. So pretty sweet. So please stick around. And let's go ahead. We'll move on to Top Quiz with Jack and Bonnie.
Hello, friends and traders and friends, and welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie is back. I love the sweatshirt, Bonnie.
Thanks. From Topstep. Oh, you can't even
Yeah.
see him.
I need to get some new swag. I got a hat. That's about it. Well, if this is your first time playing Top Quiz, check that link at the top of the YouTube chat. Click on it. That is the place where you can sign up. If you get 3 or 4 right of the multiple choice questions that will be shown, and remember to answer them on your device, you could qualify for one of 60 free resets. They also go to the top 5 people. Bonnie, anything exciting happen over the weekend?
I went to a music festival in Chicago. I'm riding the struggle bus a little bit today.
Was it due to vision?
It's at Northern Ireland.
Oh, it was one of those dance, throw down the Stockholm hammer. Okay, I get it. I'm past. I can't do it anymore. I would be dead. So yeah, it looks like 13 of 100 of you guys are in here, so we're gonna get started pretty soon. Bonnie, do you feel prepared?
Yes, I think so. 80% prepared.
80% is enough to qualify you for perhaps a free reset. So, without further ado, let's get this friggin' started. Monday. All right, 3, 2, 1. Question 1 is true or false. In order to use Topstep X on your mobile device, you must download it from the App Store. Is this true or is this false? And Bonnie, I think you might know the answer, so you can wait a few more seconds here. Go ahead, enlighten the folks.
It's false.
It's false. It's not in the App Store. A question that's coming up may or may not explain exactly how you could get it. But with that, let's see who's answered that the quickest here. Yeah, we got some thousands from question mark. Triton Hawk. Son of a beach. Oh, I get it. DeSoul and Dusty Bottoms. All right. Let's take a look at question number 2. Who was elected president of Mexico yesterday? Was it Jorge Alvarez Mañez, Vicente Fox, Claudia Sheinbaum, or Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, aka AMLO? You've been following Mexican politics?
This is exposing me. I do not follow any politics.
That's okay. It is, in fact, Claudia Sheinbaum. Yes, indeed. Was elected president of Mexico yesterday in a pretty wide margin. All right. Yeah, there you go. One and only Dusty Bottoms, Big Tick, Top Step, Marco's wife's BF. You guys are great. All right. Question number 3, which may build on some Topstep X mobile-friendly stuff here. You can add Topstep X as a shortcut on your home screen, and we have instructions on how to do this in the Help Center. Is this true, or is this false? And this is exactly what our Help Center looks like in this stock photo. What do we think here? Bonnie, you can go ahead.
True.
Yes, it is indeed true. And we'll be showing videos throughout the day of how to do this. Yeah, you can get the icon on your home screen. You can even set it up so you don't have the address bar at the bottom. It's a lot of fun. Okay. People still saying it's false. I don't think so. For those of you who say these questions are easy, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Then we'll get to the 4th one here. Not a lot of movement. Top 5 moving around. All right, the final question, a little remix from earlier. A July $25 call option trades at $2. The price of the underlying is $25.50. What is the intrinsic value of the option? Is it $0, 50 cents, $1.50, or $2? You trade a lot of options, Bonnie?
Nope, not at all. I'm gonna go with 50 cents.
It is 50 cents.
Yay!
Bonnie, the Maven. Well, it wasn't quite on the pop quiz earlier. I switched it around. I didn't say the. This was about the intrinsic value, not the time value. So, little transitive property there. But some people got it. Let's see who did. Here we go. Third place. No Jedi. Oh my goodness, emojis. Didn't know you could do that. Tick and Bulls. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And first today, one and only. And the runners-up are Bob Wiley and Stoned Soul. Great stuff, everybody. Great stuff indeed. It's Monday. Stick around because next I'm joining Mick for a little shoulder tapping. JD and Hoag are doing coaching. And then we got Andre Hoag. Yes, Andre is back. He is back from wherever he was this morning. Andre Hoag and Rips are here at 1. And then Rips is sticking around with Andre Dolby and Dakota the Golden Boy himself for Power Hour today. You'll want to see that. So have a great rest of the day. Bonnie, thank you as always. You qualified for the free reset.
Thank you.
All right. And we'll be back just after this intermission. Happy Monday. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm with Mick. Mick, how's the boating?
Hey, what's up? It was good. We got out on the water yesterday.
That's more than I can say for myself.
Yeah, we did a little barbecuing at the harbor, and that we were right next to Northerly Island where they're having the EDM Fest. And man, the bass was cranking there. They had fireworks and stuff. Big party over there.
If you had a telescope, you could probably see Bonnie there just throwing down.
I heard she was there.
Yeah. I take it your EDM days are over, Mick?
Never had them. Never had them, Jack.
Well, that's why you manage risk for a living.
It's good people watching over the weekend. That's for sure.
Somebody just asked if we're saying a BDSM fest. No, just an EDM fest. We're not doing much of that either these days. So, Mick, give us a little runaround, a little fastest 2 minutes in trading. What's going on with the funded accounts today?
Well, it was a great week last week. I know we talked about that on Friday, Jack, that things were looking good. We had some traders with big P&Ls. Dakota put up $46,000 in his live account last week. And Brian P., another trader we featured, he was up $20,000 on the week last week. There were a lot of other people that were up big, under the 10-figure mark. We'll talk about one of those guys today. I've got him featured on my second trading card that I want to share today, but overall good. And then to add on to that, to expand on it, there were 19 XFA to live call ups last week, which is a pretty good number. But what's even nicer, in addition to adding that many more people to the prop group, we only had 5 live account offboardings last week too. So that was a net add of 14 traders, which is pretty nice. So it was a good week last week.
Lovely.
Other than that one
moving the live.
Yeah, other than that one day where we had the early morning trend down, I think that was the day Dakota got on the wrong side of the market and hit his $9,000 daily loss limit. There were a lot of people. There were some people that had big days that day, but there was a lot of people that got cut up. If you take that morning out of the equation, yeah, it was all good stuff. So the funded traders, both XFA and live, were doing really well last week.
I take it we're talking about Friday with the month-end stuff where we had the big V. Guys,
yeah.
Check out, by the way, I was on Fast Markets with Coach Ray and the crew on Friday. That was one of the crazier month-end things I've seen. Once we got to the last couple minutes of trading, suddenly the rally went super cyan on it. There were just like, Mick, if you were watching it, just 1,000 lots crashing into the bid on the ES. Like, 1,500, like, jump up, the bid's still there, just pushing it through. Wild stuff. So always remember, month end, quarter end rebalancing can be a trip. So glad we mostly stayed out of the way of that.
Yeah, I've been on the wrong side of that too, where I'm trying to cover for a loss and I've got, a big position on that I, work a bid on, and then all of a sudden you get front run by a couple thousand. That's always a time to get a little clammy in the hands. Never a good time.
I would have soiled myself if I were short there when you start seeing 1,000, like, look at the ES ladder now, 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots.
If you are on the wrong side of that and you see that kind of aggressive size coming into the market, that is when you hit the GTFO button and you're more concerned about getting out than the price you get out or your P&L. That's just like, that's fight or flight nature right there. If you're getting, if other people are running the market and you're seeing that aggressive size, just stacking on top of itself, the GTFO, that flatten button.
Gotta know when the GTFO, it'll happen a few times a year. Sometimes you go through things like the COVID markets where it's happening a whole lot more, but you got to recognize when something has changed dramatically in the market state. Maybe we'll talk about that later when we take some questions, Mick, but we got a few cards to get to.
Cool. Let's do it. Let's queue up Donald E. Donald E is one of those 19 guys that we called up from XFA to live last week, and he hit the $50,000 XFA cap. So we transferred him right at $50,000. That was a combination of the payouts that he's taken in this account, as well as, you know, any profits in the account balance. So I'm impressed very much so with this trader for being a trader who is trading size. Usually you don't see the high winning day percentages like this, or the winning day percentages of 88% winning days. They only had 2 losing days in their XFA, Jack. And to go along with that, 75% winning trades is really impressive. I don't remember sharing anybody who's traded that large and has that high of a win rate. More commonly, as you know, and we see, you know, the people that have the big winning days will regularly hit daily loss limits, and then have, you know, windfall profits on a few days, which is okay. It allows them to be profitable. But the combination of the big winning days, average daily P&L just under $3,000 with those win rates is pretty astronomical. There are some things to unpack here that I like. You know, best day being just over $14,000, with the worst day $5,400, $5,500. Some slippage there on that account. That what I think there's an area for improvement on is a couple things here. Sticking with the strategy, keeping an eye on the risk reward. Sticking with the strategy is something that I like, because whatever they're doing is working really, really well. But you have, when someone's swinging large size and they have metrics like this, like I said, you don't see it all that often, which makes me think at some point in time, the music might stop. And if and when it does, it's always important to remember that you need to scale back your position sizing, because we don't want to be in a scenario that, look, strategies work for periods of time and then they don't work. And it's really important to be on top of that. And kind of, you know, it's important to be on top of that. So when your strategy stops working, you can actually be realistic with yourself and recognize that it's no longer working. Time to make adjustments, time to scale back, risk less, trade smaller. Because if and when this music stops for Donald, and I sure hope it doesn't, you know, it's obviously the market waters have been very warm for him. But, you know, with how he's trading right now, and it's so good, if it's going to stop, it could be a very quick turnaround from being, you know, average daily P&L of, you know, $3,000 they're making every day. You don't want to be in a position where that's inverse to that and you're hitting the daily loss limit day in and day out, stringing together, you know, many days of losing streaks. We've talked about people who've had 10-day losing streaks of 3,000. You know, there's been some gravestones up on these cards before, but I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but I just want to point out that we need to be conscious of that, because it can be a very realistic thing, especially because I just, from everything I've seen, these metrics are tough to maintain.
Yeah, that 75% winning trade rate is going to be tough. I'm going through here. What I do like is, you know, that high days 14K, but we have some other days that are in that realm. Looks like he has a 10K day, 7K, in that area there. Do you know off the top of your head what Donald's loss limit is? Because it looks like that was maybe increased at some point.
That was, I believe, it should be 3,000. I think that was just some slippage during that time. We expand loss limits for, we'll adjust loss limits for the live accounts. It's not something that's very common in the XFAs though.
Yeah, beware that slippage on some of these, because you can get, I know my pals in the club DLL out there, like to have Topstep, liquidate you at your 3K, which I guess is an emergency is fine. But especially if you're holding something through a real quick choppy market or a number or something like that, slippage is something that I think you get complacent thinking you could throw on a 15 lot and just like, oh, maybe I'll go over by a couple $100. In the right move, that could be a couple $1,000s or more. So I'd encourage you to manage your own positions if you can. So just a little food for thought there.
Being aware of time of day functions and especially being aware of economic releases those are reasons to, those are good times to all times are good times to have stops in, but even the stops don't save you. But the auto liquidators are really good. But once a $3,000 threshold is hit, it just sends a market order. And if you've got 15 on, I know I've shared on this segment before. I don't know if I was on with you, Jack, at the time, but we had someone in a live account, $3,000 daily loss limit. They got $6,000 in slippage on, I don't even know if it was a 15 lot. It might have been a 12 lot. So that's a very real thing. And, it's the way the markets work. There's no guarantee. So,
and there's not many of you out there, but if you're trading something that's less liquid, which there are things, you have to pay attention to that and do not rely on, you got to pare that position back before you get to being auto liquidated, because that could be pain. And we want to avoid pain because we are humans.
I'm happy you brought that up because I think we could talk about that a little bit, with our most popular product here, it's the NASDAQ, but the bids and offers and the market depth is it's much smaller. There's quite a bit of liquidity, but the S&P is a much deeper market where, just pull up a dome for each of those and have them side by side. And you could imagine that when things evaporate, they evaporate a little bit differently from a market that's, anywhere up to 1,000 up on the bid and offer versus something that might just be 30 or, during times of day, depending on the participation on the time of day, it's much thinner. So they both, NASDAQ and S&P, highly correlated products. They'll react slightly differently to economic events potentially, but you're going to get more slippage on this NASDAQ product than you are the S&P is a deeper market.
Yeah.
In most cases.
Yeah. Donald E., who I'll imagine is Donald E. Stevens of the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. I will say I do like the average best day. And I noted that he had a couple more of those. His worst day is 5,400 down, but he's done 14K. He's done 10K up. I'm fine with that. But yeah, if you're relying, and I don't know what they're doing, if they're moving stops to break even or something like that, that could be affecting it. But if you're relying on a 75% winning trades, hope it works out, but might be a little coming back to earth at some point. But great card overall. He's taken like 30K in payouts, I think.
Yeah, quite a bit. What's the total number there? You're not far
right
off.
now. Not
15,
far off. So he's
a
already
little
won in that sense. So cool with it. Great job,
Yes.
Donald.
Yeah, it's a shout out. It's not a shoulder tap here. We just want to make sure he keeps doing what he's doing. And like I said, the market waters are very warm for Donald. I got another shout out. We want to move on from Donald. Donald,
Yeah,
nice featuring you today. I want to talk about Eddie. Eddie is a trader of ours who's been in a live account for 59 trading days, and he's not far off from his account balance highs. He's averaging $312 a day, trading the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Metrics are not, super stellar here, but there are some really good metrics. I say not stellar metrics, but he's doing really well. 59 days, averaging $300 a day. 44% winning days, but the best day is like 3 times the size of the worst day. The average winning day is almost double the size of the average losing day. And then on a winning trade basis, the risk reward's right around 1-to-1. I'd love to see that being better. But it's kind of okay. I mean, they're taking 20 trades a day, but they're doing one lots. They're scaling in and they're scaling out with these trades. But I really like the daily metrics here. The best days on average are greater than the losing days. So what he's doing is working for him. One of the reasons I wanted to feature this trader is, number one, they're profitable, but number two, they had a really good week last week. I mentioned we had some big winners on the week last week. Coach Dakota, Brian, Eddie was a $7,000 winner last week, and we had a few more people like that too. I picked him because I liked what I saw here and how he managed specifically the daily numbers.
And somebody asked, how is this profitable? I can explain a little bit. So this is why you have to journal yourself, is we can't be in your mind. So when we show the winning trade percentages, for instance, there's a lot that can go on there because we're just measuring like how many winning contracts you had versus how many losing contracts. But there's more nuance in that we would only know if we knew what you were trying to do with the trade. Now, something that is absolute, and what I've started to look more at, is that stat about average winning day and average losing day. The reason I say that's absolute is because with this program, you have to be flat at the end of every day. Okay. And with 57 trading days or whatever, and we see his winning day rate, that's good info that his average winning day is significantly larger than his average losing day, right?
Almost
you
double.
Can't run away, almost double. So I'm not exactly sure how Eddie is trading, but it is coming out such that like that almost is the 2-to-1 that we're looking for or close to.
It's the daily metric. Yeah. The risk reward on a daily basis is the 2-to-1, not on a per contract basis.
What's one saying? Thunder says false. Okay. I guess what I'm saying is that like when we look at these cards, that average daily winning and average losing day are going to be a pretty good indication of what's going on. And a lot of times that's where people are getting in trouble. So yeah, I like this card. Great job, Eddie. What do you say? 57 days in it? 59 days.
59 days.
That is a big sample size. So hopefully Eddie keeps it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Been good. Feel good about this call up to live. No doubt. We want to see people trading in these accounts long periods of time once we call them up to live. We don't want, I always feel bad if there's someone we call up from live because we saw good stuff in their trading history and the XFA, call them up to live and then they're short-lived, be it, taking too much in payouts and not leaving yourself enough account balance to give you cushion to weather the storm. So 59 days is really nice. We know how tough it is to trade. So to be in there 59 days and not too far off your account balance high is a really, really good thing that, anybody in a similar situation should be very proud of. A lot of time, I think in this trading business, there are a lot of periods of time where very successful traders, they might tread water for a couple months and then going back to your strategy working in a certain market environment, you might tread water, you might be trading small, but then when your strategy starts working, you got to pounce on it, you got to press. And that's where, realistically having Jack, I think you talked about it recently too. On the professional side of the business, there might be dry periods throughout the year, and then people might make their year over the course of, maybe 1 month of the calendar year, or 2 months or 3 months. You get a market state where it's kind of trending sideways, and then you start to trend to the upside or the downside, and people hop on that and start hammering the market. That's where a lot of successful traders will find their profitability.
Yeah. So somebody was suggesting that this risk reward time, multiplied by the average winning trades doesn't work out to be profitable. Let me explain. It goes back to that intent thing. These numbers are sort of a guide, my guess is what is happening, not that Eddie's in the club DLL, but definitely has a few DLL days, is that what throws off that risk reward, right, is that you exit via being force liquidated with a certain number of contracts on, and you do those all at once. Basically, there's some things that can affect what your average losing trade is versus your average winning trade, which once again, you really have to keep track of your own stuff if you want like the exact numbers on that.
Are there any metrics that you found to be helpful for you, or what else did you look at, Jack, when you were trading, stuff that we don't have on our trade report? I mean, for example, I always tracked ticks per click, how many ticks I got every time I, hit the mouse, kind of thing.
Oh, ticks per click. I mean, stuff I would look at like what the variance of, we were trading differently, right? Where it was much more make a decent amount each day and make sure you don't lose too much in the drawdowns, the big ones, because we were power fading bond spreads. But I would like to look at sort of what the distribution of my days look like. If I could stack them kind of like in a normal distribution, kind of what could I expect to do? And did that make sense? Was I losing too much? And this was the big one I looked at that I should have paid attention to more, is how big an outlier were my losing days? Was I losing more on those than I could justify given what I was making on a normal day and what I was making on the biggest days? So that's something I looked at. And Jeff, I won't explain it right now, but I understand what you are saying. I was saying that the way these things, like, they are not perfect calculations. I will come back tomorrow or on Wednesday when I'm on with an example of how that number can get messed up. I promise.
Do we have any other questions while we got a couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, we're just about at the end of it here.
Sorry for the late start today.
Yeah. Well, no, I think we're just about done. We only got like a minute left here before group coaching with JD and Hoag. Jeff, I appreciate you too. As my kid would say, I appreciate you, man. Mick, thanks for running down some stats today with us. Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack. Hope everybody has a great trading week.
Yeah, we'll be right back with JD and Hoag throwing down some group coaching, and then stick around because we got Rips at 1 and then Rips and Dakota at 2. So should be a grand old end of the day. Namaste. We'll see you in a minute.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. You're looking down at the smiling face of John the Goat Hoagland. John the Goat Hoagland. How we doing, Hoag? Welcome to group coaching, everyone.
Doing good. JD, how are you?
Very good, very good. Hope you had a nice weekend. Hope everybody else had a nice weekend as well. Thanks for submitting your questions for group coaching. I think we've still got the form pinned in the chat, so if something pops up and you got a question for us, just throw it in there. We'll try and get to it. All right. With that, we've got a lot of questions and only about 25 minutes to do it. You ready to dive right in, Hoag?
Oh, let's do it. I'm going to put the charts up here so we can keep an eye on the markets. Nice little reversal here in the S&Ps. Very nice. Very nice. Let's get to it, JD. Always a pleasure to be with you. And as always a pleasure to be with everybody. This is one of my favorite things to do is this group coaching. So let's dig in.
Yeah. You got it. All right. First question comes from Curtis. Curtis is curious, what is moving the markets? Is it news events? That's what we want to know. What is the market reacting to? I guess it really depends on what market you're trading. Some markets are more susceptible to headline risk, something like crude oil or gold, where there's a lot of fundamental factors involved in price movement. But as far as equities go, what's driving price today, Hoag? Any opinion on that?
Well, in the question, Curtis says, market doesn't talk, it reacts. What is driving the market? News events? Yes. News events are always going to be something that can drive price in the market. But, when you say that the market doesn't talk, it reacts, I tend to disagree. I think that the market talks to us in very small, very gentle kind of ways. And I like to call those nuances. The market is basically a never-ending two-sided auction that occurs in multiple different time frames. So when we're looking at what's driving markets, if there's no news driving markets, why does price move at all? Fundamental information, of course, is supply and demand. Those are all going to be things that are going to move price. But when it comes down to it, I mean, if you're focusing on the auction process and paying attention to what direction the market is attempting to go, and how good of a job is it doing in that direction, or is there likely a change coming? These are all things that can help us even in shorter time frames through looking at longer time frame information, right? If you were to look at a weekly chart, you might see something different than something you might see on a 30-minute chart. So, it's the longer time frame that really kind of drives price, right? So if you've got the bigger, deeper pockets, big traders, banks, funds, whatever is involved in the market that you're trading, those are the participants that are really going to drive markets, and they're focusing more on longer time frame charts. And so this is Curtis, this is a really, really good question. There's all kinds of things that can drive the markets. You mentioned news events, fundamental information, technical analysis. Sometimes the markets just get too long or too short in certain time frames. So it's in paying attention to the auction process and the nuances that the market provides in the time frame that you're trading, and always paying attention to the longer time frame. When we look at the S&Ps, they've been basically since the S&Ps started back in like 1980. They've been in a long-term upside trend. Keeping that in mind is something that I think a lot of traders kind of focus on. I mean, when you're looking at the equities, most of the people that trade stocks or trade equities are trading it through the buy side only, right? So in that regard, there seems to be a kind of a natural lift, if you will, to the equities markets. I know people that trade equities, that trade S&Ps, that trade stocks that only trade long side only because of that. Are they crazy? Well, no, because there's all kinds of money coming into the stock market with 401ks and all those things. So, that's one of the drivers of the market. And without getting too in the weeds here, I think that the market does talk to us. I think that the market does give us hints or nuances or opportunities to take trades, to limit risk first, and to see if our hypothesis is correct. This is this is never going to be easy. And for one person to tell you what's driving the market, it could be something right now. It could be something different in 2 minutes. It could, there's a myriad of different things that drive price. The auction process, to me, is probably the clearest one. If the market is attempting to go higher over time, and it's bringing in volume, and it's increasing open interest, I expect price to continue to move in that direction. But as price continues to move in that direction and volume starts to dry up and we start losing open interest, it's a warning sign that says, hey, the market is attempting to go higher, but it's not doing a very good job. There may be a change coming. So you take all this information that you learn over time, you learn to kind of synchronize it with your psychology, because psychology is a big part of it, of course, and the psychology of price action is certainly a big part of trading, and you'll find opportunities to profit. Curtis, it's such a great question. I don't know how well I was able to kind of talk about and talk about, how the market, yes, the market does react, but the market does also talk to us. And if we can hear it, if we can see it, if we can feel what the market is saying, I think that it does give us some decent opportunities to, number one, limit risk, and number two, find profitable opportunities, asymmetric opportunities where you've got a lot less risk than the profit you stand to take on any given trade. Great question, Curtis, and I hope that helped.
Thanks, Hoag, and thanks for the question, Curtis. Yeah, I think it's important to remain flexible, too. When the market's talking to you, it's going to tell you when you're wrong or when you're right. It's going to let you know when you need to start adjusting your bias and get on the right side of the market. So when the market's talking to you, listen to it, because the market is always correct.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to clear up in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hoag.
Oh, no, that's fine, JD. I was just going to say the market, usually whispers to us. Sometimes it's hard to hear.
True enough. Just a little chatter in the chat that I want to clear up. Dominion Forex is asking how to download the mobile app, and I've seen this question quite a bit coming out today. I want to be very clear. It's not a downloadable app. What we have is a mobile-friendly, web-based trading platform. So from your mobile device, just pull up a web browser and navigate to TopstepX.com, and you will be able to use that link to trade and manage positions from your mobile device. Again, it's not an app that is downloadable, but you can save it to your home screen and just click on it whenever you need it. Hope that clears up that question. All right, let's move on to our next question from Raymond. Raymond wants to know, in terms of base hits, what time frame would constitute that? For example, is there such thing as a 1 or 4 hour, 1 hour or 4 hour base hit? When you're
all right,
when you're batting for average, Hoag, are you looking at the clock, or are you
no,
just managing by price?
Time is a big part in my decision making. But in terms of base hits, I think there's a lot of ways to look at that. There's you might think of a trade that you're taking that provides you equal risk to reward, a 1-to-1 reward over risk. Maybe you call that a base hit. You take another trade and you get to 2-to-1. Maybe you call that a double, reward over risk. You're always looking for asymmetric opportunities, right? So when we're looking for opportunities that are going to be greater than the risk we have to take, maybe that 1-to-1 is a base hit. You're just getting on base. You take the trade at 1-to-1. The next trade you take, you see, you can look at it and say, okay, I know what my risk is in this, and is it reasonable and probable that I can see 2-to-1 reward over risk on this? And if you do successfully get to 2-to-1 reward over risk on that, maybe you call that a double. You get to 3-to-1 reward over risk, maybe you call that a triple. You get to 4-to-1 reward over risk, maybe that's a home run. And anything beyond that, you could call a grand slam if you want to. But as far as time frame is concerned, 1 hour, 4 hour base hit, that's more of a tool to get into and out of trades is the chart and the time frame you're looking at. So take a look at your trading, Raymond, and say, it looks like an average trade of mine is let's say 1.5-to-1 reward over risk. You can call that a single, okay, base hit. Of course, if you're going to be looking for, triples, home runs, and grand slams, of course, you're going to be staying in the trade a lot longer, but I don't think necessarily it's the chart time frame or the type of chart that's going to get you there. That's more your psychology and how right you are in that opportunity, right? So, think about base hits as reward over risk. 1-to-1, call it a base hit. 2-to-1, call it a double. 3-to-1, call it a triple. 4-to-1, call it a home run. And anything beyond that, you could call that a grand slam. But I don't think it's necessarily, if you're a shorter time frame trader and your average hold time in a winning trade is 20 minutes, then you're really looking at a long time trade if you're going to be in that trade off of a 1 hour or a 4 hour time frame chart. So just some thoughts there for you, Raymond. And for anybody that's out there listening, it's up to you to determine what constitutes a base hit to you, what constitutes a double to you, what constitutes a home run to you, and can kind of help you kind of stay accountable to what you were looking for in a trade. I was only looking for 1-to-1 in this trade, and I got it. Perfect, good. I was looking for 2-to-1 in this trade, and I actually got a 3-to-1 on this trade. Great, I exceeded my expectation on the trade. Or I'm looking for a triple, and I only got a double, or I only got a single. I think it's a good way to kind of stay accountable for the trades you're taking and what your expectations for them are. I hope that helps, Raymond.
Thanks for the question, Raymond. Let's keep rolling right on. We got a trading psychology question from Raiden coming up next. Raiden says, hello, Mr. Hoag. Can you help me with my psychology? I started the day off on a fresh 150K XFA with 2.5K in the green. Ended up hitting my max loss limit of $3,000. I made the 2,500 relatively quick within 30 minutes, and throughout the day, I just kept on trading and eventually hit the daily loss limit. Why does trading have to be so hard? Timeless question, right?
Yeah.
Well,
if it was easy,
how much is everybody would be doing it, right? I guess the real question is, when's enough? Up $2,500. What's your profit target? Are you aiming a little too high? Maybe over trading, as Dolby would say. Trading's really only as hard as you are in yourself. So when you start going on tilt like that, going from up 2,000 to down 3,000, I mean, something's not right there.
Right. Well, Raiden, I'm not a psychologist. I have had the benefit of working with several different psychologists through different periods of my career in trading, and I'm going to share with you my experience in this exact same, well, maybe not exact same, but in a very similar scenario. For a period of time, trading in the pit, my goal was to make 40 ticks a day. It was $1,000. And I would get, I'd get 38 ticks, right? But I'm looking for 40 ticks. They were $25 ticks. So my clerk would say, hey, I know your goal's 1,000. We're just a couple of ticks away. why don't we, just call it a day? And I'd say, now let me just get those last couple of ticks because I wanted to make sure, because I wanted to feel like I succeeded in my goal for the day. I'm not a big fan of profit target goals, by the way. Raiden, you're up $2,500 in an XFA early in the morning or whenever you started trading, and you're probably feeling pretty good about it. And you're thinking, I'm just going to keep trading because I don't know how far I can take this. Okay, I get that. But without knowing your history, your trading strategy, I'm assuming $2,500 is a pretty good day, Raiden. For anybody, that's a pretty good day. You could walk away with that. And if it was your best day ever, I suggest you do it. Anytime you reach a best day ever, you just take it and get your feet back on the ground and be ready for the next trading day. But you decided to keep trading. You're up early. You got all the time in the world for the rest of the day to look for more opportunities. Maybe you'll make another 2,500. I get it. But when things start going the other way, you're up 2,500. You start taking trades. Now you're up $2,000. Now you're only up $1,500. Now you're only up 1,000. And all you can think about is, I got to get that money back. I was up 2,500. I could have walked away and I didn't. And now here I am losing some of the money that I made today. And once you get to that point, and I'm not sure where, Raiden, you would have gotten to that point. Maybe it was after the first loss. You $2,500 first thing in the morning. Maybe you take your first loss and you think, all right, I got to get that back now. So you're not thinking about finding the next good trade. You're thinking about making the money back that you just made. And that's not a good place to be. So my suggestion, Raiden, is, the next time you're up $2,500 on the day and it's early, you feel like you're in tune with the market, give yourself a certain percentage of that to risk for the rest of the day. Maybe it's 50%. Maybe it's 50%. You get down to positive 1,750, you're done for the day. You're done for the day because you're going to finish the day a plus player. You maybe you learned a little something about yourself in the process. And you're going to be able to come back the next day, after being up $2,500. Maybe you got down to plus 1,750, but you didn't get down to negative $3,000. So you're going to be $1,475 richer the next day, rather than losing the 2,500 and the $3,000. I mean, that's a $5,500 swing. People work really hard for $5,500. So don't let yourself do that anymore, Raiden. Set in your mind a hard and fast rule that, the next time I'm up $2,000, I'm going to risk 50% of it. The next time I'm up 2,500, I'm going to risk 40% of it. The next time I'm up $3,000, I'm going to risk 30% of it. Put yourself some sort of a scale together and put it somewhere where it's visible. And then the hard part again is just walking away, because you were up this much and you lost part of it. And losses seem to hurt 2 times more than wins. You may actually feel bad after a winning day because you lost some of that, but don't do that to yourself. Even, the next time you're up $2,500 and
it looks like we may have lost Hoag for a second.
Or a little bit.
What's up, Eddie? How we doing?
Hello, JD. And just taking notes and learning from Hoag. This is good stuff as always. And I love the questions that are coming in.
Yep. Just want to follow up on a few things that Hoag was talking about. We had a lot of good recommendations coming in the chat, too, when Hoag was talking about $5,500 swings. People are saying scale down to micros or scale back on your contract size. Oh, excellent suggestions, recommendations. Another thing you could do, I knew a guy that used to do this also. Go to the bank and pull out like $500 and he would keep it by his desk. And whenever he felt, he was going on tilt a little bit, he'd put that $500 in his hand and just remember, and it would help him remember how hard he worked to make that money. And, it's good motivation for getting out of the way.
If we did have something like that where we had money in front of us, $1,000, and all of a sudden we're down 400. Now we got 600 in front of us. Now we're down another 100. When would you stop? With real money in front of you.
It makes it real. Yeah, that's exactly it.
And I like what he was saying too, is when you have a good day and you feel like you want to keep trading, make sure that you're taking something home, that you're setting you're setting certain amounts, either be ticks or money wise, whatever, that you don't go below that, because gosh, I've seen so many traders, beautiful days up 1,200 early, down 600 at the end of the day. I mean, that's a nut buster.
Yeah, for sure. And those kinds of stories are really gut wrenching to listen to. I seem to hear one every day, and I always, I have the same reaction every time I hear those kinds of stories. But we got time for one more question. I think this is a good one for you, Eddie. You were around at the time. We got a question about. Vincenzo wants to know, why does Topstep close at 4:10 p.m. Eastern time when the futures markets close at 4:59 Eastern time? So that rule was in place. Yeah, that was in place before it started.
I'll add to it.
I always just assumed it was because of the cash market close and lack of volume and volatility after that time. But you were around when that rule was first instituted. Do you have any insight as to why that was put into place?
Well, what we do is we take all the accounts and we have to put them together to get everybody's trade report ready.
Right.
Markets do run a little longer. Some of them close a little earlier, but that's the time that we figured. Markets do open back up at 5 p.m. Central Time, and that's probably the best thing to do. Is call it a day. We'll get your trade report ready, have that all ready for you by 5 o'clock. And, it takes us some time. It's not, we just, snap our fingers and it's done. There's a lot of work that goes into that. So that's why we do the 3:10 Central Time, 3:10 p.m. Central Time.
That's correct. And no, we're not going to, JD's in the chat, not me, JD in the chat says we're not going to mention overnight margin requirements because we don't allow traders to hold positions overnight. So that's not really a factor. But with that, we're going to try and get Hoag back online for our next segment.
And we could do that.
Because he is supposed to be on with, we're supposed to be recapping with Rips in a few minutes with Andre, Hoag, and Rips. So we're going to cut group coaching about 2 minutes short today, and we're going to work on getting Hoag back online real quick. Eddie, thanks for stepping in. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Came in clutch there.
No problem. Teamwork, baby. Teamwork.
It's all about the team.
All
right, folks. Like I said, yep, we got a lot of more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to be right back with recapping with Rips, and then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Rips, and Coach Dakota. That's going to be an exciting hour. Hoag just popped back on the screen just in time to say goodbye, maybe.
Hasta la vista, baby. What happened?
We're worried. We thought there might have been a fire. Just joking.
Well,
all right, folks.
What happened?
Oh, did you even know you were out?
It took me a little while, and I looked and I saw I was frozen on the VMix, and was like, "Hey, what happened?" I may have been talking for 15 minutes.
Well, we covered it. Eddie stepped in, and we made the best of it.
Awesome.
All right.
Good.
But I already did the outro before you popped in. Anything else you want to say? You want to leave us with a little dad wisdom there, Hoag?
No, it's all right. It's well, yeah. I mean, I do have a dad wisdom. If you want to see that, here it is. He always used to say this: money is easy to make, easy to lose, very difficult to keep. Very difficult to keep. So manage your risk smartly, folks. And on that note, we'll just call this a session. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other, and pray for peace, everybody.
All right. It's my first time on the show today. We got recapping with Rips, the man in the middle. You guys know Rips. Hoag, I know you've been on all day doing another marathon session. Welcome back. Welcome to the show. Rips, how we feeling?
Good. How you doing, Andre? Good to see you, John. It's been another wild day in the markets here. NQ just got done having a temper tantrum to the north side after rolling over under those 500s. Looks like that bounce is good for about 120 points as we speak. I didn't catch any to the upside, but I did catch a little bit to the downside. But it's throwing another temper tantrum here after we've been selling off all day. We flushed below that 600 level, tucked below 500s. We finally hit the lowest, was just underneath 440s there in the NQ, and now it's going crazy over here. So it's been one of those days where we're just seeing, a big kind of reflex trade off of these 440s down here, pumping back up to that 572 level. And yeah, it's just been a very exciting day of trade if you've been catching that a lot. Myself, I traded a little bit in the morning, traded on some combines, and I traded a little bit later on some XFAs. Thought I was done for the day. Ended up, I think I was up about $3,000 on my XFAs. And then I saw what I couldn't say no to, which was that short at 500s. Took it 500 shorts, one lot of copied across all of my 5 XFAs that I do trade for a total profit about 7.2 thousand across my XFAs here. So super happy with the performance today. I think I can safely say that I am locked up now, so we can just chat up the markets. What are you seeing on your side, Johnny?
Oh, well.
Catch me up to speed. Yep. First time taking a real in-depth look at the markets. Well, Johnny, catch me up.
All right, here's the S&Ps. So we opened above a late spike from Friday, right? The base of the late spike, we were talking about that earlier, was 52.70 half. We opened above it. We left the opening range at the dead high. Usually when that opening range is left at the dead high, I'm thinking short only. So there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance in that, because the market was attempting to accept higher pricing. The market came back into value from Friday. Value area high, 52.55 even. Traded down into and then rejected value and is now back moving towards the upside. I don't know what's going to happen here, but that value rejection from yesterday leads me to believe that this market could continue to resolve to the upside today. We've got negative delta of about 13,000 in the S&Ps. Andre, we did start the day with a delta divergence. We left the opening range at the high of the day. We had positive delta on the lows early in the session, which was another thing that would have said, you might want to think about getting short. The NASDAQ's a little bit different. However, there was no late spike on Friday. The market did open above the range. The initial balance traded close to it. Once we got to yesterday's range high in the NASDAQ, 18,631, we started to see the market kind of showing a possible acceptance of a range from then. The market came back up, left single TPOs at just below the initial balance. We were talking on the fast markets of letting the market come back into the initial balance, looking for a short in this area here. The market never gave it to us, and now we see the market continuing to rotate lower. The big value area from yesterday, from Friday, I should say. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that, but again, the market came back to value high from Friday, 18,479, looked lower, now rejected it, and is continuing to try and rotate higher. So we may just kind of find range between Friday's high of 631, 18,631, and the current value area low from today around 18,467. We would be diddling in the middle right now I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that. So we're really kind of centrally located inside the lower distribution of range today. So I'm going to try and be very patient. One of the things on this 30-minute chart that, let me see if this is showing correctly. Okay. And so we had the anchored VWAP off of the all-time high.
Okay.
Which was right up here. And I don't know if I've still got it on here. Yeah, there it is. This pink line right here. So when we broke and we kind of held below this pink line. Now that's the anchored VWAP off the all-time high. And it just traded right up to it, close to it, and that's when the break came in. So right now, this pink line is the low from Friday. Friday's low. That's where that one's anchored. It's not really providing much for us here, but I'd like to see another opportunity back up here on 52, 87, 88 area for a potential for a short. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I haven't done anything yet today because I was driving, Andre. So
yeah, I hear you. And how that goes. How did house account do?
We had a couple of check marks and some, so I think that pretty good ideas early, but the market didn't get to us. We had a couple of good levels. We had some check marks, but the market never gave us that opportunity. So we didn't do anything in the house count.
Hey, that happens. All right. So Rips, is it a slower Monday, faster Monday? By looks of the chart, it looks like there's some volatility. There's some movement. There looks like definitely there's opportunity. You're up a nice, cool $7,200 and some XFAs. Looks like there was some action today.
Yeah, when we have these types of days, I like to look to volume. And the way that I was perceiving the tape and what I saw across the order flow today was that it was a very thin market. And when we have a thin market like this, and we have a market with a lot of volatility, the way I like to characterize this type of market is that it is aggressively searching for temporary acceptance of price. Would you agree with that assessment, John?
100%.
Say that again.
Aggressively searching for temporary acceptance of price.
Okay.
And that means that you have very, very low liquidity. It will accept a certain price and then immediately fall out of that zone or jump out of that zone after it has had some time of acceptance. When I was trading that short around the 500s, we were finding acceptance around those 500s. And then we had a push up to 520s, a pullback to 500s again, a push back up to 515s. And then again, value acceptance at 500s. And this is, of course, in the NASDAQ here. Let me go ahead and bring this up on TradingView so we can see what I'm talking about here on the 1 minute. Right now, we do have an inefficiency that we could be potentially trading back into here, but I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that. But, we had this move that flushed below here temporarily below this 500 area in the NQ. And then we immediately push back up. We had the acceptance down low again, and we push back up. So when I'm talking about that it's aggressively searching for temporary acceptance in price, you have these big sweeping waves where there's a temporary agreement on price, but it's immediately rejected and it goes back into an area of balance. So when I'm looking for areas of balance, I'm looking at areas like this in the chart or down here, potential areas like this. And then when we come out of balance like that, that's where I'm looking for an opportunity to trade the market. So I took the short that was the short of 500s that was up here. We took that short and took that down here. But that was a temporary acceptance back in this area of price where we are no longer auctioning back to where we found acceptance up here. And when we're seeing that across the tape, you want to see and you want to judge the order size. And what I'm looking for when I'm specifically reading that order flow is that when we pump back up to those 500s, that's when I want to be looking to short if we are rejecting those 500s again. And that's exactly what I did. So temporary acceptance of price at that 500s was the story being told for quite some time. And then when we came back up and we retested, and it's just like when John used to trade in the pits. Does anybody want to buy 500s here? And if everybody in that pit is saying, no, we're not interested in 500s, we want to sell these 499s, sell these 495s, sell these 490s, that's when the price is going to go back lower. And that's what we did. And then down here, this is where we had a complete rejection of those lows. And then everybody started buying it. So there was clues for it on either way. I only caught it to the short side, but that's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm mentioning aggressive search for that type of liquidity.
And that low on the 5-minute chart, Ribs, I believe is Dakota's 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, that looks about right there. That definitely was the setup. I think that Dakota is actually trading crude. We're going to join up with him here in Power Hour. So if you folks are watching right now, Dakota is going to be joining us in about 50 minutes from now. But yeah, it's just one of those things that if you're watching the order flow in the market, it's going to tell you a lot of the story. You can stack and pull orders and put them all across the depth of market, and you can leave resting orders there. But until those orders actually hit the tape, that's really all that matters. And then when we're seeing those orders getting more and more thin, for instance, at those 500s, we're trying to find anybody who wants to buy above that. It's a very thin tape. Anybody that has, 1, 2, 3 contracts to buy, anybody can take it above 500, but there was just nobody willing to do that. And when I see that for me is kind of a trigger point to take that short.
Interesting. All right, so the buyers ran out. Sellers came in and said, nope, we're not going any higher here in the NASDAQ. S&P's chart looks similar to NASDAQ, so I think I got the explanation there. John, if you remember on Friday, the Dow was just the shining star, and we just kept rallying. Anything notable in the Dow today? The chart looked pretty orderly. Was it anything like Friday, where it was the only market that was holding anything up, and it actually ended up fueling the rally in both NASDAQ and S&P? So anything happening in Dow?
No. The Dow and the S&Ps were very, very similar. I've got the profiles up here if you want to take a look. Let me smush them down so they're a little bit more screen friendly. So the Dow also had a late spike to the upside, right? Let's get my screen up here if we can. Did I get lost again?
I saw you got cut off there on the previous segment.
I don't know what that was.
John's going to be on for recapping with Rips. There we go.
There we go.
We're good. We're back.
All right. So, this was the late spike in the Dow. The base of the late spike was in essence 38,502. Market opened above the late spike, leaving the opening range at the high of the day. Whenever that happens, it's indicating possible seller control from the open. Well, obviously, sellers have been controlled for the better part of the day. Very similar situation. The market broke the initial balance. The initial balance traded down almost to the base of the late spike. Price went inside of value. There is a little bit more of a hint of acceptance of value in the Dow here than in the S&P or the NASDAQ, because currently we're still trading inside of value from Friday. And that value acceptance could bring price lower to the low of value, which is basically the low of the range from Friday, which is 38,184. So the Dow is actually presenting to me as the weakest of the three amigos.
Okay. All right. Well, we did see some sellers try to stop here in NASDAQ and S&Ps. While you were talking about the Dow, I was talking about the wrong chart. I'm looking at crude. Rips, what $3 range in crude oil? We are currently trading off pretty much the lows at 74.03, low today 74.03, low today 73.98. What the heck happened in crude today? I'm just seeing this $3 range, and wow, look out below.
Can I talk about that for a second?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm just saying, wow.
Andre, here's our head and shoulders.
Oh, boom, yeah, it played out.
Boom.
It played out.
$73 is the target.
Huh.
So we were range bound here, put in the left shoulder, the head, the right shoulder, range bound. Weekly kickoff low is 76.5. Once we accepted below 76.5, the target is likely to be $73, which is the completion of the head and shoulders move. Here it is on the 30-minute chart.
It played out.
So here's the 8 o'clock bar. Opening range was not initially left at the high of the day, but during opening call, we were right at 76.5. I said, if we show signs of acceptance through time, volume, momentum, or participation, this market is going to go lower. And it certainly did, but I was busy talking, so I never got into it. So here we go. So
I think also, in addition to the technical pattern that you're discussing, John, it does also have the weigh in from news that we saw sort of a little bit over the weekend, those peace talks progressing. That does add into it. And of course, when we are at a time of peace versus what we were threatening is, a bigger escalation in the conflict, I think that also will drive the trade to go much lower as well. I believe we have inventories tomorrow from the DOE, if I'm not mistaken. That's Wednesday. You see, DOE's on Wednesday. Wednesday. That's right.
API's
tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, on Wednesday. Yeah, correct. Sorry about that.
No. You're right. Sorry, I interrupted. If you don't mind continuing what you're saying.
Dude, I do it all the time. I don't care about that. Got a question here from MJ in the chat. Hi, Rips. Can you explain how to read iceberg order in Bookmap? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Let me go over to my Bookmap screen over here. Let me do Bookmap.
Talk about iceberg
only.
All the time, right? Especially lately, we talk about iceberg orders all the time. So this is how we do it.
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways that you can do it. There's the manual way, which I'm used to because I came from just reading the tape and looking at a price ladder. But let's just say, we'll use the actual example right here. Right here at 57 halves, we'll just say that there's a 50 contract there. So 50 contracts are bid at 57 and a half, I'm sorry, 527.5. So 50 contracts there at 527.5. If it comes down and somebody sells into that bid and they say 100 contracts for sale and they sell into that bid, and then the bid still says 50, that means that there's an iceberg there. And an iceberg basically says that we're showing you this many contracts for sale, but actually we have a lot more, or in this case, it's being bid. So we're trying to buy this many contracts. So that 50 that's showing could actually be 500, could be 1,000, could be 10,000 contracts that they're trying to buy at that level, but they're only willing to show you just the tip of the iceberg. In this case, it would be 50 in this example. So if you're trying to buy them, you're on the bid. If you're trying to sell them, it's on the offer. How you'd see them on the offer is, let's say that you're showing 20 on the offer and somebody comes and they buy 100 at the offer and you're still showing the 20. Again, 20 is the tip of the iceberg, and you probably have, 1,000, 2,000, whatever you're trying to get rid of there on the offer. So iceberg simply refers to how many that you're actually showing in the order book versus how many are actually sitting there that you're not willing to show. And this can be used for manipulation of price. It can be used because you're trying to get a bigger fill and you don't want to scare away potential buyers. For instance, if I had 1,000 contracts that I'm trying to get rid of, if I put 1,000 contracts right now at 42 halves, the price is trading at 37 evens, that might scare a lot of potential buyers and say, well, there's a huge wall of 1,000 contracts up there, and I'm not willing to put my money in because until we get through this player of 1,000 contracts, the price is not going to increase past that. So icebergs are a way to be very tactical and strategic, and it's a good way to, you could use it for manipulation, for strategy. There's a lot of different ways that you can utilize that strategy there.
Rips, what about the bubbles? You see the iceberg orders in the bubbles too?
Yeah, that depends. So, for instance, in the example that I was just illustrating there, right now there's at 43 3/4. There's a 14 contract showing. So if I saw these bubbles start to turn up really, really heavily and it goes up into that 43 and I see the bubbles start to go and swell right up, that's a technical sound, by the way, and it swells up just like that. Well, then I know that there's an iceberg there, especially if I committed to memory that there's only 14 on the offer there and that bubble's getting bigger and bigger. Well, it's not budging and somebody's there with an iceberg. There's also an add-on that you can use for Bookmap, but I like to do it classic and just do it by hand, so to speak.
I like that. Bubbles. I like that. I like the sound. I like the sound effect as well. So interesting with iceberg. Crazy story. What's going on in crude? We are down heavy in crude, $3 range, man. And I didn't know about the peace talks coming from over the weekend. So, guys, thanks for catching me up, guys. Next question for you guys: how did Topstep Mobile Friendly go today, John?
Great.
Yeah.
We got some really good examples, and hopefully we got everybody to get it on their homepage on their phones, and it's pretty cool. I've been playing with it a little bit. Andre, have you had much of a chance to play with it? Ribs, have you played with it at all?
Got it on my phone, logged in. Haven't made a trade yet on it. I don't know when I'm going to get the chance to make a trade on it, but I got it on my phone, logged in. We'll see if something presents itself. But typically when I'm in the markets, I'm on the markets here on my desktop. So, but maybe if I'm on holiday or away, I can get back, put a trade on and kind of monitor it from my phone. I'm not the biggest advocate for, getting in, getting out of trades mobily, because I think there's a lot more going on in the markets, but to monitor positions, manage risk, by all means, it's a great tool to have. It also keeps you in tune with what's going on.
Yeah, and I think for traders out there, you don't necessarily have to use it only for trading. You can be using it to monitor your position when you're away from the desk, whether that's just a temporary break away from the desk to grab a bite or go to the restroom, or if you're actually leaving your trading office or leaving your terminal that you're not going to be back for a while, or if you're like Dakota and you make tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from the golf course. Great for somebody like that.
Yes, you can also use it from the golf course, in between holes, in between shots. I mean, now you're always in tune with the market. So I'm really glad. It's really cool. It's sleek. It's smooth, stable. Shout out to the Sim to Fund It team.
You use it on the chairlift.
John, now you're talking my language. Thank you for that. But yes, shout out to the Sim to Fund It team.
That's why I like it. Is if I'm away and I've got a position on, I can monitor it. I can see what's going on. I can adjust orders, manage the trade a little bit. Which got to be careful not to overmanage.
Yeah, I mean, getting in and out of positions on a 3-inch screen, maybe it's the way of the future. Maybe I'm just old. I'm just being a curmudgeon, if you will, and that is the way of the future. That is going to be mobile. I don't know. Maybe I'm.
Would you ever rate yourself as curmudgeonly?
Not really. Not really. But when it comes to mobile trading, maybe that's the way of the future. Robinhood, that's what that is. But I guess that's not exactly what we're doing here. But day trading, maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's I'm just kind of stuck in my ways. But yes, please use it to monitor all positions. You don't have to be glued to the desk on beautiful days like we have here in Chicago today. go take a walk, manage your position, do two things at once, chairlift, like John said. Awesome stuff. All right, well, let's get back to the market.
It's actually interesting that we're talking about, Topstep X and all that. But a lot of you folks out there, if you've never tried mobile trading before, I think it's worth a shot, because I'll tell you this. I have a lot of friends who trade exclusively on mobile, or they just do not like being in front of their computer. And there's a couple of things that you can kind of take away from this. On Topstep X Mobile, if you've never traded on mobile, give it a shot. You have your practice account, of course, to trade in, but you might find that you have a skill there simply because you might be overloading yourself with too much information when you're at your desktop computer. And a lot of folks, when they simplify their approach to trading, they say, you know what? It's down here. We have sort of what looks like a double bottom. I'm going to buy down here and I'm just going to ride this to around this level. And you're not overloading yourself with, even to the point of analysis paralysis. That might be something that's helpful for you. And in giving yourself a chance at a practice account, it might be something you want to look into. So I would highly recommend, if you've never mobile traded before, you've never tried that, give it a shot, and maybe you find out, hey, that's your total MO for making yourself a successful trader there.
Oh yeah, Rips, I like that. Give it a shot. Yeah, maybe the simplicity. Maybe find simplicity in trading. Maybe I should be doing that. I like that. It's really, that's a great point. No, it's a great point. Maybe it's analysis, paralysis by analysis. We got all these charts, these indicators. We got Bookmap and stuff. And there's no Bookmap mobile, is there, Rips?
Not that I'm aware of. It requires a lot of processing power, but they might, actually, now that you mention, I think they are actually working on a version now that I think about it.
Oh no, everything. Yep. You just you can't fight it no more. Yep. It's happening.
We might have to have two phones.
Oh no, don't say that, John. Please don't say that. I know some people that do. I know some people that do have two phones, one for quote unquote business and one for personal. And I see how they juggle them around. And yeah, I think we're going to need bigger pockets. We're going to have to bring back the cargo shorts if we're going to need two phones, man.
The briefcase phone.
Oh, yes. So anyways, all right, let's get back.
You could always, I mean, technically speaking, if you have two phones, you could have one for the plug, one for the load. You just never know.
I like that, Rips. My buddies have two phones. Yeah, this is for work and this is for personal. I'm like, okay, that's what you say. All right. Anyways, all right, let's get back to these markets. I'm getting caught up here. Rips, any levels in NASDAQ? I know us three. I think, wait, who's it? John, you've been working all day. Are you on Power Hour as well, or is it just you, me, Rips? Or Rips?
It's you guys in Dakota.
Okay, gotcha. I think Dolby might be with us.
I'll be there in spirit.
Appreciate that. Well, if it's anything like last on Friday, that Power Hour, that was one for the ages where we saw a rally just like
crazy.
Shot out of a cannon, Rips. I mean, short covering maybe going into end of the month stuff. I have no idea what that was, but it looks like the volatility has not gone away just yet. So we're still in here. And do we have any levels we're looking at here in NASDAQ, in the S&Ps, oil, anything of significance? Currently, NASDAQ trading 18,550s, call it. A couple ticks above that. Anything we're looking at levels-wise to pull the trigger?
I mean, we're respecting the levels very, very well today, and things have been panning out quite nicely. The level that I have on the S&Ps to hold is 52.75.5. So if we do actually hold above that level, looking for a topside target of 52.85.5, which was the prior kerfuffleation that we had on the way back down, and that would be bringing us pretty close to VWAP. So if we did have this actually holding at 52.75 halves, then I could see that happening. Now, there's a lot to be said, and you said a little bit about last week and end of month flows, but there's actually a lot to be said. During a thin market, it opens up to easier manipulation. And when we have a lot of folks that are now getting into a lot of these SPX 0DT options, that can fuel a lot of these rallies and these pushes and pulls that we've seen. And it goes both ways. If we have an inundated number of people that are kind of just blasting into 0DT puts that are out of the money, we can see those bring the market down. And conversely, if we have a lot of folks piling into 0DT out of the money calls, it can bring the market back up. And, it's being more publicized now. And you generally run into these cycles where more and more people they don't know about 0DT options, especially in the SPX or in the SPY. And that can actually add fuel to the fire. So we could be seeing a little mix of everything. You did see Roaring Kitties messaging on Reddit over the weekend. He can move the markets as much as he does with one single Reddit post. Imagine all of the folks coming in on SPX 0DTEs. There's a lot of things that could be pushing the pull in the market. When we have a thinner market, all of these nefarious sort of creatures come out to play in the market, in the sense that when I'm saying nefarious creatures, it's just easier to move and manipulate the markets around.
Okay, Roaring Kitties back. I missed a lot of Roaring Kitties back.
Yeah.
That's
John,
that's the news on the street there.
John, what do we think about that? Roaring Kitties back in the markets and moving markets. Thoughts?
I can't touch it.
Thoughts, John? On a guy named Roaring Kitty, a thing called Roaring Kitty moving the markets. Hoag, what are your thoughts on something like that, man?
It seems.
Who would your dad say about that?
Oh my God. My dad would probably say something like Rips. Something nefarious is going on there.
Oh man, you can't make this stuff up. That's awesome. All right, John, any levels that you got in mind that we should be looking for here in Power Hour?
Well, S&P is, I'm looking at that 5280, 788 level.
Yep.
You got session VWAP on there. You got VWAP anchored on the all-time high right in that area as well. That was resistance the last time we were up there. That was what kind of sent us to a second wave of selling from that point. I like longs up to that point. We have to see what happens if and when we get up there in this hour.
Okay, so it's 5285.
So 5287, 88 area.
E7.
Yeah, and that runs us right into the VWAP. So I think we're both on the same side of that trade there.
Okay. Okay.
And that takes us to the single TPOs.
You know what's interesting is that equities have been kind of in this freeze frame pretty much all day. We did see Google selling off in regards to the Magnificent Seven, at least the equities that I'm tracking. We did see a little bit of a sell-off in Google initially, as well as Microsoft. They have recovered quite a bit here. Let me go ahead and bring up the chart of Microsoft.
Let's do the Mag 7.
Yeah.
Right.
So we had sort of a sell-off here. But if you're looking at something, and I want to call attention to this, if we're looking at something like NVIDIA, remember, Microsoft is the number one weight of the S&P. Apple is number 2. NVIDIA is number 3. But if you see this range here, I mean, we're just kind of barcoding in this range all day long, where it looks like a nice drop and then it comes back down, looks like a nice drop, comes back up. And, it's just back and forth. And we're not seeing, again, this plays back into the low liquidity environment, but it's a lot harder to move equities than it is something like SPX 0DTEs. Obviously, it's very, very difficult to move the SPX. One player is not going to do it. But it's more attractive in the sense that you have a lot more people that are going to be playing that market versus maybe going into NVIDIA calls and puts, especially the fact that there are no 0DTs unless it's a Friday for an equity option like that. You can only buy weekly expiries, and those are all expiring this Friday.
Okay, Voxify in the chat, making fun of Kitty made $200 million on one trade. LOL. Not making fun of the trade, man. Just making fun of the name.
Fun of it.
It's the name, man. The name's just silly. It's just silly. All of it. That's all, man. Don't take it too seriously. We'll be okay. Okay, so we're trading 5270s, bottomed out at 5240. Yeah, like you said, Rips, these are some of the same prices we've been looking at here. We got no data coming out for the rest of the day. No speakers or anything. Can you guys catch me?
No speakers on deck. We are in a Fed blackout period, as you know. We did repaint back down into what looks like that inefficiency. So that might have been a nice trade, but of course we didn't take it. Came back down to that inefficiency, and then we're looking at auction back over 72 evens. So if we do get over that, the paired trade, we were talking about what we'd be looking for on the S&Ps. The paired trade of that in the NQ, of course, would be a breakout of 572, trading that up to 607 to 614, which is where the VWAP is lying right now. So for you folks that are looking for the NASDAQ side of that trade, that's what we're looking for over there.
Okay. I got my levels up. Taking a look at the 10-year. 10-year currently 4.50. 4.50 is how it was last week, so nothing changing there. Fed speakers, we're in a blackout period. When is the meeting again, Rips? Do you typically blackout
next Wednesday? Oh my goodness, coming in from a week from Wednesday now. We're going to have Jerome Powell come out, get everybody all excited. But we are seeing a little bit of movement in the Fed fund futures. We are seeing basically a 90% chance of cuts this year. Not 100%, but 90% of cuts this year by December. So we will have to see whether or not that happens. Remember, folks, it is an election year. We do have an FOMC meeting, I believe, 3 days after the results of the election, if they do come in on time this year. And that should increase the amount of volatility that we're seeing in the market. But I don't expect this FOMC meeting to bring us a lot. However, I do expect there to be a low market that will be easy to manipulate. So we could have very drastic moves on the eve of FOMC, on the FOMC date itself, and of course the day following, which I call the afterglow of FOMC.
This was supposed to be the June meeting where the first rate cut began, right?
That's right.
Yeah. This is it, right? This is the one that was supposed to start.
This was the one. Yeah, this is where everything was supposed to start. And we are looking at a 0.1% chance of a cut this meeting.
What happened?
I guess something with sticky rates or something like that. Who knows?
This was the Fed meeting when the rate cuts were supposed to start. Because yep, it all makes sense now. Now hopefully we get one rate cut by the end of the year. Yes.
Yep, 90% chance of that. And again, I mean, it was supposed to be, we're seeing that first rate cut coming in June. If we're even looking into the Fed Fund futures for July's contract, we're only looking at about a 15% chance of a cut. So really not bullish on cuts at this moment. And the market is sort of pricing in this price here and now. But you know, anything can change. If we have some world news, some big events can change that around. But honestly, I only expect anything to come in the way of bad news. I don't expect prices to come down in any markets really right now. We're seeing, you know, commercial real estate is kind of the one that's cracking the most, but residential real estate still extremely sticky. We are seeing people lose jobs and then get back into jobs. So we're seeing that market still kind of holding. We are going to see some employment numbers this week, which is what the Fed is going to be watching for prior to the FOMC meeting next week. But that's pretty much it.
Good stuff. Yep. It's employment week, employment Friday. Thank you for catching me. You guys are the best, man. 32 minutes. I feel like I've been watching the markets now for all 5 hours. It's been open. 4 hours it's been open. I am caught up to speed. That is awesome. I really appreciate it, guys. All right. So what kind of trades are we looking to take, Rips? You're having a hell of a nice start to the week. Up over 7 Gs. I haven't taken a look around. Oh, here we go. Give a quick update on some of our top stuff. Oh boy. Ooh, yikes. Seeing some red here from our funded traders today. Deanna down 1,800 bucks. Patox taking it on the chin. Jordan S taking it on the chin. Tanya trades down $3,000. Nick for a tick. I got up 400. Dennis M spelled the same way my dad spells Dennis, down 3,000. Couple others. We got Wayne T up 4 and Kobe H up 2. So it looks like there's a lot of red here. It looks like it has not been the easiest trade. But Rips, how did you manage to do it? Like what? You took the short. You saw you ran out of buying pressure at 500s. Was that pretty much the trade of the day?
Yep, that was one that brought me the most ducats. I did trade one off the open. I'm trying to remember where that trade was. Let me see if I can go back and find where that trade was. I believe it was just that initial opening perk that we had right at 9:30. So yeah, just trading that first pullback. So the thing that really started to take interest for me was the fact that we had some tremendous buying power off the open. We had a bit of a reject in price here. This is just a bar chart so you can see exactly what I was looking at here. But this acceptance was what I was looking for in price to come lower. We came back down into that and we had 2 bottoming wicks down at that level. So I was looking for longs, but we didn't get a pullback until we perked out at this level. We had a pullback back down to these 930s. That's where I took it long and then dumped out the position there. That's what brought me about $3,000 in the beginning of the day. I said I was going to lock it up from there. But as we came down, it got a little bit more juicy and I got a little bit more excited to potentially take that break of 500s. We had this dramatic fall through 572 there, which was again one of our levels that we were watching there. But this is what really perked my interest. I was waiting for an area where we had some acceptance in price. And like we talked about at the top of the call, that was what was really interesting to me. We came once, twice, and 3 times a lady. That was what gave me that impetus to short that lower there from 500 down there to about 560 or 540 was when I called it.
John, you agree? I see you nodding your head over there.
I was going to ask Rips, how did you find your target on that? I mean, you know, it's obviously a really good looking short.
Yeah, the obvious target for me was going to be down to those 440s, but there was a slight little pull that I saw on this candle to the downside. I believe I covered in the 50s here, but it was that little pull right there and that pop. So it came down, perked back up, and I was closing on that initial perk back up. So literally right there. That's what I was looking at. And I wanted to hold this as I could down to those 440s, but it's been a weird, tricky market. And when it's that thin, it gets one player. And if they have ants in their pants and they're saying, we're going to buy 3,000 contracts here, good luck in a thin market ever getting through that. So, just to avoid that, I was looking for the first rejection on a pop. And when we had that little pop, that's where I was out then and there. So that put me up, like I said, 7.2 on the day. And let me go ahead and bring this on over here, because I know we like to show our trades transparently here.
Of course.
But this is my lay of the land right here. If we can see that. Yeah, we can see that on stream there. So yeah, I traded some combines earlier this morning. I copy traded 5 combines, lost about $400 in each one of those. Then I changed to 2 combines, made about $2,000 in those, and then $1,400 in each one of my express funded accounts. And that equals the 7.2K that I'm up right now.
Nice.
Beautiful.
So overall, a very, very profitable day. I do like having days where I'm not super involved in the markets there. I thought I was done trading when I was up about 3,000 on the day, but I really could not ignore that. that's sort of a pattern that I look for there. When we have lack of acceptance and the market is thin, it's going to be harder and harder to prop up the market. It really is just going to start to roll over there. And even though we had a tremendous roll down on the price there, it's something that I've traded in the past. It's a pattern that I'm looking for, where we cannot get basically this move right here, where it's just ripping back up to the top side. And when we don't have that and the market is still chugging along to the downside, I'm looking for a whole number area that I want to short into, and 500 was the ticket.
Was that Friday? Is that rally Friday? What is that rally?
No, this is today. This was the bounce off.
Really?
The 4-4.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
this is how insane it was. 120 points bounced to the top side there on that move. So yeah.
Holy
And I don't know
moly.
if anybody caught this, but that was the inefficiency that we're talking about earlier. But yeah, I mean, the market's just been very bipolar and schizophrenic in a way that it just, comes to certain areas of price and then aggressively rejects that area of price.
So John, I know we talk about, is it see money, take money type of day today then?
It probably would have been for me. I mean, other than the fact that the opening range is the high of the session. I mean, if I had something good on there, I may have just let a runner go.
Okay.
I did like where the S&P's put in the low here. You can see all of this consolidation here. It was actually Thursday night into Friday. Market, we know what happened Friday. We opened, we broke, and we came all the way back up through that level. So this area right here was an interesting area to look for a long, and that's really where we kind of put in the low here. Also, the fact that we're kind of rejecting value, that also has me kind of liking the long side until we get up to that 52.87 area in the S&Ps.
Okay, I got that long.
An anchored VWAP off the all-time high.
Andre, there's a question here in Topstep TV chat that I wanted to address, and I think it's a really good time to address this. Tank TV says, what is the benefit of copy trading? Why not trade with 5 contracts instead on one account? It's a fantastic question, and I'd love to get into that. So when you're trading I trade on the 150K XFAs. Each one of those accounts has $3,000 worth of drawdown. If I was to trade on one single account, I have $3,000 worth of drawdown. I can trade up to 15 contracts if I wanted to, which is crazy to do if you're starting from zero. You're risking basically 10 points until you hit maximum daily loss limit. And with a little bit of slippage, you're probably going to lose a lot more than $3,000 on that trade if you get knocked out and the Top Step liquidation pulls you out of that. It's just because your stop's going to get popped. You're going to probably be maybe down $3,600 on the day, maybe even $4,000. Now, if I'm copy trading across 5 XFAs, I can take one single contract, and my risk, instead of if I'm trading with 5 contracts, one copied across 5, that's going to be 5 contracts in total. I'm now trading with a daily drawdown of $15,000 and trading one contract per account. So 5 contracts of risk with a $15,000 daily drawdown is a lot better than 5 contracts of risk with $3,000 of daily drawdown. So I'm maximizing my risk horizontally here, and I don't have to trade as much size, and I can take it much slower. I think that by just looking at it in that sense makes it more acceptable to have that risk. So it's a horizontal spread of risk.
I like that. I never thought about it in that sense. That makes that does make sense. You're limiting your risk across 5 as opposed to just going all in on a 15 lot or something like that. It's good stuff.
Well, I mean,
yeah, and if you really want to go up to 15 contracts, that's 3 contracts per account copied 5 different ways. And even then, still, if you're trading a 15 contract position, instead of being able to only take 10 handles of heat, now you could take 15 handles of heat if you wanted to. Only if you wanted to, right? But, trade small. That's the whole point. Trade small in these accounts. If you're going to copy 5 accounts, trade very, very small. Trade a 1-lot position and it becomes instantly a 5-lot position. You'll be surprised after a week how much money you make if you're taking it very, very slow. And if you're running into losing trades, it's not going to break down your account. On one contract, that's $400 per 10 points in the NQ there. Or, I'm sorry, 200. Sorry, I'm all over the place. $200 per 10 points. So you really have to have 150 points of heat in order to pop an account, and you multiply that by 5 times. That's a lot of heat that you can take in a contract just trading a single lot position.
Never thought about it that way. John, have we seen any iceberg orders today at all? Like we did, we saw 3 different times last week. Have we seen anything popping up like that today?
There was, I think, there was a little bit earlier. When we were up near the highs, here I can show you here. You see this high volume note here?
Yep.
That's the highest price from the session. It happened in the first hour of trade. So the first time we were up here, you can kind of see, if you look right here, this is price, and that's the delta per price. So we started to see a little bit of positive delta up near the highs here, with the market unable to push the market higher. There were about 1,400 there, 1,200 there. Those were iceberg orders. Now there's a lot that traded there, but the fact that the delta was so strong at those two levels indicates that somebody was there just putting in offers, and that's really where I think we started to build our positive delta, because initially, remember, we had a delta divergence. We had positive delta, and we were down here near the lows. So I'm like, something's going on here. There's probably a longer time frame seller somewhere here. Then I think Nick, for a tick, you kind of looked up there and saw that we had some pretty positive delta up in this area on this high volume node, and that's probably where they were, just placing orders and offers just to get them done. Offers, but short time frame market order buyers scooping at them.
Yep.
And obviously those buyers up there did not do very well today. But see, now we're congruent with delta. So
yes, we are.
We're taking some of it off. We're minus 10,000 right now in delta, and the S&P's and minus 3,700 in the NASDAQ. So we did see a little bit of iceberg orders up near the highs there that got some positive delta, delta divergence. And it was one of the things that we were looking at this morning to start looking for shorts. The problem was the NASDAQ took out the high of the opening range. The Dow and the S&Ps did not.
Yep.
And, you're probably, at that time, you're probably thinking, oh my God, what's going on with the Mag 7? So you're looking at the Mag 7, and they were getting a little bit of a rip to the upside. It was very difficult to try and short this morning, especially with the late spike, opening above the late spike in the S&Ps. I mean, the nuances initially before the open were all to the upside, but leaving that opening range at the high of the day is one of the things that says, all right, I'm going to be probably looking for shorts as long as that remains, because the high of the day is in.
Yes, it was interesting.
Yeah, and I also did notice too, we're talking about a thin market pretty much for the whole segment here. But I did notice that the NASDAQ specifically, the amount of shares that are being traded around right now is 20% below its 1 month average. Now, that could just be a slow start to the month, and it could be a Monday, but usually order matching on Monday invites a lot more shares being traded. We've traded about 1.89 billion shares today through the NASDAQ exchange, not on the NASDAQ futures, of course. And the NASDAQ exchange is that tech heavy index, obviously, and the NASDAQ exchange itself is processing a lot of these orders. So as an ECN or whatever you want to call it, it's very much not contracting the volume that we're looking for a more congruent market. And that bleeds over to the futures market and the S&P and the NASDAQ futures. So just keep that in mind when we're trading these markets. It's more prone to manipulation. It's more prone to rapid price movement. And if you don't have that sort of mentally prepared where you're saying, I have a good price on this, but, I could have a 20 handle movement against my position, lickety split. You don't really invite that thought process into your trading acumen today. You might run into some frustration. So keep that at top of mind and be aware that in a lower liquid environment like this, it's a lot easier to get your face ripped off.
Rips, do you see the New York Stock Exchange volume? What do you see it at right now?
About 160 million shares so far, Johnny. And that is basically just slightly above its 1 month average. But we did have the NYSE having some issues today. As you saw, Berkshire Hathaway trading at sub $200 today. Did you see that Berkshire Hathaway A-class shares? Just insane. Something happened with the quoting and pricing. Yeah, the NYSE had some issues today on quoting prices. Berkshire Hathaway went from about $400,000 a share to $136 a share.
What?
And, I thought, check this out. Sorry,
what?
No, it was completely misquoted. Check this out, Andre. Berkshire Class A. Yeah, this is something
that's a problem.
See, look at it. Now we're quoting all the way up here. Yeah, it's been a fun day today. It's been a wild one. So there's your Berkshire Hathaway today. So yeah, it's all over the map. It's all over the place.
No, I mean nothing traded at those prices, I assume, right? These are just misquotes.
Well, they certainly didn't trade in my account. I tried to buy some down at $136. I ended up missing my fill somehow, some way.
My goodness, from 400.
I'd have bid at 200.
Talk about those wishing
bid at 300. They're quoting $1 or 136. I mean, come on, take my bid at 300. Let's go.
All my money. My goodness, boy. That's wow. Okay, so a whole lot's happened. What a Monday! What a good Monday. Good to see.
It's wild.
Right.
You know, you expect surprises. Of course, this is the final month for the first half of the year. So there's a big month that we look at. So we're going to have the first half, end of month, end of first half flows, end of quarter flows. A lot of this stuff coming at the end of this month and all in the tails of the FOMC meeting that's going to be next Wednesday. So there's still a lot happening, even though we are kind of entering into these summer slower times, summer doldrums, whatever you want to call them. But there's still opportunities abound. You just have to be patient and you have to know the environment that you're trading into. If you're expecting a regular full liquid environment and you're getting frustrated because you're getting whipped out of your position 20 points at a time, 80 ticks at a time, you're going to have a bad time. So just pace yourself, understand the environment that you're trading in right now.
And we're coming into rollover in the equities.
Oh boy.
There you go. Yes, that's right. June 21st, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, give or take. It's never finite. It could be day before, day after.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I was just saying contract expiration. My fault.
Oh, yeah. Switch day is probably like 17th.
It's the third week, right?
It's funny, too. We're going to be running the FOMC meeting, and we might have some folks that are rolling over pre-FOMC meeting. Sometimes we like to roll it early. Last roll period, it seemed like a little bit early to me. I feel like we started rolling 2 weeks before the contract expired. So we'll have to see. It's not going to be a very clean trading environment over these next 2 to 3 weeks here. It's going to be very spicy.
I like it. Well,
put your helmet on.
Hopefully it means so much for the summer doldrums so we can push that into July. But good to see. Great preview there, guys. Hey, I've been watching these S&Ps kind of creep higher. We're targeting that 52, 85, 87 area. We did get up to 80. We got 83s, 82s trade. So I thought we were going to make a move to those 86s, 87s. Didn't quite get there. We'll see.
The trade that I was looking for on the house account was that pullback there and then going long here at those 75s right there. But, it's no longer the setup that I want. So since we're above that area, it's a no trade from me. No check marks over here.
No check marks. Awesome. Well, we got the house account open and power hour. I think Dolby's going to have the keys to that sucker. We got Rips, Dolby, myself, and Coach Dakota. I haven't seen much from Coach Dakota today. You guys said he was in a crew trade. You guys, is that true?
That is.
Yeah, he was.
That's the word on the streets over here.
I don't know how his outcome was.
Okay. I guess that'll be a tease for Power Hour then. We'll tune in to find out how we did on that crew trade. But you typically look at NASDAQ, but not seeing it over there. Rips, what would it take for you to, I'm not suggesting you do this, but the lockout button, I saw people talking about it, the lockout button in the chat here. I'm not suggesting you do this, but is there a certain number that you want to hit before you consider hitting the lockout button there on the on TopstepX?
Well, it's for me, I just like to trade the market in front of me. And I always am referencing my own mental capital. And I've been trading for a decade, so I'm very much in tune with myself as a trader. There are times when I fall out of bed and I'm just completely off my rocker and I can't read the market well, and tilt will get the best of me. But that's the beauty of having the lockout button. I don't like to put a very hard and fast figure on the table where I say, well, if I hit $2,000 per account, I'm locking it up. I don't like to do that. Instead, I like to look at how much mental capital I have, how many opportunities is the market presenting me with right now, and am I reading the market well? If I'm looking at those auxiliary factors versus a hard and fast number, I generally trade well. So I was ready to lock it up at about 3,000. The setup started to present itself, and the first question that I asked myself was, do I have mental capital left in the tank? Thankfully, I did. I took the trade. Thankfully, it worked out. It won't work out every time. In fact, my win rate is probably 60, 70%. So in the case of the trade that I took, I'm happy that it worked out, but my mental capital at this stage right here and now, it's spent. I'm done for the day.
Interesting. What if your mental capital is spent and you saw that setup coming in? Would you still taking it just because you've seen that setup? Nope. Or is mental capital over everything?
Mental capital over everything. It has to be sort of a go to launch. So it's like a pre-flight checklist, right? And I recommend this to a lot of people out there that are newer traders. Have some type of pre-flight checklist, pre-trading checklist before you go into a trade. Understand what's the market doing. Are we in a period of where it's low liquidity, high liquidity? Are we presenting with a great opportunity? Is this a setup that you usually take? Is this in your trading arsenal? Have some sort of pre-flight, pre-trade checklist that you go through before you enter into a trade. That way you're not in a trade and then thinking about how much you regretted jumping into that trade. But for me personally, part of my pre-trade checklist is going through and looking at do I have mental capital to spend on this trade right now? Because I've been there before where you're low on mental capital, you enter a trade, and then that first thought, even if it starts to go in your direction, the first thought is, why did I even do this? I'm so spent right now.
Mm-hmm. I like that pre-flight checklist.
I like that too.
Flaps,
like
yep.
that.
Rudder,
Yeah.
Yep.
Gear, yep.
I like that.
Throttle,
John,
yep.
John, how's your mental capital today?
Mine, not that good. I'm usually pretty bad on Mondays.
Yep. Fair enough. I saw you've been on a lot today, carrying over from Friday, but hey, no trades yet today, so it didn't cost us any money. You're doing a kick-ass job on TV as always, John. So you're good there, but no mental capital means no trades. Rips, I love that discipline. Even if you saw the setup, you've seen the setup, like you said, for a decade, you've been seeing that setup play out. You still wouldn't take the trade because the mental capital simply wasn't there. Now, if the trade works,
I've faced that feeling. I've faced that emotional response over the years way too many times. I've been there before way too many times where you have a trade that's coming across your plate and you're sitting there and you're saying, I shouldn't take this. I'm exhausted right now. I don't have any mental capital left. And then you still end up taking it. More times than not, I've run into that exact same situation and it always ends up bad. And for me, the regret of missing a trade hurts a lot less than taking a trade when it is against your own rules and then feeling the pain of losing that trade. Now you've betrayed yourself as a trader. You've broken your rules. You can no longer trust yourself. And that does not serve you long-term as a trader.
Oh, great point. That definitely hurts more. Taking a trade and losing on it as opposed to missing a trade that works 100%, Rips. Definitely been there. And especially on a Monday, boy, that's tough to recover
Being
again.
mental capital and then having a loss on top of that.
Oh,
great.
Double whammy.
It's a double whammy gut punch.
Yep.
I've done that.
Well, yeah, been there as well. Been there as well.
We all
Working those
have.
overnights. Yeah, been there. And you learn the hard way a lot. But I'm glad we got guys like Rips and Hoag that share their experiences with everybody here in the chat and the audience. We've got 3,700 people watching here on Recapping with Rips. So please click like, please click subscribe. We are almost at 100,000 subscribers. My goodness. We are on the march to it.
That's
so
amazing.
Please click like. It is, Rips. We're getting there, man. Couldn't do it without your help. All the great talent that we have here at Topstep TV.
Better not happen next week. I'm off next week.
You're off next week, John? I think, well, from a little birdie told me he's kind of tracking for kind of sometime in the end of June, but we'll see. If we get a big spike, but keep the pace sometime in June, maybe towards the second half of June. But we'll make sure that everyone waits until you are back till we do cross that 100,000 subscriber line, because the party just won't be the same if John ain't here, because everyone loves Hoag.
I'll watch. If it gets close, I'll be there.
Maybe you can tune in from your phone or something, drop by, say what's up, so you can
I'll be trading on my phone too.
Oh boy, look out! There we go. Here we go. Topstep mobile friendly. This is what
on the golf course.
Typical week.
Soon he's going to be FaceTiming into Topstep TV. He's going to be super tech savvy over there.
I love it. I love it. Yes, please do, John. Maybe we'll put on a trade in your honor. You'll do it from Topstep X on your phone. But yeah, tip of the week: use mobile trading strategically. Back up trade management just in case. Manage your position with more precision on the go, I should say. Integrate trading into
more
your
position
daily...
on. Add to it.
Yeah, yeah. You can go to the gym. You can get on that treadmill. Watch the markets while you get those steps in. It's definitely a tool. It's a necessity in 2024, I would say. But use it strategically. Make it an addition to your trading arsenal, I would say. Rips, do you?
Couldn't agree with
you
you
ever?
more.
Are you ever trading mobily?
I've had some successful trades on iPads, but when it comes to mobile phones, I'm more of from the camp of I like to manage positions and look at what's going on, but I am not an active mobile trader. However, like I said towards the top of the call, I do know some folks who absolutely crush it on mobile. And I think that if you haven't discovered mobile trading, it's worth a shot to see if you like it. And if you like it, you might discover that is your MO. That's their best way to be trading, but it's not for everyone. And I'm one of those people where I'm not a great mobile trader.
Yep. Have it on your phone just in case. You got to have it on your phone just in case. Well, gentlemen, we got 2 minutes left here with Recapping with Rips. Got Power Hour coming up in just a few after that. We got Dolby Time, myself, Mr. Rips, and Coach Dakota in the house. Let that house account open, see if we can turn that count into the black. But yeah, this has been great for catching up with you guys. Here we go. Someone's Plant Tissue Culture Columbia says, Topstep Mobile Friendly is the best thing that has happened to me this month. The only time responded, we are 3 days into June. So, hey, we're glad we could be here for you. Help you with that. Well, like I said, we got Power Hour coming up. Coach Dakota and Rip, some of our finest talent here Top Step. Taking a quick look at the tilt. Seen 67% long in the YM, the Dow Mini there. Gold got 50-50. NASDAQ 69% short. Nice. ES 53% long. Crude 67% long as well. We did see, John, before we got in here, we saw 80% long in crude. Was that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing an 87% long now. Maybe it's wrong.
You're seeing it right now? Okay. Is it July? Are you in July or June?
It's July. You should be in July.
I am in July. I got 66%. Okay. All good. What are you seeing, Rips? I don't. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing 86%. Yep.
Actually.
No, you're right. I'm seeing 86%. Okay. I'm getting two different sources here. I see what confirmed Franco says. Thank you, Franco. Yep, 86% long. 86% long crude here at the lows. They're a couple pennies off, about a dime off the lows here. 86% long. Obviously,
we are holding that 73 spot 96 area for now. So as long as we continue to hold that area, there's a good chance we could probably get a nice little recovery, maybe a point or two. We'll see.
Okay, well, I did hear a Blue Birdie told me that Dakota is indeed in the crude trade. That does it all for now for recapping with Rips. We got Power Hour coming up. Let's go. Johnny, thanks for covering for me today in fast markets. I know you crushed it. Thank you for getting me caught up to speed.
We missed you, Andre. We missed
you. Appreciate that so much, John. Always look forward to hanging out with you guys. I really love it here, man. You guys are the best. And we got a great family going here at Topstep TV. We got Power Hour coming up next. Recapping Rips. We actually did a recap with Rips. That was perfect, actually. That was absolutely perfect. We got Power Hour coming up next. We'll see you soon on the other side of this.
Rips, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Good to see you too, John.
Here we go. I was just saying in the green room, this is going to be an easy one to drive because we got the All-Star A-team in the house today. My partner to the upper right, he is back and better than ever. Dolby time. Man to the lower right, Coach Dakota. In the lower left, he's just someone recapping with Rips. Rips is in the house. First of all, it's my partner, Dolby time. Welcome back. I missed you. We got the house account open, correct? And we got some work to do.
We do. We do have I need to share my charts, but yes, we do have some work to do, but it's okay because we love doing work. Isn't that right, boys?
We do. That's what we do. Dakota. Dakota, welcome on. Welcome on. This is your first. Oh, jeez, Dakota. Wow. Here it goes. Dakota. Got the case of the Mondays or something. Dakota, I hear you're in a crude trade. Is that true? Or if not, because I'm seeing on a source that you have no trades open. What is your position right now?
I'm sitting in crude for like all morning.
It's true. So
I made a mistake. Yeah, I mean, everyone makes mistakes, right? And I'm not prone to it. So I bought 74.40s this morning. I was looking for a run up to 75.20s. We actually rallied up to 75.02. I didn't close it. I should have. I wasn't in front of my computer. I was away from my desk. I love to trade mobilely because that's
we got mobile, Dakota.
The keyword of the day, right? The keyword of the day.
We got mobile now,
and we've just been hovering. My stop loss is like 73.92, and we have just went sideways. I don't expect crude oil to move much. If we get maybe back up into the mid 20s, I'll flat it. But I'm going to focus on NASDAQ during power hour.
All right, excellent. Dolby Time's got we got the NASDAQ queued up. Rips, what were you talking about in the green room? A potential trade idea. We're going to run it by Dakota, run it by Dolby and the chat. But what was a limit order above? What was it?
Yeah, stop by above 572 there. So I'd say a breakout of either 579 or 585 there. Breakout to the top side would signify that we have a chance of auctioning back up to that area around the VWAP of 611. So somewhere in the range of 635 all the way down to 600 there. So that's what I'd like to see. We are kind of bumping into it right now. We do have some cappers up at 570 that are trying to sell into the offer there. So let's see if we can break out above that. That would be my vote, would be long and strong, up and away through 572.
All right. Well,
I see a bullish flag on the 5 minute. I say we buy it.
Okay. 2 check marks right there.
All right, hold on.
What do you think of Dolby time?
We got 2 check marks. Let's go. Dolby time.
What do I think? Let's see. I mean, if I'm a range trader, I would like buying like, I don't know, lower half of that range. So anything below like 550 all the way down to like 524. Doesn't mean that your idea. Yeah. I just
57s.
We have to be so fast. Like, I don't mind playing breakout strategies, but we have to be super fast if we don't get the price action that we want.
Okay, well, we got 2 check marks. So we need a long, but you want to, Rips, you're trying to play a breakout. We got to get through the 72s to get long is what you're thinking?
Hey, I'm open to different ideas here. I'm open to scooping off these lows that, the low 60s, mid to low 50s. I'm open to that too. So don't, I think Dakota should drive this one.
Dakota time. Dakota time. Dakota. Dakota time. No, Coach Dakota. What are you thinking here? We were trading 565 here. We did dip it in the 57.
20 lots right here, right now. Let's do it.
All right. See, you're just goofing around.
Ooh,
right now.
Love that.
No, I'm not. I'm not goofing. I'm being absolutely serious.
I could do like 10 lots. We don't have as much room as we normally do. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 10 lots, 20 lots.
We could do 10, I think.
We got
10. We're at 70s right now.
You want them right now? Just like market?
We're going to take some heat. But we do have VWAP at 611 to the upside. Do hear a target of that. All right.
Do we like it? So we need to press the buy button right now.
Dakota
for this.
Talk to Dakota. It's all in Dakota's hands.
Okay.
70s.
So
all
right.
Yeah, when I said right here, right now, it was at 65. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Okay?
All right.
It's 10 handles higher. No, who fumbled the ball here? Was it? Who's the one pressing the ball?
I said my piece. This is a bullish flag to me. And I want to get in long. I was in long right here, right now, for a push above 600s. So,
okay.
There we go.
We'll see if we get a pullback. We'll see if we get that pullback.
Let's see if we get a pullback.
It's wrong.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
It's meeting my criteria as well, which was a buy order over 72.
This is gonna be a long
over 80s. If you like him at 65s, you probably like him at 80s, right?
It's all right. We'll see what happens. So, yeah,
And
we could
she's
be
gone.
We'll see if the range holds here to the ups. If the old range is the upside right here, if we break out, this is going to.
I mean, maybe buying on any kind of pullback towards 72
kind
here should be the second chance. Maybe a 5 lot. I don't know.
What if we leave some orders at like 560?
Hold on, we're pulling back here. You could start layering in 2 lots at a time. I think this is a good spot to start clipping in. What do you think, Dakota?
Yeah, buy wherever between here and 65.
Buy wherever.
Wherever. I mean, that's just. I mean, yeah. If we're gonna be trading 611, if we're trading 611,
right? Because we're in the middle of trying to break out, and then if we're arguing about a few points here now, we just don't want to miss it, right? I don't want to say FOMO. I'm risking out. If you use a limit order, say at 570, 565, somewhere in this zone, because it's a zone, right? And if we're playing for a breakout, we're kind of just find a location to buy.
What if we do?
All right, so we're getting a blessing of a pullback here. By the way, pull back to 65s. Some point that trigger has to be pulled, my friend.
Okay. Just give me a second. The market will. All right, I'll stack.
I just give it time,
2 5s.
Reach those servers with your dial-up modem. Mom, get off the phone.
Dolby time.
I'm going back to Madison, guys.
No, Dolby time. That's my partner. All right, we all miss execution sometimes. We'll see if we get another. We'll get another pullback here.
Oh no, the pullback is gone. We got the pullback into those 66s, 65s. How many lots do we have on Dolby here and now? What are we at?
0.
Beautiful.
0
Love to see it.
0. Nothing is on right now. Dude, it took me like 10 minutes just to figure out how to get video set up and learn how to use a computer again. Okay, I think we could stack some bids though. What if we do 55s to 65 and just stack 2?
Just seeing Dakota's face right now is just priceless for me.
I'm not even looking. My eyes are on the chart.
I gave you guys my opinion. And that was 10 points
All right,
ago.
hey, all right. He's getting caught back up to speed here. We'll see if we can get another trade. We're
doing great.
We'll be all right. Dakota, you're long this oil. We'll keep an eye on that. Just stack some bids, Dolby. We'll get some exposure if we do get some.
I'll stack some. Here,
something gets hit here.
4, 6, 8, 10. We'll do 3 ticks apart. Everything between 65 and 61. There.
Are you sharing your screen, Dolby time?
I am.
All right.
Excellent.
Yep, there's Dolby screen. Got the house account open. As Rips takes a
we
nice
are seeing
swing.
some nice bid support showing up there at those 70s, those low 70s again. So still looking good for that here and now trade.
Trader wins. All right, Dakota. What are you, Dakota? No trades today. Just one trade with the crude.
My oil trade. I should have just slapped on 20. Let's see. No, we're not officially broken out yet because this is a zone. This is the breakout zone.
I see some nice juicy bids though forming up here, Dakota. I don't know if you're seeing that too.
Yep. We're there, right? This is where it's we're going to get in early, but we get a better risk reward, or do we wait until we break over 80? We get a higher probability, and then we lose that risk reward. It's give or take probabilities, right? And I'm over here just chilling in oil. So,
and she's gone.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Come sail away. Come sail away. That ship has sailed, Dolby.
No, it hasn't. We're good.
We got the bids in there. We got the bids in there. We are not going to chase. Correct, Jack. We are not going to chase. You missed a trade. We are not going to chase per se. If we see one pullback,
gives opportunities. We'll be fine. We got these bids stacked between 61.50 and 65.50. We'll get a rejection of 580. They'll pull back to 61.50. We'll get filled on all 10, and then we'll make $20,000. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, we're just starting. Well, we're 40 minutes left.
Plenty of time.
Dakota, I saw in
all the time in the world.
Yeah, Dakota, remember? Dakota, you're talking about account management in the chat a few segments ago, and we were talking about how the house account was up $11,000, and we only gave back half of it. It felt like a loss, but at the end of the day, it was a win in the account, right? So, this is how I was feeling. How were you feeling after that day?
I mean, it feels crappy to give back some money, but you got to realize a win is a win. You lock in some of that profit, and You could have been like me, and I ended up losing even more.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, in Discord, the night before this, I'm like, man, I really hope we have a negative 2% day and we rally back up to break even. Sure enough, we had that, and I still ended up with a daily loss limit. But the house account locked in $5,000, and even though the high watermark was 10, we can't always end at the high watermark. It's just not realistic.
No, it's not. It does stink. It does stink, but that's part of the game. Okay, Dakota. So you got this crude going on. What is going on with crude, Dakota? How long will you stay in this? Will you stay this into the close, or will you manually stop it out? What are you looking for over there?
So I'll look to stay into this till the close. If we pop up to the 20s, I might just close it out. But crude oil's dead. There's like no volatility. The volatility was at this morning, and then again at like what is it, 1:30. But I have my stop loss. I have my take profit, and I'll manage it. I'll manage this going into the close. But I've been in it for like 8 hours. It feels like.
Oh, that's a long crude oil trade.
All right, Dolby time. I missed doing this. What was your entry, Dakota? If you don't mind me asking, what was your entry time? I mean to say
40s. I got in at the 40s, but I got in at about 9:40 a.m. 9:40 a.m.
So basically,
Central
20
Standard
minutes
Time.
after New York opened. There. Wow, what a trade!
Yeah.
It's
I
been
made
a long
this
one.
mistake by not closing it for profit. I should have, could have, would have closed it at 75, but that's okay.
And just to rehash, you did say long 65s NQ here, just so I make sure when the price is trading 611s, we can go back and quote that.
That is correct.
65. You said 565, right?
You can rewind.
I wasn't joking when I said long 20 right here, right now.
I thought you said long 50.
Market.
Yeah, you're up 20 handles right now. Oh, make it 30. Oh boy.
This is why I have the hater blockers on right now.
This is all good. We'll watch this sucker run a little bit. In the upper left corner of the screen, you will see the hashtag Power Hour. See the countdown clock in the lower right to the closing bell here. Adobe time. Tell them what hashtag Power Hour is as we see the NASDAQ uptick a little bit. As we see the NASDAQ ripping
a little
face.
bit. Yeah, we're at 590s, almost 30 points higher from when we were first talking. Hashtag Power Hour. So we're on Twitter, at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. Share your trader wins with us. I've already seen some mobile wins, which is super cool.
Sweet.
So, yep. I pulled a couple already, which is awesome. So, share your wins, share your memes, good trades, whatever you got. Funded trading certificates, those are awesome too. Hashtag Power Hour on X at Topstep. It's a good time. It's a great time, actually.
80% tilt. We got MP. I got 80% tilt. What do you got? I got 73% long in the NASDAQ, 69% long S&Ps, 88% long crude oil.
Hey, we got a second chance, boys. Here we go.
You guys
I think this is actually the 9th chance. I'm counting 1, 2, 3. Yep, 9th chance.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do we think we can pull all the way back? I'm just keeping these.
What is all the way? What would be all the way?
61.50.
That's the question, right? Like, how far do we pull back if we do pull back? Is this just a retest of the breakout and then we continue, or are we just going to reverse and pull all the way back? I just don't know.
I mean, personally, I would prefer buying closer to like 550s if we could, but it might be way too late for that. Way too late. But really nice higher lows in the NASDAQ, and it's making higher highs, which is awesome. But NASDAQ is very volatile, so just because it went up a bunch doesn't mean it's going to stay there. It could always come back down and go back up again. It does offer a lot of opportunities to get in and out. But we're going to keep these orders until further notice.
Until further notice.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying we're gonna have some quiz winners. We'll have some quiz results here later in the day. Have some trader wins as well. And we got about 36 minutes left in the session, and we will continue to look for possible trade ideas. But just see, sellers came in when it hit those 80s. See these 77s pulled back. Oh, gotcha. I didn't know that, MP. Good stuff. Everyone's trading micros now. Many. Gotcha. Thank you, MP.
All right. Hey, we did kiss VWAP here in the S&Ps, as I see, as we did. Gotcha.
So if we do get a pullback to the 65s, I still like it. I mean, essentially we're just going up and to the right, and yeah, I'm looking at this as just a pullback from the breakout.
Yeah, it's the same trade idea we were talking about earlier. It ripped higher.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I think NQ can move around a lot, so I think the trade idea is still valid that we all had earlier. We just didn't. Well, it's not a we thing. I just couldn't slam 15 immediately when the show opened, which would have been like the better timing, obviously.
Yeah, right at the top of power hour is usually when it's like right here, right now. Sometimes the trades just don't wait, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Dakota says right here, when Dakota says right here, right now, he means it.
He means
I thought you said 50. I thought you said 50 lot. I didn't think you said 20. I thought you said 50. So I think you said 50 right here, right now. 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. We
I
always
just don't know
want
if we
more,
can
though,
swing
if
20
the
right
random
now.
trade does go in our favor.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, we're trading 85s now, and the 585s and the NASDAQ. S&Ps went right up to those 85, 87 level that Rips and Hoag were talking about. So you guys were getting some good levels here at Topstep TV. You make sure you write this down, execute and capture some profits with these levels we're giving out here, guys, because we haven't been missing a lot lately. All right, Rips, you are up $7,200 in XFAs today. Looking to possibly maybe take a trade, but you said you're pretty much. I mean, that was the trade right there, right? If you were going to take the trade, it was
when you're up $7,200 on the day, I mean, notwithstanding how much effort it took, usually you want to kind of evaluate where you're at with your mental capital. For me today, being up $7,200 in XFAs, it's real money. That's good enough for me. And if the only trade I would have taken was the one we were talking about in the green room, I'd rather spend my time here, just kind of giving full focus here rather than managing a position, having some fun, throwing jabs at Dolby, having a good time with that kind of stuff. It's it is what it is. I'm happy to just be parked with $7,200 in profits here.
Absolutely.
Get him in while you can, Rips. Get him in while you can. I'm coming out of hibernation.
I fully expect you to turn things around here. Power hour is still we got well over 30 minutes here.
Would you still like 60s, Rips, if we pulled back, or you think that ship has sailed?
Well, we did have that 9th opportunity. We didn't take it. So I don't know if we'll take it on the 10th, 11th, or 12th opportunity. I would say probably just locking the account's the good move at this point.
Oh, no. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when we get up to VWAP here. If we do get up to the VWAP in the NASDAQ. S&P's right up at VWAP now, 52.85. What up, Dakota?
You could just buy it and see if we get to 620s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to flatten these. I don't think we're getting... This is a one-way
Yeah,
move
I mean,
right
that last opportunity where we had the pullback to 75, that's a 25 handle banger here. So, I mean, if we're missing that ship, I don't know what ship we want to take. Maybe like a 2-handle scalp or something. But, I mean, that's...
I mean, you could size down and, try to chip away. See if we can get back.
We did size down, though. 20 lots. I mean, we're used to doing the 50 lot bangerang here.
50 bangers?
50? Is that what you guys were doing last week? Was 50s?
Did we get up to 50? Definitely 30. The guy at the bottom there, Dakota had, what were you were short? 30? You're short 30 lot in the NASDAQ? What were you short? $40,000 winner.
Yeah, 30 on NASDAQ.
$40,000 day, Dolby. $40,000 a day. Short from 714s. I'll remember. 18,714 in the NASDAQ. Bad. Yeah, not too bad at all. But he has been sitting in this crude trade for hours on end. This is going to be good for your trade hold time, though. This will help your stats in that aspect.
I mean, if we're thinking about stats, sure.
Yeah, I know. But this is a hell of crazy hold time. All right, we are up at VWAP in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, I got NASDAQ VWAP is 611, 18,611. Coming up to these 600s here. We'll see. Gabe, if you're ready, we can do some quiz results. We can do some trader wins. # power hour if you're ready. Let me know. We got about 31 minutes left in the session. We're going to have MOC coming out here from my man Eddie, who's hawking the wires for that. Yay, there he is. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Gabe. All good. Well, I got 87% long in the tilt here in crude, 64% long in the NASDAQ, 63% long in S&Ps. So they're riding this wave to the upside. All roads, Scott, you know it. All roads lead to VWAP. We say jokingly, but
we will have a liquidity injection here also, Andre, in about looks like 50 seconds, 5-0. So we will want to see what happens to the tape on that. If we do have acceptance continuing above this 18,600 level, there's a chance that we could really start to interact with that VWAP and see who's kind of still here, see if perhaps we can find a position there.
Yeah, I like buys until we get to 620s. At this point, it's just, we could buy pullbacks, we could close our eyes and buy 620s is my target.
620s are target.
Is there another market? Maybe has an opportunity? Maybe like ES,
what's
YM.
that? Crude. What do you think about crude, Dakota?
Basically, joining Dakota's trade would be cool.
Yeah, we're 4 ticks off the lows right now. Scratch that, 2 ticks off the lows.
That'd be exciting stuff. Let's
I might just close out of this one. We'll see. I don't see it moving very much. Like I said, crude's closed. For me, it's just I might just close this right here, right now. I mean, it's just distracting for me now.
I mean, ES has kind of been an interesting spot. All the indices actually.
Yeah,
look
if we did pull back all the way to those 70, if we did pull back in the NASDAQ to those 72s again, there is a chance that we could find those same bidders that we saw before, right around 72, 75. We are pulling back dramatically here. So if we do find bid support there, we could maybe take like a 2 contract position, 1 contract position. If we are finding bidders down here, we're pulling back into it. 75s. How do you feel about that, Dakota?
Yeah. Yes. Yep. If we're buying pullbacks, I'm still looking at 620s for the end of power hour. Maybe we could just get a nice run up to there. But yeah, pullbacks, breakouts, everything's in play for me. To the long side.
How do we solidify some bids down here at 75s, which I'm seeing some stacking up, but not as dramatic as we were before. So there's a bidder stepping up to 75s.
All right, fellas, let's do it. We got 2 check marks at 72. 2 check marks at 72 previous to that little run up. If we want to execute, we're at 79. I don't know if we're going to get to 72s. What do you guys think about getting aggressive at market right now? 80 shit.
Yeah, it's gone.
No, yeah, it's
just
NASDAQ
right
things.
NASDAQ been crazy.
It's just
man.
NASDAQ things, yeah.
Thin.
If we do break down, I'll buy 560s.
Okay.
560s? Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of where we were at before. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been our original trade idea, is like that range between like 60 and 65 in NQ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If that's the question, is if we do. We only have 30 minutes left.
And then Rips, you like 70s, right? You're a little bit more aggressive.
75s, actually. I don't mind if we have that. We've had a lot of bid support showing up at 75s. Let me see how low. 74 halves, 73s. So, if they're willing to, hold that down there, perhaps there's an opportunity to be a buyer.
Yeah.
As long as we're holding there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, gold's kind of just looking at a quick take a peek at gold here, trading 23.65. 80 finally broke out of that range it's been stuck in since noon central. So we're starting to see some movement to the downside there. All right, we'll see if we get that pullback here in NASDAQ. I know Dakota said he'd be very aggressive, getting long from the 60 to 65 area. And NASDAQ, again, 18,560. Very aggressive if getting long there. See if we get a retest of that level. S&P's about 2 points beneath the VWAP, 52.85. Hoag and Rips, in recapping with Rips, told you they like to move to the upside to give the VWAP a kiss. Sure enough, it happened here in Power Hour. So boys are seeing the markets very clearly right now.
I mean, we got 70s. Do we want to try to work the range between 60 and 75?
60
and
and
see
75.
if we can stack some orders.
I don't mind that at all.
See what we can get.
Yeah, I mean, the better the pullback, but we really need to see those bidders showing their hand and showing that aggression. Yeah. We are seeing that same kind of bid stack showing up at those 75s there. So I think it's worth a good risk reward as long as you're having a good stop there.
Where would your stop be? I don't know, how much would you want to size in there? Like, I think 10 is
75s risking down to 63s maybe.
I mean, we only have about $6,000 of risk basically. Is 10 too many?
Could do a
Should we do 5? Do a 5er? Yeah.
I could do a 5 ball.
Okay. So what do we think? 75s? Do a 5 lot at 75s then?
Yeah, that bidder showed up again, and it's one of those things where if we don't take it there and now, I feel like the likelihood of success kind of diminishes. So it's gone 10 handles higher now.
I know. I really like limit orders for this. It's like for NASDAQ, I think you just having those orders in there and hoping they get filled is a little bit easier if you're going to do it by committee versus just doing a market order. But we can put in
a little quick update on market internals, since I think that we're just going to remain paralyzed here. Would be the looking at the NYSE and the NASDAQ here. NYSE volume is at 440 million shares now, 7% above its 1 month average. We have the NASDAQ trading 4.46 billion shares, which is 18% below its 1 month average. Decliners are leading advancers there by 1.2 to 1. And we are rocketing towards 18,600. That's the market updates here. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Rips, the man. I did see in the chat, NVIDIA pushing to the upside. I don't have an NVIDIA quote in front of me. Rips, what's NVIDIA trading? Is it pushing higher? I don't know if that was accurate.
NVIDIA is pushing higher. We're looking to trade 1150s here in NVIDIA.
Okay, 1150s. Quick update on Delta. I know there's a nice little Delta squeeze this morning. We got minus 9,100 in NQ, or I'm sorry, ES, minus 9,100 in the S&Ps and minus 4,700 in NQ. Maybe the squeeze
that
would
was
be on.
set up for a short squeeze, right?
Yep. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
I'm going to put 5 in at 575 Rips just in case we revisit it there. I don't want to get
cool. I like it.
Yelled at.
I'm just teasing. We're having fun here. It's all in good fun. Don't take it too seriously.
All right. Well, while we watch that, all right. So we don't have any orders working currently. Man, we have pullback.
Yeah, we do. We're working 5 at 18,575. Yeah, we're going to see if we can get a retest.
Okay, very good. Very good. All right. Well, with that being said, I believe Gabe is ready with. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, Gabe? Gabe is ready with some quiz winners. Go ahead, Gabe. If you're ready, let's come on in. We got 23 minutes left in the session. Happy Monday, Gabe. Let's go. Sorry about your T-Wolves, by the way, man.
I don't want to talk about it.
My bad, dude. My bad. My bad.
What happened to the Michael Jordan, the new Michael Jordan?
I know.
Hey, man. I wasn't on that conspiracy train. He's just a talented player.
Talented 22-year-old man.
They'll be,
he's 22.
Yeah, they'll be
we're
back.
Pretty good.
It was good.
Here, boys.
It was good experience.
Well, like his high school or college photo of him holding, just like and posing like MJ.
Yeah, there's some similarities for sure, but
we're 8 points from getting filled.
I'm not down that rabbit trail. All right, so we're getting filled, but I'm going to leave this up for just 2 more seconds. Thank you guys for playing Top Quiz.
Look at that Evil Dolby in the house.
Just the moment here.
Yeah, Evil Dolby.
A lot of great names on this one.
Super Trades, Stoned Soul.
Shout out to Sir Rips a lot.
Sir Rips a lot.
That's an awesome name.
Yeah, it is. Bob Wiley. Beef.
Jack thought Tickin' Bulls was funny.
That's a good one. Creative.
That's a good one. Yeah. A little dicey, but All right, I'll take this down for now.
Thanks, Gabe. When we got
Jack.
We got
Where's Jack at? Him and his
where is Jack at, Dakota? Great question. Where is Jack? Where is Jack?
I don't know.
He's around. He's working his ass off, I'll tell you that. All right, we got this bit of a pullback. 82s. What would we like, fellas? 75. 75's got to be a go zone,
75s
right?
are in.
75's got to be a go zone.
Rips like 75s. Dakota likes basically anything long, so we're just going to hop into. We're 575. What do we think about stops, though? I mean, just the rest of the $6,000, or is there a level that we like?
My stop would be 50, maybe 49, 48s.
I don't know.
But my entry that I'm looking for is going to be a little bit low. Like, I just like longs, but it's about managing risk, right? Because we're in a position where we're already down, and we don't have a lot of wiggle room for our stop loss, right? Depending on how big of a position we're getting in. But 5 contracts is not too big, and I think that would be fair enough for some risk.
Okay, 575.
It gives us also an opportunity to add as well. Don't forget.
It does. Well, we're gonna get it. So we're in right now.
Filled.
There we go.
Filled. 575s.
5 times.
49s. You said 50s for a stop. That'd be 2450. So yeah, that would work. Okay, so we're good. We're good.
We are long 5 from 18,575.
Yep.
Can update that.
Stop is at 550, which is the level that Dakota mentions for a stop.
Okay, let's not. Okay, I agree with that stop down there, but let's not put it at an exact round number. Let's go beneath 47 or 52
or something.
Just not. Yeah, I think you know how this market's like to gravitate towards it. All right, we can talk about it when we get
I'm
closer.
open to adding if we get a breakout to the top side, adding above 85s there if we have that.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm for adding. I love scaling in. I really do. If we want to get into,
would we buy
contracts,
more at 560, Dakota?
I mean, since we are already down, it's harder to average in. It's a lot easier to average in as we go into our favor, right? So we're trading around what 68, 69, and if we start to break out closer to 600s, like Rip said, we could get into that 20 contracts without risking more.
Cool. So let's plan on that. So our stop is at 548 and a quarter.
Perfect.
And
reclaim of 72s and holding above that is super strong here because this is where we've had a lot of buyers shaping up. We had an aggressive sell down into that. We are seeing a lot of bidders forming here. So if we do actually hold this general price area, that is going to be seen as a strong for the long.
Awesome. Looking for some liquidity here, upside or downside in the NASDAQ. Not seeing much either to above or beneath the price right now. So I'll let you know if we see anything here, Dolby time, but I got nothing for you as far as liquidity. Dakota, what are you looking?
Eyes are on the chart.
Yep, very good, very good. Dakota, what are you looking for here at this level of 567, 568 right now? Call it.
Yep, I'm actually looking to get in long with you guys. I just jumped down my crude oil trade, down 6K for the day, but I do like longs right here, right now. This is kind of where we broke out.
Reclaiming 72s is strong.
Yeah.
To infinity and beyond.
We'll take that.
I think I just saw your order there, Dakota. 78 lots at 72 evens.
He's flashing.
That's only the tip of the iceberg, Rips.
Well, iceberg.
That's right.
Another 500.
There we go. We are pushing up, reclaiming 75s here, and I do like an add above 85 into that momentum for a potential blowout of 600s into that VWAP of 611. And 515, somewhere in that
How
range.
many would you add? How many would you add?
I'd add 5 right now. Add a 5 bomb.
Boom.
Clip it up.
Right now? All right.
5.
Another 5 in. Update the position.
Okay,
along
and then
10,
I would
5,
say
7, 7,
having
and
above
3/4.
85 is also a smart move there.
577 3/4 game.
Another 5 above 85. All right.
Stack built into this. Long from 77 10 times. Long from 77.
We're
10
long
times.
15.
15
we're long
now.
15. Okay.
What's the average price?
I joined you. I'm long 3. I'm long 3 at 76.
18,575 evens.
Breaking
That's our
news, by
price.
the way, E-Trade is looking to remove Roaring Kitty from their platform. That is breaking news. I'm not kidding. That's not a joke.
Is that real? Okay, yeah. Okay.
That's real. I'm not kidding.
Was he like sponsored or something?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Okay. We're along 15 from 575. 15 from 5.
Yeah.
Update the board. 15 from 18,575.
So we're in a situation in which like our stop basically is just going to be our DLL because of our size right now.
Ooh. There we go.
Let's push this be higher. Here we go. Trade 76 is. I'm looking for. We got 17 minutes left here in the session. We might have to hold off on hashtag power hour and trader wins based on how this trade. We'll keep an eye on this trade. Dakota, talk to us. Did you are in 3 times, correct?
6 times now.
6 times. Long 6 times.
go.
What is your average price?
Let's go.
76 3/4.
Here it comes. Breakout 85s. Breakout 85s. Adding.
Yeah, well, we're already on 15, so
Okay. All
quite a
right.
bit. Yeah.
Perfect.
Beautiful trade. Nice, Dolby. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
But that's to stick the landing, though. That's to stick the landing.
They gave everybody one last try. This is they're trying to hook Power Hour up. They're trying to hook Power Hour
Let's see
up
if we
here.
can break above 600. 600 is the target to break out. So for me, I'm going to continue to add on any bullish momentum.
Okay, I thought we had it there. 16 minutes left in the session. Eddie's got MOC. Yeah, you know me.
If we get below 560s, we're in trouble with this one.
Really trading 580, jumping around very thin in the NASDAQ. Very, very thin.
Sound
It's
like
all higher
Dakota's
lows, though.
adding.
Dakota's long 6 from 76, I believe.
I'm long 7 now.
Long 7 from.
I'm long 7.
There it is.
You want to peel some at like, so let's talk about exit because the downside's.
I'm not
already
opposed to
kinda
peeling
fixed
like 7 at 90 or 7 at 88, something like that. Like I call that a pitch and catch move when you're trading momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like that.
So at least you're getting paid for your time.
Yep. I like that.
Taking a look at tilt here on the NASDAQ, 66% long. Nothing showing in the ES. Crude 88% long as well. We're currently in the NASDAQ trade that Dakota and House Account are in long 64%. 15 minutes left in the session. Not seeing any liquidity, upside, downside, really. Anything of note.
Jeez.
Yeah, weird. This NASDAQ
Yeah, look at this.
jumping.
It's super thin on the NASDAQ.
Yes, it is. It is jumping around 3-4 prices. I mean, I don't even know what's trading between it. NASDAQ, you just gotta hang on, baby. All right, it's finally seen a 73 lot here on 577. Seen a 75 lot beneath on the bid here at 577. Market instantly ran away from
I'm seeing
that.
some folks that are trying to cover now 82s. If we bring this above 85s, they should be pulled out, and then you could probably flip 7 out at 88 halves, somewhere in that range.
So you want to cover like
That's
half
what I'd
the
say would be a
trade
nice
at
move.
88s?
You could do a quarter or a half. I think that's just fair. You know, get paid for your time out of this range, and then you could probably look to even refresh your ad lower, bringing your average down a touch.
Yeah,
But I
I'll
like
do
that
3 and
move.
3. I'll do 90s for 3.
I would go
and then,
lower
like
than
88s
90s.
for 3.
Try like 86, 87.
For 3, okay.
Boy, it is thin.
Okay, I added. I'm
There it
long
is.
14.
Dakota long
I'm
14.
long
If we
14.
move higher. Dakota long 14. Average price, Dakota.
All right.
79.
Oh, we got about a grand.
you.
We got about a grand back from that. I covered
Nice.
6.
There we go.
79. Boy, it is thin. Look at this last.
Long 16.
Long
Long
16.
16.
Dakota
Here he
building
comes.
in. Dakota targeting 620s, I believe. Dakota targeting 620s.
Yep. We got
Correct.
9
Yep.
left at 575 and 3/4.
Love it, Dolby. Nice job.
Do we have like big upside somewhere that we can try to target? Like
611s,
620s?
break out of that. 611s brings us 30s and 40s.
There you go.
Yeah,
fellas.
like 637
Good stuff,
looks
guys.
interesting. I think
Good stuff here,
622 looks
fellas.
interesting.
Pushing.
There it is. There it is. Nice work. Nice work.
Boy,
Teamwork
that
makes
boy.
the dream work, baby. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir. 600s, baby. 600s print. 600s print. Can we get to 611s? If we get 611s, we are targeting 620.
I like 3 more out here. I like 3 more out there.
Let's see if we could get that push above 600.
More push. Dakota long 16, I believe. Dakota's long 16. Building into a position.
Yep, long 16 from 581.
Professional traders do here. Highland curve. Very good professional trading here at TopStep. TopStep TV on TopStep X. If he was on the golf course, he'd be using TopStep mobile friendly right
job.
now. Give you TopStep 24/7, baby. Anywhere on the planet. Come get it.
Okay,
We're here
I'll
for you.
add 3 more to sell to cover between like 98 and 600s. That gets
I would
us
just
down
pull out
to
3 more right
6.
here and now.
3 more
I put
right
it
now.
on the offer here and now and just get it out. 3
All right.
at least. Right there, fill
All
it
right,
like 94
covered 3.
3/4.
All right, so that got us about another
Nice.
600 or 700. So now we're working 6 at 573 and a quarter, and then we'll
6
keep the other 3 at 98, 99 and evens. in the
So stop is
NQ,
just
and-
around break even, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it can be if you want it to be, but it's not.
Sure.
I mean, I think
it's a
that's
great feature
fair.
on X. Yeah, it's a great feature on X. Let's do it.
Okay, cool. We're good.
I'm seeing some liquidity to the upside here. I've seen 50 at 603. Yeah, okay. They're starting to see some liquidity to the upside here in NASDAQ, and we know that markets like to gravitate towards that liquidity, not so much on the downside, but it is thin right
I
here. at this
added.
price.
I'm long 18.
Nice.
18.
Do you want to take my 98s, 99s, and evens, Dakota?
How many more do we have in the position, Dolby time?
11
We have
minutes.
6. We have 6. Our stop is at like 572, so we got like $100 of risk on, which is whatever.
I like 2 more out at 97 halves.
Yep, I got those working right now. Oh, 97 halves.
Beauty.
Even more aggressive. Okay.
Yep, 97 halves, 2 out. That's what I like.
Team trading is finest here, people.
I'm still looking for a break above 600. My target
Yeah,
620.
so I think we can get a big squeeze in the end of the day here.
Yeah, we got negative delta still. John, when you get a chance, hook me up with that delta update. Yes, that could fuel the rally as well. It was negative 91 about 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago. So get that. Maybe give us a little bit more confirmation or conviction in our long position right here. But we are currently long. All right, we're pushing up here. Rips, talk to us. Rips, talk to us. What do you got?
Nope, I like 97 halves. I like 2 outright down there.
Should be filled. Should be filled.
Yep.
Beauty. Yes, I love that. And now I'm hands off. Now I'm letting this MOC ripper, or we get stopped out, break even on the rest. Okay. That's so where I like it. So I'm happy with this.
4 running right now. We have 4 running right now.
Beautiful.
Perfect. And we started with what? We were up to a 9 or 11. How many were we up to?
We had 15 at one point.
Yeah, perfect trade. Beautiful trade. What's the house account sitting at balance now?
Negative 750. So we got back
$750. That was a huge recovery then.
Negative 750. Yeah, huge.
Yeah, I'm still long 18. 5K right now.
Okay, hell yeah.
Wow.
Here we go. 600 Bruce. Nice little sweet liquidity above 600s there.
Talk to us, Rips. What
okay,
do you got?
We got about another 600 back on that. So now we're only down 170. We have 3 left. I think we just
let this sucker run, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Beautiful team trade. Dakota, what's your position currently?
18 at 582.
Thank you. 18 for 582.
I'm looking for a break and hold above 600.
Thank you.
Here it comes knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Dakota's home.
Oh, Rips, you get me going, man.
My finger's on the close button. Like, this is a really quick trade. This is fast. We'll see how it works.
It's a lot of size, yeah.
9 minutes left.
It's a big size.
I can cover one more if we get back to break even. We'd cover everything.
Struggling to hold above 600.
Yeah, 600. There's a lot of players up there. I mean, we just filled just about 550 contracts into those 600. So that gives you the old puckers.
Yep. Still higher lows on the 1 minute.
I do have to say, by the way, Dolby, you came, you went, and you just totally redeemed yourself right there.
See how I took off my hater blockers, Rips? We're back in the game, baby.
Here we go. Eddie, what do you got? Eddie Moore's coding in. Eddie,
we got the MOC in balance here. We got NASDAQ, 432 million to the buy side. Dow, 864 million to the buy side. Mag 7, 405 million to the buy side. S&P, we've got 417 million to the buy side. Yes, buy side. NASDAQ, 432 million buy side. And I think that is it for right now.
Bringing welcome news.
I'm sorry, S&P 4.2 billion to the buy side.
Whoa. 4.2 bill with a B. Okay.
4.2 bill.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome. Okay. That will be executed here, Rips. We're going to execute those in about 3 minutes here.
Okay, we got 3 contracts left. What do we want to do with them? What's our exit plan?
I say run it to break even, maybe feather 1 or 2 at like 603, 604. But I mean, if we're breaking 603s, I mean, 607 is really the breakout area. We tap into 607. We don't find sellers. We're slamming it to the top side there. So that's what, you know. Dakota, what are you working with over there?
Yeah, I'm still in 15. And now I just added to it again. So I closed off about 10 when we got up there. I'm back into 15 at 594.
Wow.
Oof. That's 600s is.
He did trade now. 600s trade.
He's working his position there. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
I might
close
right
out
now.
It'll be scratch on everything. NASDAQ if I get stopped out of this one.
Do you want to cover 1 and that covers our negative 170, or we just hold this until end of day?
Yes, yeah. Get it out of the way and then run the rest to break even and then hands free it.
Okay, there we go. We're good. Up 180.
Amazing. Great stuff.
Microsoft looking to lay off hundreds for Azure Cloud business. Breaking news.
Oh, market will love that. I love it when people
market is breaking on that a little bit here. Let me see Microsoft. Yeah, no, it's true. Microsoft is working on that actually. Running into the VWAP on Microsoft, potentially looking to break out 600s here. We are knocking on the door. This is the 4th test of 600s here and now on the MQ.
Yes, it is.
Let's go.
Do it for Dakota. Come on.
One time. Dakota made 6K.
We'll see.
Minutes.
I'm back into 20 contracts. So we'll see how this
Here we go.
out.
600 straight. 600s are
Here
holding
comes.
now. 600s holding.
Come on, baby.
All right, tug of war. Big tug of war here at the 600. 18,600.
It looks soft to the offer side, so I think we can run this up pretty quickly here as long as we find just a little, just a taster
This could be a really big cover. I mean, we saw that happen on Friday. Like the last 5 minutes could be totally bananas in NQ.
We're still holding up here, which is a good sign.
Yes,
we are
it is.
seeing some buyers here
sign.
across the tape. 601, 602s offering. We are breaking through above this here. We need to see 607s on the print rejected to the north side, and then we could be running right into that VWAP. We are rejecting VWAP right now, the S&Ps. That's what's kind of holding us back here. I love that Dakota's holding hard and fast to his position. Love the conviction that he's seeing. Just beautiful.
Holding 600s.
I'm struggling to push above the 600s.
So
I'm wanting 620s.
Here it comes.
We might get there, Dakota. We got 603s trade.
There it is, breaking into 605s. Potentially 605s are trading tickle.
Oh, my pits are flowing, boys. God, it's hot in here, isn't it?
Oh, nice. There we go. 10 straight.
That's why they're
There it
pushing
is.
go, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, covering 1, 2 left. Now we're up 925. So that's kind of close to
Dakota
Dakota's
gotta be up
20s,
big.
like 10 points.
Dakota, you're long
yeah,
20?
Dakota's crushing it right now. You
Well,
wouldn't
I
even know
was. I
it.
closed
Did you flip
off
some
5
out
on
there
that
into
little
those
push
610s,
up. I'm long
611s?
15. I'm long 15 now.
Cool.
Did you trim
I'm gonna see
5
if we
up
get
there?
another spike
Big
up
move,
into the
big candle.
610s trade. 611s trade.
There it is, 611s. We're in the VWAP now.
Nice.
13s.
There we go.
Beautiful trade, Dakota. Beautiful trade.
Closed off 5 more there. Let's see if we can get maybe 15. I want the 20s.
Oh, easy.
There's 15. We're tickling into it.
I
Yeah,
think we
5
can hit
left.
620s easy. I'll cover 1 at 20s.
There we go.
Okay, so
And I'm out.
Wow, you guys.
1 left.
I'm out.
One
There we go.
left.
Wow, what a trade.
Oh, we're flat.
So
Everyone's
I
flat?
was down
No, we're not
6,000, and now I'm up $2,300.
Woo, Dakota.
Let's go.
Nice job.
God, I love a comeback story. I love the
We're keeping
comeback.
a runner on. We got 1 left, boys. Got a
Do it.
runner on. Let's go.
Into the close. You go. If you guys like what you just saw, we got 4,300 people watching now in Power Hour, Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. You're just watching some of the best traders at work right here. Hope you guys got on that. Man, great stuff. Rips, Dakota, Dolby time. Beautiful, beautiful.
That is big time football.
Trade 20.
I will say there was a lot of flat coming in when we were trading that 65 pullback. So I love to see that. That was beautiful.
Marcus gave us one final chance. The market gods were like, here you guys go. Don't screw this one up. And we didn't. 27th trade, baby.
Keeping the runner. 4 minutes left.
Hey, Bryce D said we guys gambled and won.
Here we go.
How do you? How do
There's
people
always got to be
still
that
think
one,
this is
man. There's always got to be
gambling?
that one. Gosh.
What does it look like when you're winning? I
I've
don't
been doing
understand.
it for
What is the
14
alternative?
years. I do agree that there
man.
are some aspects that could feel like gambling, but
It's not like we played earnings with like
What else we
with
gotta do
zero
for you
PT
guys?
options.
it's almost like I was looking at 620s since we were down at 560s,
Yeah.
right?
Man,
Really
golly.
like,
It's almost like we said we're going to trade 30s and 20s. Yeah, it's weird.
Come on, man.
really
You guys
You
would
know
like
what,
That was
you know what
awesome,
really
Dolby.
is,
I
yeah.
want to
That was
say again, that was beautiful risk management on your part, Dolby. Well done. Beautiful. Nice peels, nice risk management, moving your stop. Still got one as a runner. Just gorgeous. Does that put the house account in the green for the day? I know Dakota just went green. Talk to me about the house account.
Oh, I would love to talk to you about the house account. We were initially down, I think, almost $3,800. We are now up $1,865 with a 1-lot runner, boys.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Good job, Toby.
2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left. Oh, baby, that buy side. Oh, when that MOC came in, I'm like, dude, we got this, man. This conviction. There's 4.2 bill. Come on. Let's do this. The delta was negative. We got Dakota rips. I mean, they just gave you the play by freaking play. 2 minutes left here. Are we flat, Dolby, or we still got the 1 lot on?
Nope. Holding the runner. Holding that 1-lot runner. I don't want to be that guy, right? We always wish that we had that runner on. Well, let's just hold it and see what happens.
We got it on.
Wait, let's see if we can do this. Dakota, can you reach up? Give me a high five right here. Like right there. High five.
Where we at?
Reach up.
This side.
Right up. Other one.
Nope.
Yeah.
A little bit over. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Dolby, you get me?
Look at that. Yeah.
Can you give me
Wait,
Dolby?
Hey,
Where's my hand in space?
Other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we
Hey,
go.
Rip.
Wait, hold on.
Rip, I am ordering that half a cow because of today.
Oh.
That's
Oh
that's
my
about a half
goodness.
a
I
cow.
love that.
About $2,000. If you have a big enough freezer, if not, then maybe we could get you a freezer and I'll bring a half a cow.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm all for
Half
it.
a cow. My goodness. Half a cow. People are eating good in the neighborhood today. Wow.
Well, that's the
really-
best way. That's the best way to do it. Just get a full or a half a cow and buy in
go.
bulk, right?
Got 60 seconds left here. We are well into the 630s now. So 630.
We're just holding this thing.
Coming into that final minute. Oh, what a power. That was so much fun.
Oh,
that was great.
Man. Told you we got the A-team. Told you we got the stars out.
What a welcome back day, man. I am like drenched right now. I have not had
Dolby time
in like
that
week,
first half hour got sketchy there, Dolby time.
My heart rate was at like 60 for the last like 7 days. I come back to like 180 right now.
Oh, that first half hour Dolby time was like, oh man. Here we go. 35 straight, 36, 37 straight. My partner, never a doubt. Never a doubt. 30 seconds, fellas.
Just keep on going. We're up almost $1,000 on
There's your
this runner
40s
right
on
now.
the ticket. I believe that Mr. Dakota called that out.
Close it.
Close it. Close
Yep.
it.
Really
Lock it
quick.
up.
Shout out
Done.
to MP. We're throwing you in
$3,000,
jail
boys.
tomorrow, MP.
What MP do? 46 is
On the screen for you, Andre.
Hey, no, intern Mike made $11,000 on Friday.
Intern Mike, all good. 50. Wow, we got power rally. Wow. That was one of the finest power hours we've had in a long time. I hope everybody enjoyed it. My partner is back. We got rips and outs. Let's swing at ear to ear. Dakota, just stone face as always. Ho hum, shoulder shrug, down $6,000. What was the final P&L, Dakota?
2,300.
Beautiful turnaround. Beautiful turnaround.
Nice.
Great start. That's Topstep TV. That's Fast Markets for you, Eddie. Woo! I hope you liked that as much as we did. Dolby time. Go get a fan. Towel off a little bit. That was good stuff. Thank you guys. You guys rule.
Needs a shower. Hose him down.
That was wild.
Holy cow.
29,335. No, 29,035. No, 2,900. 2,900. That's almost like $10,000, boys, from top to bottom. That was really good.
Love that.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Sweet.
Good stuff. Cool. All right, you guys rule. Thank you for everything. We'll see Dakota tomorrow morning. Fast Markets. Go ahead, Eddie. Take it away. Great stuff, Rips. Absolute.
Boy, I tell you, start the week off on a Monday like this with Power Hour. Great stuff, guys. Tomorrow, looking at the economic calendar, really not too much, but be ready around 7:55 for Red Book. 9 o'clock, we got Dallas Fed. We have a durable, excluding defense, minor numbers, factory orders at 9 o'clock. That one might shake up the market a little bit, but the ones that I want to watch for 9 o'clock here is the JOLTS. Job openings for April. We'll keep an eye on that. And API weekly crude stock. That's going to be near the close tomorrow. As far as our schedule for tomorrow, we do have a lot of good things kicking in here. And to start the day, Hoagland and myself are going to fire up the machine. Tuesday, the 4th of June, not July, but the 4th of June. And Rips is going to join us right at the end of that. He's going to sort of run out also with Fast Markets. Andre, MP, Coach Dakota, and Hoag. This is going to be an all-star. Be here for Fast Markets. I'm not going to miss this one. Also, Power Players. We got Andre, Gabe, and Carl. Where's Carl? Carl is going to be on with us. You're going to actually see who Carl is. Top Quiz. I got Anne-Marie with Top Quiz. Me and Anne-Marie. Shoulder Tap. Andre and Mick. We got group coaching with JD and Robert. We've got also market stalking with D. It'll be me, Robert, Deanna, and Coach Jay. Also, Power Hour, like I said here, Andre, Austin Silver, and Zach Anthony. Don't forget about tonight. We've got Slow Markets with Dakota. We also have at 6 o'clock volume profile, supply and demand with Coach Ray. 7 o'clock bar charts and TPO with Coach Vince. And right now, starting in our Discord at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So I really hope that you had a good time today. Starting off the week on a good note, we had some action today. It really wasn't a dead Monday. And hopefully tomorrow will be the same. We'll have some opportunity. But it's right now, it's time to log off. It's family time right now. So get some love, get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic day, rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you tomorrow.